What's up? So, how about that I'm just due ending, huh? I didn't quite get it either, but Raiden is gay, so I think we should play a snake. Yeah, I just want to be a badass action hero. I didn't understand MGS2, Kojima. Can I please be Snake again? Okay, here's MGS3. Let's dumb down the story and shit all over MGS2. Let's do it. Wait, I think we need to change the game on Twitch, probably. Thus, MGS3 was born into existence. People bitching about MGS2, not understanding MGS2, not appreciating MGS2. Kojima trying to leave and pass on the series, and miserably failing at it. Had to be called back, forced, he said, even. Called back. They gave people what they wanted. Dumbed down story with Snake as the protagonist, so we can be badasses again. Let's do it.
What a thrill, with darkness and silence through the night. What a thrill, I'm searching and I'll melt into you. What a fear in my heart, but you're so supreme. I give my life, not for honor, but for you.
I think Twitch might be drunk.
In my time, there'll be no one else. Crime, it's the way I'd like to you. I'm still in a dream, snake eater. Someday you go through the rain, and someday you'll feed on a tree frog. It's ordeal, the trial to survive. For the day we see new light, I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else. Crime, it's the way I'd like to you. I'm still in a dream, snake eater. I'm still in a dream, snake eater.
I was messing with. There's little things you can do with the controller during that scene. Don't worry, we'll see it again. Technically, you're not supposed to see it. It's a spoiler. The Snake Eater intro only plays if you already have a save. So the first time you play the game and you don't have a save, it should only play between the Virtuous mission and the Snake Eater mission. But it's okay. That won't be for a while because we're gonna take it real slow with all the calls and extras and little things to fuck around. We can fuck around this screen as well. Change the color, change the pattern, speed up the action, slow down the action. things you can do throughout here. Yeah. That might look like cool CQC in the background, but if you pay attention, that the guard never uses his other hand. That's the only way that Snake makes is effective with CQC. Like look at these animations. That guy doesn't ever use his other hand. He's fighting Snake one-handed. No wonder he's losing. Look at that. Look at that. Like, you have a perfectly good other hand there. Oh well. Oh well. Now what's the next one? There again. Only one hand. Okay. Well. Zero, thanks for gifting the sub to Cynthia Harrell, who sings the song Sneakier song. Pinkaroo, thanks for the 40 months. Montresor, thanks for gifting the sub to Metaru Gurido Sorido. Guy who still hasn't fixed his name. Alright, so we're gonna do a couple things here. I wanna mess around with getting certain item calls and certain extras, but let's see how. I also need to be mindful of being able to hand over to save the 3-dog later. So when we start a new game, it's gonna ask us a few things. If you pick, I'm not sure what happens. I don't know if I ever played this with the first option, because I'm playing the MGS series for the first time, or I like MGS 1. I think there's supposed to be something going on with maybe the stamina or Snake's beard. If you pick like MGS 1, the Snake doesn't have a beard in MGS 1. But the interesting ones are I like MGS 2 and like MGS 3. I like MGS 3 wasn't even available originally because, you know, this is based on Subsistence, which is a re-release of MGS 3. This one's just HD, but originally you couldn't pick that because you haven't played MGS 3 yet, right? That makes sense. You can't say like MGS 3 if you haven't played MGS 3 yet on a new save on the original release, right? I like Doritos. So let's keep in mind that every Metal Gear game, it was made to be the last one, so it's definitely not made with sequels in mind, but it's definitely made with the previous game in mind. And people say MGS 3 is a prequel, it's the first in the timeline, you can start with it, and you're kind of missing the point if you think that's the case. MGS 3 was made specifically in response to MGS 2 and its backlash and its various forms of bitching, misunderstanding, and otherwise being unappreciated, and Kojima completely failing to deliver the point and the message and the whole plan behind MGS 2's existence, which was to pass on the series and to also, well, to his team, it will be to pass on the series to the next generation Metal Gear developers, he called it. And at the same time, leave the message to the audience to, you know, find for yourself what to believe in, what to pass on. But who cares? Raiden's gay. MGS 2's ending leaves a lot open, and Raiden's not Snake, so I'm not interested. So it might not be obvious these days, but back then there was a huge collective butt blasting, butt hurt about Raiden, about MGS 2's ending, leaving questions unanswered, completely fucking missing the point. Because if you think you need the game to tell you the answers, then you're completely missing the point of MGS 2. But let's just say that there was the so-called backlash after MGS 2. MGS 2 sold really well because of the marketing, but people bitched about it for ages, and to this day they still do. Sometimes I'll have people come in the chat and still be like, man, MGS 2's bad because Raiden, like, what the hell, man, I want to play a Snake. So they listen to that. See, MGS 1 and 2 are these little life lessons that Kojima wants to impart and wants to pass on, and made him want to develop the games and put his messages and thoughts and feelings in it. but that's just MGS 1 and 2. Started with MGS 3, it started being about the series itself. It started being about the bitching about MGS 2. It started being about Kojima's feelings about being unable to pass on the series. It started being about all that stuff that is not necessarily, um, something that would have happened naturally. MGS3 literally would not have happened in the form that we know today if Kojima didn't really let it get to him, or people didn't maybe bitch so much about MGS2. So, um, yeah, that's why MGS 1 and 2 are my favorites. They're two sides of the same coin, and they're they naturally happened, and they naturally have all that stuff and those messages in it. But then MGS3, I place maybe number 4 or 5 on my list, not even top 3. I do not really appreciate what MGS3 does in terms of completely giving in to the bitching and the honestly dumb average IQ level of people who bitched about it. And now we get MGS3 in this form. So, so if we pick, sorry, I'm getting sidetracked here because there's a lot going on. You guys gotta understand that MGS wanted to, they're like their own era of Metal Gear games, and then after MGS 2, with MGS 3 and 4, especially 3, like the shift from 2 to 3 is huge. The shift from 2 to 3 is the end of an era and the beginning of a complete shift in direction in the series. Like I said, instead of being about what Kojima's thoughts and ideas, feelings, messages, like MGS 1 and 2, now it starts being about what happened to the series and its reception and how it influenced Kojima being unable to pass it on. So in MGS3, we have the boss, trying to pass on her will to Snake, and it fails miserably. It's not a coincidence that everything after MGS2, starting with MGS3, everything is about failure to pass on one's will, misinterpretation, and the wars that stem from it, the misunderstanding and conflict that stems from it. So, in many ways, that's what happened to the series in real life. And that's about 80% of the point of these games, what happened behind the scenes in development in real life, with the fans, with Kojima, with the development team, with all that stuff. So MGS 1, this is actually kind of a nice screen to do this little speech in, because we got MGS 1, 2, 3. So MGS 1, the keyword for MGS 1 being gene, of course. MGS 1 being about not being tied to your genetic fate. That was Kojima's idea that he wanted to put there. And then MGS 2, with the word for MGS 2 being meme, of course, which is that which is not inscribed in your genes, but you still have to pass on, So literally everything that is not a gene is a meme in terms of passing it on. And MGS 2's entire message is about trying to pass it on, and then failed miserably. So what's the word for MGS 3, I wonder? Well, the word for MGS 3 is scene, as in SCENE. So the scene, and in MGS 3 it connects a couple different ways, because you have, of course, the political arena of the Cold War, and the spy setting, and the different circumstances, the political circumstances that eventually lead to Snake doing what he does, the boss doing what she does. But it is about being put in a situation where you're doing something that you would not ordinarily do. Just like Kojima was put in a situation to come back and direct MGS3, which is something that he would not have done. The boss betrays the U.S. and pays for her life, even though technically she didn't. But the plan went all sorts of sideways, and she had to die. So that's not something that she would have done in the first place. And then Snake, of course, has to kill the boss, and that's not something that he would have done in the first place. But it's all about the different geopolitical, social, whatever pressure and circumstances, or the times, as sometimes I think Peace Walker calls it, the times rejected the boss, and now we're the ones being tested. Well, the times also rejected Kojima and his message and the original series up until now, MGS1 and 2. So it's not surprising at all that the theme of MGS3 is the scene that forces you to do something you would not normally do, such as creating and directing a game when you say you were done with it. So, in many ways, Kojima is the boss, failing to pass on his will and his message with MGS2. And now everything in the series is about loss, sacrifice, failure to pass on one's will, misunderstanding, conflicts that stems from it. Literally, everything has changed from, Kojima wanted to make a game about this thing to, Kojima now has to make games about being unable to pass on this thing. So now we have MGS3. MGS3 made specifically in mind for people who didn't understand or care for MGS2. So you wanted to be Snake, and that's why we have Naked Snake. So if we select I like MGS2, it's kind of interesting that says I like MGS2, because if you pick I like MGS2, it like I said, the games are always made with the prequel, or not the prequel, whatever came before in mind, right? The previous game in mind. So MGS3 is made heavily with MGS2 in mind, and hopefully you have experienced MGS2, and even if you don't like it, you know what happened, and you can get why MGS3 is the way it is. So if you pick I like MGS2, which should be more like I am aware of MGS2, you get even more content about that. The whole thing with the mask and the extra calls about it. I should really just say I am aware of MGS2. Please make fun of it with me, because I sense a lot of regret. I sense a lot of artistic regret from Kojima turning his MGS2 ending into a literal joke in MGS3. Another reason why I cannot really feel good about what MGS3 sets out to do as a game. But yeah, fuck it. Sorry, guys. I always get sidetracked and talk about this shit for hours. But throughout the game, we will see that there are endless references and jabs at MGS2 and its character and its messages. And it just scattered throughout the game. And it is the subtext of MGS3 that a lot of people seem to miss. Because other than that, the story is pretty simplistic, Go there, kill bad guys, save the world, whatever, okay. There is none of that questioning of reality and deciding for yourself what to believe in, like in MGS2. Anyway, fuck it, let's get started. I will see what I'm talking about. It's going to be a bunch of calls, a bunch of little lines in certain cutscenes, and of course Rykov's entire existence and all the stuff related to it. From the very beginning, we get when Zero is describing the virtuous mission to Snake, he says, the virtuous mission. And then Snake says, virtual mission? No, the virtuous mission. And that's because the virtuous mission kind of acts like the training for the real Snake Eater mission, and it's like the VR training, so the virtual mission, but also because they wanted to kind of reassure the player that there is no debating, what's real and what isn't, what's virtual and what isn't. You don't have to worry about all that virtual stuff anymore. No. Not the virtual mission. The virtuous mission. Don't worry. This time, you don't have to question what's going on. This time is all served on a silver platter for you to just gobble up and be a badass action hero again, Anyway, more on that once we actually get into game. Sorry. this is one of the topics that's actually dearest to me when it comes to the series. The shift from MGS2 to MGS3. MGS3 being made to appeal to the masses who don't understand shit.
After
and
the end of World War
as a
II,
result,
the world
today,
was split into two,
MGS3
East and West.
is everybody's
This
favorite.
marked the beginning of the era called the Cold War.
What do you know? It worked. Now, if you ask a random person, most likely they're gonna tell you MGS3 is their favorite. And the funny thing is, Snake is a fucking dumbass in this game. Snake is a complete dumbass if you bother actually doing some extra dialogue. No, MGS3 isn't a bad game by any means. There's people who think that what I'm saying equals to the game being bad. No, I just don't appreciate what it sets out to do, but it is still, a quality made, professionally made piece of software with lots of details and care put into it. But I'm just pissed that people miss the subtext of it. Oh well.
20 minutes to drop off.
Wait, who's that blonde guy? Wait, Kojima.
Right. You ready to go?
Drop zone still showing a high pressure mass. Cav okay.
Good. We've got high visibility.
Put out that cigar.
This isn't right.
Connecting oxygen hose to interior connector.
Wait, I don't want to be the blonde guy again.
Put on
Hold
your
on.
mask. Does this panty waste know what he's doing?
Approaching release point.
10 minutes to drop off.
Hey, are you deaf?
He said put out the cigar and put on your mask.
This is probably just one reference. Also, Snake only listening to Zero. When a random guy tells him to do it, he doesn't do it, but when Zero orders him to put on the mask, he does it.
Depressurization
That's
complete.
probably just one reference when Snake
6 minutes to
says,
drop off.
I
Opening
only
hatch.
accept orders directly from you, Colonel, to Campbell. Now, Bluepoint added a little thing in his butt pack that says "Great Game." See how it says Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater on his mask? On the backpack it says "Great Game," but it seems like Bluepoint doesn't know where the E's are on the keyboard
External temperature
because
minus 46 degrees
it actually
Celsius.
says
2 minutes to
"Correct."
drop off.
Game.
Stand up.
It's kind of hard to notice, but
130 miles per hour. Try not to get frostbite from the wind chill.
it will zoom in a little bit
1
more
minute to
now.
drop off. Move to the rear.
Activate bailout model.
This is one for the history books. The world's first Halo jump.
10 seconds to drop off. Stand by. Status okay. All green.
There it is. Crap game.
Countdown. 5, 4,
God damn it.
2, 1.
Gord
Spread
Sears.
your wings
And fly. God be with you.
Crap game. Quarantine platform. Without those. All the E titles so far.
Jack, I've got some important news. The head of the CIA has finally given us the green light for the Virtuous mission.
Virtual mission?
No, the Virtuous mission. The future of our Fox unit depends on it. If it succeeds, we'll be officially organized into a unit.
Virtuous mission? Sounds like some kind of initiation ritual.
You know, don't get cocky. This isn't a training op.
Right. So what exactly is this wonderful mission?
Well, about 2 years ago, a certain Soviet scientist requested asylum in the West through one of our moles. His name is Nikolai Stepanovich Sokolov. He's head of the OKB-754 Design Bureau, one of the Soviets' top-secret weapon research facilities. and the East's foremost expert on weapons development.
Sokolov. Isn't he that famous rocket scientist?
The very same. On April the 12th, 1961, the Soviets achieved the first manned spaceflight in history.
The Earth was blue, but there was no God.
Well spoken. The rocket that carried Yuri Gagarin to orbit was the A-1, known as the Vostok rocket. Sokolov is said to be the man most responsible for the multi-engine cluster used in that rocket. After Gagarin's flight, Sokolov left rocket development to become the head of the newly established Design Bureau.
From a lowly technician to head of a design bureau, that's quite a success story, so why'd he want to defect?
It seems he'd become afraid of his own creations.
Afraid?
Call it a crisis of conscience.
And for that, he left his country and his family behind and went over the fence?
Not exactly. One of his conditions was that his family was also to be taken safely to the west. We used a mole to get the family out first and succeeded in sneaking Sokolov over the Berlin Wall shortly afterwards. I was the one who conducted the operation.
The security on the eastern side was still full of holes back then. Then what?
We got Sokolov over in one piece, but the whole ordeal had left him exhausted, and we checked him into a hospital in West Berlin. It took him 2 weeks and more than 600 miles to get from the research facility in the Soviet Union to Berlin. He was in no condition to say anything coherent. And it was only a week later that we had something much bigger on our hands.
The Cuban Missile Crisis.
October the 16th, 1962, President Kennedy received word that the Soviets were in the process of deploying intermediate-range ballistic missiles in Cuba. The President demanded that the Soviets dismantle and remove the missiles.
You gotta watch carefully because you're not gonna see this footage in the re-release.
But the Soviets didn't back down, instead placing their armed forces on secondary alert. Soviet transport ships carrying missiles continued on course towards Cuba. US and Soviet forces went on alert for
Yeah,
all
Konami
out
fucked their
war.
licenses and
Frantic negotiations were conducted.
they thought it was a good idea to
with
re-release the
Security
game
Council
before the licenses were fixed.
to end the hair-trigger standoff.
So now it's got content forever.
Finally, on October the 28th, the Soviet Union agreed to remove its missiles from Cuba. And so the world avoided a nuclear holocaust. But in order to get the Soviets to pull their missiles out, we had to make a deal.
You mean the one where the US agreed to remove its IRBMs from Turkey?
No. The Jupiter IRBMs deployed in Turkey were obsolete, and we were going to get rid of them anyway. They had no strategic value whatsoever to either the US or the Russians. The Turkey deal was a ruse, a cover story that was fed to the other intelligence agencies around the world.
So what did the Russians really want?
Sokolov. They wanted us to return Sokolov.
You mean the Soviets pulled out of Cuba just to get their hands on Sokolov?
That's right.
What the hell was he working on?
At the time, we had no idea. We were running out of time. It was either give up Sokolov or risk full-scale nuclear war. In the end, we had no choice. President Kennedy gave in to Khrushchev's demand. The next day, I got Sokolov out of the hospital, handed him over to agents on the eastern side. Sokolov kept on screaming, "Save me," until he disappeared from my sight. Then a month ago, we received some new information from one of our moles.
About Sokolov?
Yes. He was taken back to the research facility and forced to continue working on the weapon in question under KGB supervision. What's more, it's on the verge of completion.
So what kind of weapon is it? Something to do with space rockets?
No, missiles.
Same technology.
I guess you're right. We don't know the details, but it appears to be a new kind of nuclear device. For half a year now, the Soviets have been conducting frequent nuclear tests at Semipalatinsk.
Something to do with the weapon, I assume.
We're talking about a secret weapon so big that Khrushchev was ready to pull out of Cuba to get it back.
Is Sokolov still in the facility?
No, according to our intelligence, he's in Selinoyarsk, a place in the mountains about 3 miles to the west that's known as the Virgin Cliffs.
The Virgin Cliffs. Nice name for a virtuous mission.
They moved him there just recently.
Why?
Apparently, they're conducting a field test of the weapon, but it's our best chance to get him back. This mission would never have been possible if he was still in the research facility. This is our last chance. Sokolov must have known that too when he contacted us.
Listen up, Jack. Your mission is to infiltrate Selino Yask in the Soviet mountains, ensure the safety of Sokolov, and bring him back to the West. If we don't get Sokolov back before that weapon is complete, we'll be facing a major crisis. The clock is ticking. Once we've confirmed the rescue of Sokolov, stand by at the recovery point. A recovery balloon will be dropped at that point. Helium will be pumped into the balloon to inflate it. The process takes about 20 minutes. Once it's complete, the gunship's arm will latch onto the balloon and pull it up.
The Fulton surface-to-air recovery system. I'm familiar with the theory.
Take it easy. It's been combat-proven.
Do you think Sokolov is up to it?
The shock will be less than during a parachute jump, and the arm can handle up to 500 pounds.
So you're planning on going over the border in a single combat Talon?
She's equipped with two 6-barrel 20mm Vulcan cannons, as well as two 40mm machine guns.
Sounds like she could hold her own against a battalion of tanks.
Even with the fuel in the reserve tank, we're facing a 4-hour time limit. If all goes well, it shouldn't take more than a few hours.
Home in time for dinner.
But if anything goes wrong,
You'll be eating dinner, breakfast,
and all the rest of your meals in the jungle.
Wait, I'm the blonde guy? Wait, I'm the blonde guy named Jack? Wait a second. This isn't right. Not again. Kojima! Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, I'm the blonde guy named Jack again. Something's wrong. Hold on. Hey, what's this?
What's wrong? You were expecting something different? Now, go and find Sokolov and get him out of there.
What's wrong? Were you expecting something different? Yeah, Kojima, I expect not to be riding again, you asshole. How dare you? You make this game for the people who bitch about riding. We better be Snake again. Mission failed.
Snake! What happened?
Wait,
Snake! Snake!
instead of, Snake is dead, time paradox, we get a good old fish and mailed. Instead, something isn't right here.
What's wrong? You were expecting something different?
This is the way to do it. Because now, if we take a few steps...
Do you copy? You're already in enemy territory, and somebody might be listening in. From here on out, we'll be using code names to refer to each other. Your code name for this mission will be Naked Snake. I'll be referring to you as Snake from now on. You're not to mention your real name.
Snake?
What, you don't like snakes?
What do you mean?
You've eaten one before, haven't you?
In survival training?
I'm glad to hear that.
I don't know if I'd ever order one in a restaurant, but...
Be careful, you might not have a choice.
What about you, Major? What should I call you?
Let's see. I'll be Tom. Call me Major Tom. Oh, and Snake?
Yeah.
The crew isn't watching anymore. You can take off the disguise now.
Good idea. This isn't right.
This isn't right.
Time for the snake to shed his skin.
Yeah, they wouldn't want to be the blonde guy again, you know? Ah, much better. Now it can be badass action here again. Also, if you do it this way, you get to hear the line. Well, two of them, actually. Kept you waiting, huh? And can you hear me, Major Tom? So now that you are reassured that your hero, Snake, and a badass action hero again, we can move on. Except he's a dumbass in this, but okay.
Can you hear me, Major Tom? This is Snake. Kept you waiting, huh?
This will be a sneaking mission. You must not be seen by the enemy. You must leave no trace of your presence. Is that clear? This kind of infiltration is the Fox unit's speciality. In other words, weapons and equipment are procured on site. That goes for food as well. You're completely naked, just as your name implies.
Great. Now I see why you asked me if I like snakes. I suppose calling me Snake was your idea of a joke, too.
No. There's a good reason for that. I'll tell you later when the time is right.
Gotcha. Getting back to the subject, how exactly am I supposed to feed myself?
You've been issued a knife and a tranquilizer gun. Use them to hunt for food. You'll also find some medical supplies in your backpack.
Yeah, about the backpack. I lost it in a tree on the way down.
I see. Well, you better go back and get it then. You know where it is?
No problem. I can see it from here. It's stuck on a branch.
To climb a tree, stand in front of a tree that's covered in ivy and press the action button. I'll be monitoring your progress over the radio. We can't risk violating Soviet airspace, but I'll be in the gunship. My frequency is 140.85. I'll give you a call if I need to talk to you. If you need to talk to me, use the send function. Okay, Snake, go get your backpack.
Alright guys, you better get comfy because MGS3 has terrible pacing with calls, especially the extra calls. The Virtuous mission, there's like maybe 4 areas, 4 or 5 different screens, but an insane amount of calls. Which means we're just gonna stop and be on the radio for a long time. So, now we're Snake again, conveniently. You know, it looks more or less as you'd expect. Imagine that you're somebody unhappy about Raiden, and then finally you get to see this. You're like, oh, alright. Which is pretty much what was going on. But the reason that Naked Snake is so similar to Solid Snake is, you might think it's because they're clones, but that goes both ways, because, you know, in the game universe, Solid Snake is a clone of Big Boss, right? But in real life, in the development aspect of things, it's the opposite. In the development side of things, it's Naked Snake as a playable character who is a clone of Solid Snake as a playable character. Kojima himself put it this way, in the game universe, Solid Snake is the clone, but in real game, in real life, in development, it's Naked Snake that's the clone of Solid Snake as a playable character. Basically, all the things that people, make Snake cool to people, they reuse to pretty much just to appease and cater to the audience. So MGS3 is really trying to win people back, let's just say, after MGS2. The whole game is made as an apology after MGS2. So you have, we don't have it yet, but you have the bandana, the box, the smoking, the trying to flirt with the ladies, trying to be cool, names nodding on the battlefield, all that shit that made Solid Snake a badass for people in MGS1 and 2, mostly 1 though. There's 2 in the tanker as well, when he says kept you waiting, we saw that reuse as well just now. So all the things that make Solid Snake cool, now we gotta reuse for Naked Snake as a playable character. It's basically, here's what you fuckers wanted. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. So dumb down the story, clone Solid Snake as a playable character, and somehow still skillfully insert the subtext of it all, shit on Raiden and MGS2's ending as much as humanly possible for a game that takes place 40 years prior. Somehow they managed to do that. The reason that MGS3 is a prequel is specifically because they didn't want to fuck with MGS1 and 2's story, but they're definitely fucking with, people's reaction to MGS2. So now, Kojima, being probably genuinely hurt by this, is now joining or giving in to the people and joining them in laughing about MGS2 and making fun of Raiden. So this is a like I said, subtext that's hidden throughout the game, and you gotta do some calls. And obviously Rykov's entire existence is part of that, and it's very in your face about it. But there's other things about it. Actually, we're about to see some here. The whole thing with the mask that we just saw. There's some calls about rations healing you like an idiot of the 20th century. There's a call about not needing laser sights, no training wheels in this mission. A real soldier doesn't need laser sights, of course, referencing MGS1 and 2's laser sights. There's the vampire call about Vamp, referencing Vamp. There's all the people who don't like Rykov's face and get really pissed at him or want to beat the fuck out of him, or don't want to, Sokolov doesn't like Rykov's face, Zero doesn't like Rykov's face. Like, there's so many little things about it. Laser sights. There's 2 guns that have laser sights, despite what the boss says. The easy gun has a laser sight, but that's kind of a cheat item. And later, the Scorpion also has a laser sight. But anyway, so I guess, we gotta, let's get the backpack for now. So the reason that I don't particularly appreciate what MGS3 sets out to do is because of this pandering and admittance that MGS2 failed and starting to make fun of it. Like I always say, is that fine line between laughing at MGS2 with the people that didn't like it, or laughing at the people who didn't like it, It's probably more of the former, because in a lot of ways MGS3 is just giving in to that reaction to MGS2 and but it's pretty hurtful if you're pretty sad, really, what happened and what turned what became of the MGS2 ending from what is literally probably the deepest moment in the series into a fucking joke, because people didn't care for it or understand it. So now We're giving people what they want. We're making fun of it. We're making fun of Raiden. Oh, Raiden, you think Raiden was gay? There you go. Now he's literally gay, and he's Volgan's bitch, you know? So, God, this call here is so long. Oh. They gotta introduce paramedic, they gotta introduce the backpack, and they gotta introduce the boss and everything in one call.
I see you've retrieved your backpack, Snake. To equip a weapon, it's necessary to take it out.
Yeah,
of
I mean,
your
it
backpack.
worked. Like I
In
said,
the
MGS3
survival
is people's
viewer,
favorite
choose
this time.
weapon from the
If all you
backpack.
care about
Your
is
available weapons
sales
will be displayed
and
in a
being,
window
you know,
in the upper
pandering
left.
to people, then yeah,
From that
MGS3
list,
is a
choose the
victory.
weapon you want to
And
equip,
MGS2 is a
and
failure.
press the enter button.
MGS3 is the failure of
Other
MGS2
equipped
confirmed,
items just do the same
which
thing
pisses me
from
off.
item.
But whatever.
Got it. Use the survival viewer backpack.
Yep, that's right. Survival is fundamental to this mission. After you've been out in the field for a while, your stamina will start to drop. If your stamina gets too low, it'll affect your performance. You won't be able to shoot accurately, for example, and your wounds won't heal as smoothly. Keep an eye on your stamina so you don't run out. To recover lost stamina, you can hunt for local flora and fauna. You can use either your tranquilizer gun or your knife to hunt.
My only weapon is a Mark 22 Hush Puppy tranquilizer gun?
That's right. It's been fitted with its own suppressor. However, the suppressor will deteriorate every time you fire. Once its durability reaches 0, the noise suppression effect will be gone.
Yeah,
Don't get
MGS3
too
is
trigger happy with it.
pretty much manipulating
Suppressor's
people
durability
into
is shown in the icon.
thinking it's
Any
their
weapons and
favorite.
equipment beyond what you're carrying now,
And it kind of works,
you'll
yeah.
have to find as you go.
I have to find my own weapons and equipment? Whose crazy idea was this anyway?
Solo covert actions are standard Fox operating procedure. You can't leave any traces of your presence. No weapons, equipment, footprints, sweat, or bodily waste. The same goes for bullets and cartridges, too. Your presence in enemy territory is already a violation of international conventions of warfare. There aren't supposed to be any American soldiers in Russia. It could spark an international incident. You can't let anyone see you. You can't let the enemy know you're there. This is a stealth mission. You're a ghost, Snake, in every sense of the word. And there'll be no rescue if you're captured. The military and US government will deny any involvement in the affair.
Then I'll just have to take care of myself, huh?
I'm afraid so. You've been given a fake death pill for that purpose. SIS guidelines stipulate that soldiers on covert ops like this one be issued a potassium cyanide capsule. Tape it to your body so you can take it when you need to.
How generous of you.
Use it if you're taken prisoner by the enemy. It'll send you into a state of false death for a short time.
Fooling them into thinking that I'm really dead. So, how do I come back to life?
Just take the revival pill.
You mean that thing they put in my tooth before the mission?
That's the one. But be careful. If you remain in a state of false death for too long, nothing will be able to bring you back. Remember that.
I'll keep it in mind. You said this was a solo mission, right?
Right.
I guess that means I can't count on any reinforcements.
Correct. The mission rests entirely in your hands.
A real one-man army.
Relax. There's a support team ready to back you up over the radio.
Who?
I'll introduce them to you. This time, survival is of utmost importance. The first member of the support team will be in charge of monitoring your physical condition, acting as a medic, so to speak, as well as recording your mission data. She's a member of Fox as well, and she's here on the gunship with me.
She?
Hello, Snake. I'm paramedic. Nice to meet you.
Paramedic.
As in a medic who comes in by parachute.
Aren't you going to tell me your real name?
Are you going to tell me yours, Mr. Snake?
My name, huh? It's John Doe.
And they call you Jack for short. You're a regular Captain Nemo.
A name means nothing on the battlefield. After a week, no one has a name. What's your name?
Jane Doe.
Very funny.
I wasn't joking, but I'll tell you my name only if you manage to make it back alive. My frequency is 145.73.
She's also in charge of recording your mission data. Whenever you want to save, send a message over the reserved save frequency, 140.96.
So saving lets me record my mission data.
That's right. It also records the state of your health.
Good to know.
There's one more person I want to introduce you to, Snake.
Huh?
Speaking of snakes, you remember the boss, don't you? A legendary soldier and your mentor. Actually, it was the boss that got the DCI's authorization in the first place. She's going to be serving as Fox's mission advisor.
Boss is?
She also helped me plan this mission. She and I were at SAS together.
Jack, is that you? How many years has it been?
Boss?
That's right. It's me. Talk to me. Let me hear your voice.
It's been 5 years, 72 days, and 18 hours.
You've lost weight.
You can tell just by the sound of my voice.
Of course I can. I know all about you.
Really? Well, I don't know anything about you.
What's that supposed to mean?
Why'd you disappear on me all of a sudden?
I was on a top-secret mission. You didn't need me anymore.
But there were still so many things I wanted you to teach me.
No, I taught you everything you needed to know about fighting techniques. I taught you all I could. The rest you needed to learn on your own.
Techniques, sure. But what about how to think like a soldier?
How to think like a soldier? I can't teach you that. A soldier needs to be strong in spirit, body, and technique. And the only thing you can learn from someone else is technique. In fact, technique doesn't even matter. What's most important is spirit. Spirit and body are like two sides of a single coin. They're the same thing. I can't teach you how to think. You'll just have to figure it out for yourself. Listen to me, Jack. Just because soldiers are on the same side right now doesn't mean they always will be. Having personal feelings about your comrades is one of the worst sins you can commit. Politics determine who you face on the battlefield. And politics are a living thing. They change along with the times. Yesterday's good might be tomorrow's evil.
Is that why you abandoned me?
No, it had nothing to do with you. I already told you, Jack. I was on a top-secret mission. A soldier has to follow whatever orders he's given. It's not his place to question why. But you're looking for a reason to fight. You're a natural-born fighter, but you're not quite a soldier. A soldier is a political tool, nothing more. That's doubly true if he's a career soldier. Right and wrong have no place in his mission. He has no enemies and no friends. Only the mission. You follow the orders you're given. That's what being a soldier is.
I do whatever I have to get the job done. I don't think about politics.
That's not the same thing. Sooner or later, your conscience is going to bother you. In the end, you have to choose whether you're going to live as a soldier or just another man with a gun. There's a saying in the Orient, loyalty to the end. Do you know what it means?
Being patriotic.
It means devoting yourself to your country.
I follow the president and the top brass. I'm ready to die for them if necessary.
The president and the top brass won't be there forever. Once their terms are up, others will take their place.
I follow the will of the leader, no matter who's in charge.
People aren't the ones who dictate the missions.
Then who does?
The times. People's values change over time, and so do the leaders of a country. So there's no such thing as an enemy in absolute terms. The enemies we fight are only enemies in relative terms, constantly changing with the times. As long as we have loyalty to the end, there's no point in believing in anything, even in those we love.
And that's the way a soldier's supposed to think?
The only thing we can believe in with absolute certainty is the mission, Jack.
All right, but do me a favor.
What is it?
Call me Snake.
Snake? Oh, right. Your code name is Snake. It suits you well.
That's right. The legendary unit that the boss put together during World War II was a snake. The Cobra unit, a group of heroes that brought the war to an end and saved the world. As long as you've got a legendary hero backing you up, you'll be fine. Isn't that right, Snake?
Yeah. I can't think of anyone else I'd rather have with me. Oh, and one more thing, boss.
Yes?
It's good to hear your voice again.
Same here. After all, who knows if either of us will make it out alive? Snake, you are always best at urban warfare and infiltrating buildings. But this is the jungle. Survival is going to be key. Those CQC techniques I taught you are sure to come in handy.
CQC? Close quarters combat, huh? I've been in the Green Berets for the past few years. I'm probably pretty rusty.
Not to worry. I'll be here to help you remember. After all, this is your first actual survival mission. I'll be supporting you over the radio.
Where are you, boss? Next to the Major?
The boss is communicating with us by radio from aboard a Permit-class submarine in the Arctic Ocean.
My frequency is 141.80. Call me if you need my advice on battle techniques.
Gotcha.
Your mission is to retrieve Dr. Sokolov. Dr. Sokolov is being held in an abandoned factory located to the north of your current position. Avoid heavy combat and don't let anyone see you. Don't forget that this is a stealth mission.
And the volume levels are all over the place. The volume goes up when the boss is
Try
talking,
to remember some of the basics of CQC.
and then goes back down. The boss is just that good. Makes the volume go up. As well as inventing everything known to man.
Commencing virtuous mission now.
Well, not really. Like I said, we're gonna have to sit and spend a long time on the radio. If you want to get all the extra calls here, it's really quite, I don't know, confusing how they thought they would put all those calls in just a few areas worth of gameplay. But we're gonna do them. Just get comfy. MGS3 is basically a radio drama for the most part. So we're gonna start by getting some food. Kick the snake. And kick the other snake too. That's funny because the virtuous mission is supposed to only take a few hours, right? But Snake's first concern when you drop down on jungle is, how do I feed myself? Like, damn, okay. And I guess those two snakes will do. So there's two different versions of this call about the food. If we already eaten something, then the call will be different and much more interesting. Because if you don't eat anything, you just find food. The call is herb, how do I eat food? But if you already eaten it and you know how to eat it, then the call will be different. So we're gonna eat that snake, and we're also gonna keep the second snake so that they see that I have food in my inventory. And as always, we might have to skip through some of the tutorial calls first.
Sokolov.
And tell me where to go.
Snake, intelligence indicates that that area is outside the enemy's cordon, so you shouldn't have any unexpected encounters with enemy patrols. I think it will be a good idea to take this time to get accustomed to using your camouflage, hunting for food, and navigating the survival viewer. If you have any questions about camouflage or CQC, ask the...
Okay.
Snake, remember that this operation is a solo sneaking mission. We'll be providing you with support over the radio, but out in the field, you're on your own. There's no backup. And there's no way you'll survive a battle with a large enemy contingent. Avoid engagement whenever possible. Your highest priority in this mission is staying out of sight. You ate some food?
Here we go.
Yes.
You aren't expecting food to recover life, are you?
Of course not. Food alone doesn't heal wounds. Food only recovers stamina.
Good.
Why do you ask?
I once had a guy who thought that eating canned food would recover his life.
Well, was he some kind of idiot?
Of sorts, yes. But in the 21st century, they'll probably come up with something that does just that.
Who is the idiot of the 21st century who thinks that eating rations will heal your life? Who could it be, I wonder? So, it's much more interesting if you've already eaten something, as it's another jab at Raiden and the idiot of the 21st century. Was he some kind of idiot? Of sorts, yes. Zero really doesn't like Raiden, man. Let's put on the mask again, right away. See what he thinks of it.
Snake, see that fallen tree?
Yeah.
Check it out.
Why?
Just do it.
There's a crevice under this fallen tree.
If you lie down and crawl...
Come on.
Sokolov... Snake, are you wearing that mask again?
Yeah. For some reason, it feels kind of nostalgic.
Yeah, well, for some reason, I don't like it.
Why not?
Something about that face just rubs me the wrong way.
It looks fine to me. But if you hate it that much, why'd you give it to me in the first place?
Well, that mask was originally created for use in another mission. An agent was supposed to disguise himself as a Soviet officer and sneak into an enemy installation. We had it all set to go, but certain circumstances forced us to abort the mission. With the mission cancelled, the mask was going to be thrown away. But the guy at the CIA's tech division who created it pitched a fit.
Why'd he do that?
He said it was too good to throw away.
Yeah.
According to him, that mask is a revolutionary new design that lets the wearer blink, something that wasn't possible up till now.
I'd think you'd want to make the lips move before bothering with the blinking.
Yes, I thought so too, but for some reason he's obsessed with making it blink.
Whoever he is, he sounds like a crackpot.
Well, he does good work, but I spend 3 days a month just dealing with the complaints we get about him. Oh well, never mind. Anyway, I decided to put this mask we had in storage to good use by hiding your identity from the gunship crew.
I get it. So this mask is based on a model somewhere.
That's right.
What do I do if I meet that guy?
That's not going to be a problem.
Why not?
The man the mask is based on is a GRU officer. You're in the KGB's sphere of influence. Chances are you won't run into him.
And if I do?
Beat the crap out of him.
And we really don't like Raiden and Raiden's face. It just pisses him off. Wonder why. Beat the crap out of him. Also, you get to hear a little bit about Sigint as well ahead of time, because Sigint's the one that made the mask. Alright, yeah, I would like to move on, but there's just an unholy amount of calls here. And they're really good calls, but damn, there's so many of them.
Sokolov.
Also, they're all buried in these calls that tell you where to go, which button to press to do stuff, so it can be annoying to get them.
Snake, when your stamina gets low, it negatively affects your... Your actions can lower your stamina. The more demanding the activity, the more stamina consumed.
Okay.
Snake, use the survival...
Okay.
Major.
What is it?
It's about your code name.
Major Tom?
Yeah, where'd you get that name?
From a tunnel.
A tunnel?
That's right. Snake, have you seen the movie The Great Escape?
No.
It's a movie about a determined group of Allied POWs trapped in a German POW camp who plan an escape. The POWs...
I didn't forget, Woody, they have no donations for it right now.
Dick, Harry, and Tom.
I see. So Tom was an escape tunnel. Did they make it?
Out of the camp? Of course. One of the tunnels was even discovered before it was finished. But eventually they do make it out.
I get it now. So Tom was the tunnel they used to escape.
Yes, that's right.
What is it?
Well, actually, I'm not sure if I remember correctly.
Major.
Holy shit.
It's Tom, Snake. Tom is the escape tunnel. No question about it.
Oh, fucking... Three Dogs alerts, man. That caught me off guard. I forgot that we are in Three Dog land right now, and that caught me off guard. We got $10 donation from Love for killing or letting the end die of old age. Thank you. Yeah, Bunyan was asking about it. Hey, it's you guys. It's up to you guys if you want to do, you know, the donation wars about Meryl and MGS1, and in MGS3 we have the end, which we can deal with 3 different ways. So we're not gonna sit here and be like, we gotta start a donation war now, give me all your money. But if you guys would like to support the channel and also, you know, want to pick what we do with the end, then yeah, we'll honor those donations, of course. Let's see. So there's 3 things we could do at the end. He could die of old age, or we could fight him normally, or we could snipe him ahead of time. Let's see. put that on screen now. Wait, this is the old donation war. So we got $10 from Loaf, old age. We change that around. Thank you. Okay, so we'll keep track of it and try our best, do our best to honor it. If you guys would like to support the channel or support me in this case, well, you know, it goes both ways. With Three Dog, we're all helping Three Dog, I guess. Then yeah, you can donate and add a little message to your donation to express a preference towards whatever ending or whatever way to deal with the end you like to see. So you can see here that Zero is not quite sure about his code name from the very beginning. This is an optional call, but later there will be a main story call where he talks about he picked the wrong name. Indeed, it wasn't Tom, but it just so happens that one of the tunnels was named Tom, and of course Kojima's wanted to sneak into the David Bowie reference as well, so Major Tom works for both.
Snake, intelligence indicates...
Not that again. Yeah, there are calls for sniping the end early, and there are calls for letting the end die of old age. Yeah.
Sokolov should...
Has a little bit of everything.
Snake, in order to carry out them...
See, all these tutorial missions, every normal person would think that's it. There's nothing, or just repeatedly tell you where to go, but...
You can use...
There's always something. There's plenty of unique calls.
Snake, making it...
Nope.
Snake, be careful. The way to change between standing, crouching, and crawling has changed slightly from the methods learned in training.
In training, being the previous game, which is kind of a leftover thing from MGS 2, because in MGS 2, of course...
Okay, that's it. Let's get out of here.
These alerts, man, I don't know. I have no freaking idea what Three Dogs alerts for donations are, so I'm just caught off guard every time. May with the $30. Thank you so much. $30 to give the end his early Irish shot. Okay, that must be for sniping the end early. Thank you. It's honestly kind of interesting. I have no idea what's gonna pop on the screen when you guys donate. What was I doing? What was I talking about? Guys, do go check out. Hold on. There you go. Do check out Little Dragon Meeling's channel. I don't know what you're streaming these days, but she streams stuff, and it's a lot of fun in there. And we'll have to play Metal Gear again. I forget what I was talking about. Oh, yeah, the calls. There's a lot of them.
Snake. Listen up, Snake. Keep in mind that this operation is strictly covert. Engagements should be avoided. If you must dispose of an enemy, do it with the tranquilizer gun.
Yup. Sweet dreams, Boy Scout.
That's right. And by the time he wakes up, you and Sokolov will be safely out of the country.
Sipping hot coffee on a plane back home.
What did you say? What did you say?
Sipping hot coffee on a...
You're gonna drink that foul mud? On the victory flight home?
Okay, then. What would you drink?
Tea, of course.
Foul mud. Tea is just hot leaf soup.
So... Snake, what do you do when you get a new weapon or item? Snake, the fake death and revival pills we gave you are the latest in internal medicines developed for intelligence ops by the CIA's technology division. You can use the fake death pill to send yourself into a death-like state for a limited period of time. Use it wisely, and you should be able to fool the enemy into
Coffee
thinking you're
is
really
foul
dead.
mud, like
It
you
may
just
come in
heard.
handy if you ever find yourself cornered. To revive yourself from the fake death state, use the revival pill. But remember, timing is critical. The effect will be ruined if you revive right in front of your enemy.
Interesting. But how does it work?
How does it
What do you
taste?
mean?
I don't feel right taking some pill I don't know anything about. How does it make me look dead? How's it gonna affect my body?
Well, Snake, about that...
I get it. I should ask Paramedic. Paramedic.
Allow me to explain. You know how there are animals in nature that play dead, like weevils, ladybugs, chickadees, possums, and the like? Well, the fake death pill takes the natural art of playing dead and applies it to the spy world. When you take the fake death pill, it causes your body to rapidly secrete a number of chemicals. Adenosine and serotonin, as well as opioid peptides, such as methionine and kephalin. Those chemicals act to induce a state of hibernation, causing your heart rate, your breathing rate, and your body temperature to drop dramatically. It'll truly look like you've dropped dead upon initial inspection. The revival pill, to put it simply, is a counteracting agent to the fake death pill.
Hey, look at his
When
face.
you
Like,
take
what?
it causes your body to secrete stimulants like noradrenaline and other chemicals
He's
such as
starting to fall
naloxone,
asleep.
which block the effects of the fake death pill. Basically, it wakes you up. Does that help?
Need more details.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try and explain it in more detail. The secretion of methionine and kephalin triggered by the fake death pill causes the opioid receptors.
Oh, okay. I think I get it now.
You sure?
Yeah.
No.
But you must want to know a little bit more. There are 3 types of receptors: delta, kappa, and mu. Methionine and kephalin acts on the...
Paramedic, I think Snake understands now. Isn't that right, Snake?
Yeah. Clear as crystal.
But...
Major, I've got enough info about the pills, so I'm gonna get back to the mission now.
Yes, you do that.
Hey, wait a...
Poor paramedic.
The battery recharges automatically when not in use. When you want to recharge the battery, unequip all electronic devices and give it some time. The higher your stamina gauge, the faster your battery recharges. If you want it to recharge faster, eat food and recover your stamina. Also, if you run, roll, or do other dramatic actions, the battery will recharge faster.
Wait a second.
What is it?
The higher my stamina, the faster my battery recharges?
That's what I said.
But what does my stamina have to do with the battery?
Oh, yes, I see what you're getting at. Let's have Paramedic explain that. Paramedic?
Yes, sir. It's because Snake's battery uses bioelectricity.
Bioelectricity.
Bioelectricity is electricity emitted from cells. When the cells of living things are stimulated, sodium and potassium ions move rapidly through the cell membrane's ion channel, creating a difference in electric potential. The battery uses that energy to recharge. So unless your cells have plenty of nutrients, the recharge won't work well.
Amazing the kind of machines that are available now.
But this machine has not been made public. It was designed by a scientist at the CIA's Directorate of Science and Technology.
What kind of person was he?
The person who designed it?
Yeah.
I heard he was pretty strange.
Stranger than the Major?
There's nothing strange about the Major.
My tea's gone. Who drank it? How am I supposed to have tea time without tea?
Well, not too strange, at least.
Hey, my scone's gone too.
It was SIGINT.
Paramedic is the medical correspondent for this mission. Ask her about hunting for food and medical treatment. Also, she has documents detailing flora and fauna in the operation locale. Contact her if you need detailed information on any of the plants and animals in your area. Paramedic's frequency is 145.73.
You know what, guys? Actually, I just had a friend tell me something interesting. What is this? I think it might be a Facebook post, but it's Paul Eiding. So, one of my friends sent me a screenshot of Paul Eiding's post. Colonel Campbell's voice actor, saying Remake is happening. Press release says original voice actors will return. I haven't been contacted yet. And it's, of course, MGS Dorito. Now you might think, what does Colonel Campbell have to do with MGS3 voice acting, right? Well, actually, he is in MGS3 when you do the time paradox game overs. So, because he's kind of watching from the future, telling you not to, mess with the timeline. So when you kill Eva or Ocelot or Sokolov even, in the game over screen, you get Campbell telling you not to mess with the future. So, maybe I need to add, I have a little bingo card on Twitter right now. Things are possibly missing or altered in the remake. And maybe we should add that. We should change it to Campbell's time paradox lines. Or maybe, even if they do reuse the previous lines, shouldn't they be notified? Like, don't they get, rights and loyalties for it because they're releasing the game with their work? Definitely no Snake versus Monkey, but yeah, I need to add that too. Okay, so I'm gonna go to Twitter and I'm gonna redo that, the bingo card. Yeah, we'll definitely add Campbell's time paradox lines and Snake versus Monkey. How interesting. Anyway. Maybe they don't get anything, but the fact that they're re-releasing something with their voice lines in it, wouldn't they at least be notified? I have no fucking idea how it works, but they might just not have Campbell for time paradoxes.
Snake?
Damn, I need to add that now. I didn't think about it.
Aiming your...
Ah, shit, this is the laser sight call. I forgot. So, I accidentally skipped it. It just seemed like a regular tutorial call, but see, the boss tells you to align the front and rear sight and fire. And Snake's like, no laser sight? What? A laser sight? I heard the military was developing them, but you want a laser sight? A well-trained soldier has no use for a laser sight. No training wheels in this mission, Snake. So this is a little jab at, of course, how all the guns have laser sights in MGS2, and just another tiny jab at, I guess Raiden wasn't a real soldier because he used laser sights. You might be thinking that they're talking about Snake as well, but with all of these calls being in theme with Rykov and Raiden getting shat on, is pretty much, even the ones that are questionable, like the Ration or the laser sight one, they're most definitely also referring to Raiden. It's just another tiny jab and reference to what I was talking about earlier. Just let's make fun of them just too, because Raiden bad.
Snake, intelligent...
You want a laser sight? You noob?
Major, what kind of place is this secret design bureau that Sokolov is heading?
The Soviets have a number of secret design bureaus like this one, each engaged in cutting-edge research. OKB-1, the bureau where the Voskhod spacecraft was developed and which plays a leading role in the Soviet space program, is one of those installations. Most of them are located in secret cities built in isolated areas, and we don't even know their exact locations, much less the nature of their research. And Sokolov's OKB-754 is the most secret bureau of them all.
You still get that call.
The intelligence communities of the West have tried time and again to find out what they're working on, but they've failed consistently.
So you have absolutely no idea what Sokolov is developing?
We've got nothing.
Then how did you get the information for this mission? It can't have been from Sokolov.
from the boss.
The boss?
That's right. She has her own intelligence channels that she cultivated during the last war. She shared what she learned with us. But we were able to get the green light for this mission at all as thanks to her pull with the powers that be at the CIA. In other words, this mission would never have come together without the boss's help in a number of respects.
The boss invented everything, by the way. She invented space flight, she invented the special forces, she invented the halo jump, she invented sliced bread, probably, and other things. All credited to the boss.
Snake, the Soviet troops are not your only enemies.
How do you mean?
Nature.
Boss?
Poisonous snakes, scorpions, crocodiles, hornets. There are dozens of dangerous life forms living in Selino-Yarsk. There are even poisonous mushrooms and frogs, and other plants and animals that you must not eat. In order to survive in nature, you have to know nature.
Paramedic has in Sokolov should be at the abandoned factory to the... In the 2 years since Sokolov's asylum operation, I've spent all my time making preparations. And now is the time to show some results. Fox is a next-generation espionage organization designed to update us for 21st century operations that I propose to the CIA. Fox sends individuals who excel in espionage and special tactics on solo sneaking missions like this one. A next-generation unit that combines the skills of special forces units like the SAS and Green Berets with the know-how of an infiltration and espionage unit.
Military politics never was my strong suit.
What I'm trying to say is stealth. This is a stealth mission, crucial to the coming Cold War. The CIA director has always frowned upon Fox, but if this mission succeeds, Fox will be added to the CIA as an official unit. I intend to make Fox the leader in special operations. And to that end, this mission must succeed.
Right.
I'm counting on you.
So as you can see, Zero is having a hard time getting Fox unit to be officially recognized and accepted. And they're kind of struggling with that, right? So you want to tell me that he couldn't get a single unit accepted, but he has another one? Of course, the whole XOF thing is a fucking retcon and nonsense, but God, it really does not play well with the fact that, you know, he was just barely trying to get Fox recognized, and you're telling me that they gave him another unit behind that? Yeah, okay, totally. Oh, well.
Snake, I don't recommend running around wildly. Snake, there are other ways to
Come on.
In most areas outdoors, your footsteps will create some noise, even...
Major, tell me about Sokolov's past work.
I assume you already know that Sokolov was the developer of the multi-engine cluster. The multi-engine cluster is exactly that, a system for fitting a single rocket with multiple engines. The Vostok rocket, for instance, had 32 engines. With the technology they had, it was difficult for the Soviets to develop large engines with massive thrust. So instead, they decided to focus on using multiple smaller engines to achieve the desired thrust. With this method, though, maintaining the fuel balance between the various engines was a major problem. Sokolov was the man who provided the solution.
And that's what earned him the job as the head of the design bureau?
Apparently so.
So this secret weapon is some kind of ballistic device?
Well, that's my best guess. We don't know for sure, but...
You'll find out soon. As soon as I get Sokolov out of here.
I'm counting on
Soon. As soon as we do the other million calls first.
Within the degree to which you move...
Yeah.
Part of your mission is to demonstrate to the brass the core concepts behind Fox. Leave no evidence. That's the essence of Fox.
Here we go.
Avoid engagement with the enemy.
Understood.
Not only that, I mean leave nothing behind, including weapons, equipment, footprints, sweat, even bodily waste.
Yeah. When I do my business, I bury it good.
What?
What's wrong?
That's the American way.
American way for what?
To handle defecation. You're gonna bury it?
Yeah.
Bring it home with you.
What?
That's what we did in SAS. The US Army is sloppy. They do things well, but not perfectly. Here in Fox, we're doing things my way. Got it?
Yes, sir.
So as you can see, Zero wants the turds in a plastic bag and brought back home. But Snake is currently just burying his shit. So part of Skullface's work is to clean up after Snake. So it is canon that Skullface must be digging up all of Snake's turds and putting them in a plastic bag for Zero to bring back. So can't really blame the guy for being mad at both Snake and Zero. So yeah, Skullface is cleaning up after Snake, and Snake is leaving turds underground. So he must be scooping them up and putting them in a plastic bag, walking into Zero's office and slapping it on his desk. Here, Major, I brought back Snake's shit as requested. So hopefully in the remake there'll be a mini game where you play as Skullface digging up Snake's shit.
Snake, intelligence indicate. Snake, if you step in any water or mud, your feet will get wet. If you walk like that, you'll leave footprints behind and the enemy may follow them straight to you. Equip food. Snake, the Mark 22 is a tranquilizer gun. Use it to put enemies to sleep without harming them. The speed with which the tranquilizer...
Okay.
Major, didn't you say that the boss was in the SAS with you?
Yes, we formed the 22nd SAS Regiment together. When the SAS, the British Special Air Service, was first established, they invited the boss on board as a special advisor. In fact, you might say it was the boss who put together Rayforce and L Detachment, which laid the groundwork for today's SAS. You won't find her name in the history books, but her contributions were many and great.
Yeah, the real heroes are never made public.
Not in our line of work, anyway. The dummy run on Heliopolis and the nighttime raids on German air bases in North Africa were her idea as well. Yes, she was always one step ahead of the rest of us, both in thought and action. It's true what they say. Who dares wins.
The motto of the SAS.
Precisely. The motto itself is a tribute to her service. Needless to say, the SAS has become a model for special forces units all over the world. In that sense, the boss really is the mother of special forces.
I'm telling you that the boss invented everything. Such a lust for excrement. Poop.
Snake, let me explain the enemy's various states of alert.
That's not.
After you've grabbed an enemy from behind with...
Did my mic even pick that up? I feel like it might have been too loud. Maybe I need to adjust my compressor settings. Who's doing this? Poop. Okay, I just need to be quieter. Okay.
Camouflage is an indispensable tool when you're sneaking.
Wait, we're not calling you yet. Because the boss is so great. Why didn't they clone her instead, huh?
Paramedic is the... Sokolov should be... Press the... Snake, remember that the...
Major, what about my code name?
You mean Naked Snake?
Yeah, what does it mean?
It's because snakes slither through the grass unnoticed to those around them.
No, I mean the naked part.
It means without embellishment, devoid of a specified quality. In other words, basic.
Why is
Basic
that my
bitch.
code name?
I explained that the Virtuous mission is designed to test the effectiveness of Fox. Right?
Excrement Obtainment
And the
Force.
procedure
It's a good
used
one.
for this mission will represent the modus operandi of Fox for future missions. In other words,
The essence of Fox. Naked and pure.
exactly. And there's the fact that you went in practically naked. No weapons, no equipment.
I see. Means more than I realized.
Yes, clever, isn't it? But don't leave yourself naked to the enemy.
Roger that.
Snake, certain enemy soldiers are equipped with radios. It's possible to destroy the radio that enemy correspondents use.
Not anymore, Zero. Get with the times.
Snake, this operation is a sneaking mission. You'll be doing your job right under the enemy's nose. In the event that you're spotted by an enemy, Snake, I recommend... Snake, the damage that an enemy takes...
All these little baked mechanics.
Snake, I've completed the double
They're
check
gone
on the Fulton
from
recovery.
MGS-V.
Any problems?
Makes me sad every
Leave
time
your recovery
we
to
do
us.
these calls.
Excellent.
I suppose I should explain the procedure once more before the actual maneuver.
No.
I see. Well, the Fulton recovery
No,
system
I
allows
see.
the rapid recovery of
Explains anyway.
personnel from enemy territory, and it's perfect for these kinds of special operations. Basically, how it works is the plane flies by and snags a nylon lift line that the soldier has grabbed onto, and that's been elevated by a balloon. The Fulton recovery system was first designed in the 1940s as a method of picking up mail for the American Postal Service. During the Korean War, that system
Are
was
you sure the
redesigned
Boston
to recover
invented it?
personnel. Jack, an ancillary organization to the CIA. Yes,
He's falling
good
asleep.
old Jack. It stands for Joint Advisory Commission Korea. Isn't that something? So, Jack first used the Fulton surface-to-air recovery system to extract agents from North Korea and mainland China. Let's go over the procedure once more, to be on the safe side. First, the plane drops a canister about the size of a coffin to you. Inside, you'll find a balloon, a 1,500-foot cable, and a harness that attaches to your suit. Take the items out, attach the line to your suit, fill the balloon with helium, and send the line up. The plane will approach at 125 miles per hour. Snag the cable just below the balloon with a hook on the nose of the aircraft.
He's falling
and whisk
asleep.
you away. Assuming the pickup is successful, you'll be reeled in with a winch and pulled to safety into the rear of the aircraft. Got it? Snake?
Yeah, I got it. I got it real good.
Were you listening?
Yeah.
All right, then.
It's full of calls like this, too, where they're trying to explain shit to Snake and he's not paying any attention and he doesn't remember anything and he's falling asleep. Snake's a dumbass in the optional calls.
Sokolov should be at... Sokolov...
I wonder if that's supposed to be, you know, part of the plan. Making Snake the players now. Well, Snake was always the player, but this in particular, you know, with the whole making fun of Wright and MGS2 thing, that's what the players want to be now. Badass action hero, but dumb, I guess.
Snake, when you... In the corner... Move the right... If you have a gun...
So I wonder if he's dumb in the optional calls as a way that Kojima is calling people dumb for not understanding MGS2. But not openly, you know? Not openly. Only in the optional calls, mostly.
You did an excellent halo jump.
Not really. I didn't land in the right spot. A jumper who lost his pack on the first real Halo jump. That'll make a good story for you.
Who cares? There are no records of your operations.
I know, but...
What, you're embarrassed?
No, I'm not embarrassed.
It's the boss, isn't it?
Well, at least he's not a dumbass in Peace Walker
What
anymore.
about the boss?
Nothing, paramedic.
In Peace Walker,
Doesn't
he's...
sound like nothing.
Nothing to do with the boss, I mean.
It has something to do with the boss, but you don't want to say so.
Yeah, kinda.
I understand, Snake.
The boss has done a lot of work on the military study of halo jumps. And Snake here wanted to give a perfect performance on the first real jump, you know, to show respect to the mother of the technique.
Major!
Snake, I thought you were over and out.
Wow, is that right?
You got something to say.
No,
I bet you do.
not really. I just think it's kind of sweet of you to think like that.
I don't know whether to take that as a compliment or an insult.
It's a compliment, Snake. So tell me, is it true?
What?
Not that. Is it true that the boss really worked on research for Halo jumps?
Oh, that.
Yes, it's true.
Of course, she
Halo
invented everything.
stands for high altitude, low opening. It's a jump technique developed for covert insertions into enemy territory, just like the area you're in. A plane flies at 10,000 feet or above to avoid detection by ground forces, and the jumper free falls until he's within 1,000-foot altitude above the target area, when he finally opens his chute. By using this technique, the chances of revealing the parachute landing to the enemy are marginal. The Halo technique was originally developed in France. This was partly due to popularity of parachuting as a sport since the end of World War II. And the boss was an instructor for the research that was carried out there. In 1957, at the JFK Special Operations Center at Fort Bragg, the boss was invited to instruct at the first ever US military Halo school. Of course, none of this is on the record, but she's the mother of modern-day special forces. Press the... while hanging. You can't keep hanging forever. Once you run out...
You didn't play Phantom Pain, Zero.
If there's something to grab onto during... Press the... If you approach an enemy undetected, you can render him
Major, tell me a little bit more about the space race.
In 1957, the Soviet Union succeeded in launching their first artificial satellite, Sputnik, into orbit. Having been beaten to the chase by the Soviets, the US government accelerated its own space program in an effort to catch up. The following year, the space development programs of the various service branches were united to form the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, or NASA. That same year, the Mercury program was launched with the goal of putting a man into space. 7 candidates were chosen from the military as the first astronauts. These were the men with the right stuff. But as you know, it was a Soviet cosmonaut, Yuri Gagarin, who made the first successful manned spaceflight 3 years ago. NASA's first successful ballistic flight came 1 month after Gagarin's mission, with the Freedom 7 carrying Alan Shepard into space. After that, with America still lagging behind the Soviets in orbital flight, President Kennedy made a momentous decision: that America would put a man on the moon before the end of the decade.
Yeah, I heard that speech, but a lot of guys I knew weren't real happy about it. They said no one was going to make them go on a mission to blow up some damn moon base.
But rocket research and missile research are closely related. Imagine, if you will, a Soviet Union able to send wave after wave of nuclear missiles raining down on Washington from a base on the surface of the moon. Even if that's still a long way from reality, if we lose the initiative, we may never get it back. We're left with no choice but to keep moving forward one step at a time. The Gemini program, launched 2 years ago, represents the initial step towards establishing a moon base. And yet, I don't want to call President Kennedy a liar, but I simply can't imagine that in 6 years man will have reached the moon.
I don't know. I never even thought we'd make it up into space. I guess it all depends on whether you have the will to make it happen.
Perhaps you're right.
If I'm not mistaken, the space race call is the last, one of the last
Snake,
calls with Zero. That should all be tutorials.
Press. Snake, when you press the weapon...
Don't worry, the Boston went to that one too, yes.
The assault... The distance that you throw...
Yeah, it's all tutorial stuff now, I think. Finally, we're done with Zero calls for the Vicious mission. Okay. Let's save. Start the movie calls. And then move forward a little bit. This is on PS3.
Hey, Snake, you ever heard of Godzilla, King of Monsters?
No, what is it?
It's a movie. You haven't seen it?
Nope.
It's about this monster called Godzilla, who grows to an enormous size in a nuclear test and goes on a rampage in Tokyo.
Nuclear test, huh? Then the Marshall Islands must be crawling with giant monsters right about now.
It's just make-believe.
Maybe that's why my pants have been so tight lately.
Snake, it's a movie, not a report out of Los Alamos.
I know. So then what happened?
Godzilla is immune to all weapons, and humanity has no way to stop the monster. Dr. Shirazawa develops a new type of weapon, but meanwhile, Godzilla is getting closer and closer to Tokyo, obliterating everything in its path. It was originally a Japanese movie, but they made an American version, too. I recommend seeing the original Japanese one if you ever get the chance. It's mostly mindless fun, but it's also got a serious anti-nuke message as well.
Where can I see the original?
You'll just have to go to Japan.
Really? That's too bad.
Well, if you wait 40 years, you might be able to see it in America, too.
Why's that?
2004 will be Godzilla's 50th birthday.
You think they're still going to be making Godzilla movies then?
Of course! Everybody loves Godzilla.
You sure know a lot about movies.
I don't suppose you're the movie-watching type, are you?
Not really.
Okay, then I'll tell you everything I know. When the going gets tough, movies can save your life. It's always good to be able to look at things from a different perspective when you get in a jam. That's the magic of movies.
No kidding. Well, I guess it might at least make a nice distraction.
That's the spirit, Snake. Have a little fun.
Alright. We got all the Sears calls out of the way in the first area. Nice. There's still quite a few. I really don't know what the hell they were thinking people would do in the Virtuous mission. All these calls and only a few areas to go through. Xenos, thank you for the 33 months. Okay, we still have no enemies in here. Now we can do the grass call, I guess.
If you crawl into the grass, you can advance undercover.
No shit.
When you do, the camera
Okay.
Sokolov.
Wait, that's not the grass call I was thinking about, though. But, okay. Daniel9891 with the Prime sub. Thank you. Glad you enjoyed the stream.
Snake,
Welcome
be
aboard.
careful of that swamp.
What's dangerous about it?
It's a bottomless swamp.
A bottomless swamp?
Yes. The mud in that swamp is highly viscous. It will stick to your body like tar. It will be impossible for you to swim. If you get swallowed by the bottomless swamp, you won't be able to escape on your own. Once you sink down to about head level, you'll be trapped for good. Make sure you get out before that happens.
So, I have to make sure I don't sink too far. Got it.
Snake, wait.
There's more?
Yes.
What?
Crocodiles.
Crocodiles?
Yes.
Crocodiles. Like the reptile.
That's correct. More accurately, they're Indian gavials.
What are crocs doing deep in this forest?
You'll have to ask Paramedic about that one. Paramedic?
Yes. The Indian gavial is a crocodile that originally lived in freshwater regions in India and Nepal.
Why are Indian crocodiles way out here?
They're captive crocodiles that were brought here for research purposes but escaped and became wild again. Indian gavials are large creatures. Adult males grow to over 6 meters in length. You'll never catch one alive, even if you use the tranquilizer gun.
Got it. So, how do they...
Taste? Yes, I did look into that. You know what they always say. Tastes like chicken.
Sounds delicious.
But be careful when capturing an Indian gavial. Normally they're cowardly creatures, but the ones in the forest there are belligerent. Apparently they attack humans.
What do you mean?
They weren't the direct subject of any serious research, but some think they may have become violent as a side effect of the atomic research that was conducted nearby.
Snake, intelligence
Oh well. Alright, let's mess with the crocodiles a little bit. Why not? They're big boys, but... Got some grenades. He wants food. Alright. Let's see. We should probably do the weapon calls as we find them, so... Wait, no, because of the whole SIGINT thing. Never mind, I just remembered. So when they open their mouth like that, anything you can throw in there. Including food, grenade, magazines. So, we can feed him a grenade. Come on, open up. He's going for a spin. Oh. Come on. Here we go. Oh. Turns out grenades aren't really good for you. But now that we have some crocodile meat, we can throw that too. So yummy. Yeah, you can force feed crocodiles to crocodiles. Why not? You're still hungry? Oh shit. That didn't land inside. Fuck. We got the hornet's nest instead. That was close. That grenade didn't land. Didn't go inside the mouth. Oh well. Hornet's nest, call it as, I guess. OV Zeke with the Prime sub. Thank you. Glad you enjoyed the stream.
I see you caught yourself a
that's
reticulated
right.
python. The reticulated python is said to be the longest snake in the world. The biggest ones can grow up to 10 meters in length. Although they're not poisonous, they're still very dangerous, so be careful around them. They have a highly ferocious temperament, and they can swallow whole, even large animals like deer and pigs. Their most distinguishing feature is the mesh pattern of their scales. This pattern acts as a highly effective natural camouflage. If you think there might be a reticulated python about, pay close attention to your surroundings. Otherwise, you could get bitten before you even know it's there. It's a huge snake, but you should be able to capture it alive by using the tranquilizer gun. I'll bet if you capture one and throw it at an enemy, it'll give him a good scare. You've eaten one, haven't you?
Yeah, it wasn't half bad.
Cannibal.
What was that?
Nothing. Talk to you later. I see you've got yourself a Baltic hornet's nest. Baltic hornets are a variety of hornets that inhabit that area. The difference between them and other hornets is that they produce honey in their nests. Inside the nest are larvae, pupa, and adults. You can eat them all. In particular, the honey you find inside the nest is delicious and full of nutrients. It's easy to digest and helps pep you up when you're feeling tired. In short, it's the perfect survival food. Honey can also be used as a burn ointment. When honey is applied to a burn, it creates a protective coating over the skin. When you knock down a hornet's nest, a burn ointment will appear along with it, so don't forget to pick it up. Of course, the hornets aren't going to give up their nest without a fight. If you knock a nest down, a large swarm of hornets will come flying out, so be careful.
Let's see, what else could we feed the crocodile? I guess we can get mushrooms in here. Oh, the frog also. Oh shit. Suppressor here, we don't really need. There should be these mushrooms. I don't want to get the call about the mushrooms yet though, because it changes if you do it later in the game. So we'll just get rid of it right away. And then I hear a bird. Something's moving here. Shit. Ah, well, we can still find the frog. At least the frog won't fly away. There it is. Free frog. I don't think we can really do anything by feeding the crocodile, other than feeding them grenades. Oh, rip. Well, now that mushroom's gone forever. The frog is still alive in its little cage. This is... Let's see. It's kind of a bad spot here. A little mud, but okay. Ah, the croc cap isn't for a while. It's much later in the game. Well, not much later, but it's not for a while. Come on, open up. That poor frog. I don't even think you can poison them. Like, even if you throw poisonous stuff at them, the crocodiles aren't affected by it. That's really just the grenades that do something. Let's see. I do want to get all the food calls. But there's different versions of them, depending on whether you've already eaten whatever you're talking about or not. And sometimes paramedic talks about things that are in the area you're in, even if you haven't captured it. Ah, you little fuck. Birdie. What's this? It's a magpie. And the whole survival aspect of MGS3 is mostly useless because it's very forgiving and there's food everywhere and stamina doesn't drop that fast. But it's cool, I guess, that you have all the animals and the calls about them.
I see you've captured a magpie. Magpies are members of the crow family. They're distinguishable by their beautiful dark blue and white bodies and their long tails. Their favorite food is insects, but they'll also eat small fish, acorns, and fruit. They're omnivores, which means...
They'll eat anything.
Right, just like you, huh?
Okay, so how do they taste?
You always ask me that.
Naturally. So?
I've never heard of anybody actually eating a magpie, but I suppose there's no reason you couldn't.
Yeah,
You don't say.
apart from all the diseases you get from eating birds, but okay. What if we throw this... Oh shit, that's close. In the mud. Oh. Rip, I guess. Let's move on. We'll do the keratin call in the next area. Oh, there's another fruit here.
I want some more.
Looks like you found a Golova.
Golova?
Yeah, it's a fruit that's found only in that region. It's related to the jackfruit, which is commonly found in Southeast Asia.
Jackfruit, huh?
Yep, he's a cannibal.
Huh?
I didn't say anything.
No, I'm sure you...
I said, I'm sure you'd like it.
Oh.
Golova means head in Russian. It's probably called that because the fruit grows to about the size of a human head. It's supposedly pretty good to eat with a uniquely sweet flavor. The fruit itself is fairly large, so you could make a meal out of it.
Yeah, I tried one. It was pretty good.
Naturally. Golovas grow directly off the trunk of the tree. If you're running low on stamina, it might be a good idea to keep an eye on the tree trunks.
I don't know, I was mostly thinking about like pigeons and stuff carrying diseases and parasites and whatnot, but maybe if you cook them enough. Ah, finally, we get to mess with some enemies.
Major, I've spotted 2 enemy soldiers.
They're probably KGB troops sent to guard Sokolov.
AK-47s and grenades.
Snake, your presence in Soviet territory is already a violation of international law. We can't let the Kremlin find out that the CIA and the American government are involved. Contact with the enemy is strictly prohibited. Don't engage them in battle either. This is a stealth mission. Got that?
The Major is right. The point of this mission is to sneak through the jungle without being seen. The success of the mission depends on how well you use your camouflage. Change your camouflage by selecting Camouflage from the Survival Viewer. The Uniform option lets you pick your uniform, while the Face option lets you change your face paint. Choosing camouflage that blends in with your surroundings will help you conceal yourself more effectively. Also, don't forget that anything that moves will stand out in the jungle. If you just stand up and run around like an idiot, you're bound to be spotted. But if you crawl instead, you should be able to sneak by without being noticed. You can see how effective your camouflage is by looking at the Camo Index. The Camo Index shows how well your current camouflage blends in with the surrounding area. The higher the value, the harder you are to spot, and vice versa. The key is to make yourself one with nature. Keep that in mind as you go along, okay?
Yeah, what did she just say? Run around with a tranquilizer and shoot people in the head? Yes, indeed. Alright, let's just clear these guys for now. And we'll be taking a look at them all. And the other stuff in here. Xenos with a $10 donation, thank you. He asks, what is the most tasty sounding thing the snake eats in this game? That's a good question. What's something that... I mean, apart from the calorie mates noodles. Yeah. Let's see. What's something really good in MGS3 in terms of food? Eva's ass? What?
Freeze!
Okay, so those guys that I put to sleep, actually, I'm gonna go wake them up and hold them up on the ground so that I don't have to worry about them getting up. Actually, that fruit Paramedic was talking about earlier, the Golova, that sounded pretty sweet. So maybe that's a good one. Get up.
Freeze!
And this guy. Oh.
Freeze!
Okay. Now that we're taking over the entire area. I don't know if it's really worth doing a playthrough with the original camera, because you can switch between the two cameras instantly by pressing R3. If you want to see the original camera in a given area, this is it. In some areas it's actually better, but I don't know. It's just kind of nice to have. So I don't know if it's worth doing an entire playthrough with it. By the way, Xenos, let me know if you want to put your $10 towards the donation war in the chat. Okay, let's take a look at Carrotown here. If you look, it's actually a little piggy bank. It has a coin slot in the back. Oh, alright, we'll put that towards old age. Thanks again. Let's see. Here we go. So, the point of the Carrotans is if you find all 64 of them and shoot them, or shake them, because you can also punch them, you can throw grenades at them, It's not the explosion, but the grenade itself that can hit. Oh, that's probably not the greatest idea right now. But anyway, if you can, well, we can probably throw other shit at it too. If you can get all 64 of them, then it's actually one of the ways to unlock the stealth camo in the game. And you also get a special code name for it, Keratin code name. But it's not really worth doing for this stealth camo. It's more like for the hell of it, just for you know, just to say that you found all of them. Because there's one in each area, and some of them are kind of tough to get later in the game. Because if you really just want the stealth camo, it's much easier to just finish the game without getting spotted. That's another way you can unlock the stealth camo. Well, I missed. Oh well. But if we keep shooting it, you can actually slowly kill it. The tone, pitch goes down until it dies. It's changed already. Oh, he's dead. He's dead. Now we need ammo. Good thing there's the SVD here. But we could search these guys. But you can actually search them while they're on the ground like that, but it requires shooting right next to where they are to scare them, so you still need the ammo. So you can actually get the SVD in the Virtuous mission. It's all the way here. Which means you can get the boss to talk about the SVD. We'll do all those calls later. This is a little trick to them. What's in there? Is it rogue juice? Okay, let's see what this guy has. That bulge. No,
wait!
That wasn't close enough. Stun grenade. Yeah, shake it. Come on. How is that? Is it because I'm right on top of him? Maybe? That's weird. Life medicine. And maybe... Oh no, that's it, I think. Yep. One more. Okay, let's get him up. Because the PS2 can do this highly advanced thing where you can actually have voice acting for interrogations. I know it's a lot to ask, but yeah, PS2 can do that.
Speak. We won't hand over Sokolov. Speak. Let go of me. Speak. We won't hand over Answer me.
That's it.
Let go of me.
So we can either snap his neck in just one style, or we can slit their throat. I really gotta make a note of which guys to actually interrogate during these playthroughs, because some of them have boring shit to say. Some of them are actually kind of interesting. So, one day, maybe, as an idea, we'll do a run where we interrogate everybody.
Don't shoot me, please!
We can't do it right now because of the marathon, and, you know, it's gonna be multiple people doing it and stuff, but... Yeah, that's actually a really good idea. I'm gonna do that outer heaven. MGS3 interrogate everybody run. I can't believe I never thought about doing that before.
Oh.
Well, if you get why they speak English, then you should also understand why they don't have accents. Because they're not speaking English. They're speaking Russian. Everything that you hear between, you know, the characters that are supposed to be speaking Russian is supposed to be in Russian, but for the viewers or players' convenience, it is delivered to you in English. But they're supposed to be speaking Russian. So there's no point in giving them an accent if they're already supposed to be speaking Russian anyway. So the whole thing with Sokolov mentions it during the cutscene where you meet him. Originally, was it Kojima? Well, I think Bad Human said recently that it wasn't Kojima, it was actually Akio Otsuka, Snake's Japanese voice actor, who wanted people to actually learn Russian for the game and voice act in Russian, and they didn't end up doing that.
Answer me.
Hornets. They're terrifying.
Answer me.
Crocodiles taste great.
Wait, this guy's been eating crocodiles too?
Speak.
Throw a grenade into a crocodile's mouth.
Oh yeah, he tells you about that. Nice.
Answer me.
The boss method voice acting.
You lousy.
I need to remember to actually shoot some people in the dick so that they show up holding their junk as ghosts during the sorrow.
Please don't.
Some of these guys should have... I actually hit him with that dart. He's gonna pass out now. Let's see if we can get the stuff before he does. One more. Ah, shit. Never mind. He passed out. You can get the last one while he's standing up.
Freeze. Please don't.
There's their little animation while they're standing up too. Oh shit! He got me. I guess crawling makes them react. That's weird. I don't remember that being a thing. Hold on. That was not safe at all.
Who's that?
Is that really? Wait, what the fuck? I don't remember that being a thing, man. That sucks. But it's okay. I only needed to search these two guys anyway for the porn. Hold on. So you're telling me... Wait, I need to... I'm gonna test it real quick. Get up! Yeah, I'll have to get the SVD again.
Freeze.
So you're telling me if you... No? Then what happened?
Freeze.
Is it because... That's weird.
Freeze.
I don't know what happened. No, it's not even if you would equip the gun. It's like that in MGS2. In MGS3 you can stand in front of them with no gun equipped. For a while, at least. And in MGS2 it's like instant, but in MGS3 it's not instant. There you go. But, that was weird. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what happened there. Fuck it, let's just put these guys down again. I only really want the porn and the grenades from them. Those two guys should have them. It was kind of weird. Oh! We didn't do the Keratin call. I said I was going to, but we just killed it instead. Ah. That's kind of messy now, but... I do big boss runs all the time, but I don't speed run. Because I don't want to restart a million times. Okay, so these two guys we don't really need. Really had mind. Okay, let's do the Garrison call here. Oh yeah, we'll shoot him in the dick when we're done with them. Don't worry.
Hey, that's Keraton.
Huh?
Right there, see it?
Where?
Right in front of you.
This frog doll?
That's Keraton. Don't tell me you've never heard of him.
Is he famous or something?
Come on, everybody knows about Keraton.
Oh, okay. But what's this frog thing doing here?
Keraton.
Huh?
He's called Keraton.
Right, so what's this Keraton doing here?
He must be getting popular in the Soviet Union.
Here?
Not that
What?
you know anything about the magic of Keraton.
But
On the other hand, you might be able to use Keraton's power to help you in your mission.
What did you have in mind?
Keraton cries when you shake him. If the enemy hears that, they might come to check it out. Maybe you could use it as a diversion. And I hear that if you find all of the Keratons and shake them, something good will happen. Try it out.
shake them. Okay, I'm pretty sure those two guys there have horn. At least one of them does. Actually, no. You could use them as a diversion, yeah, but can't really think of any spot where that would actually be more useful than just taking out the enemy or avoiding them. But maybe. If you get all the Keratons, you unlock the stealth camo.
Freeze! Please don't!
Give me your porn now.
Huh.
Oh, it's the other guy that has the porn, but this guy should have it too.
Huh. Huh.
Here we go. Here we go. The so-called book.
Huh.
Yes. Fine piece of literature. A picture book for gentlemen, full of stunning photos of young female models. Okay.
Freeze!
Hold on. We need to shoot him in the dick. In the bulge. Look at that bulge. he could take a hit.
Freeze!
That's not where the dick is. That's where it is. Yeah, one for each ball, I guess. Anyway, thermal goggles in here. And there should be... Well, we did just find the thermal goggles, so might as well use them. Great for hunting. Ah, it's another magpie. There should be another type of bird here. Another one. It's probably in these bushes here. There we go.
I see you've caught yourself a Sunda whistling thrush. The Sunda whistling thrush is a bird native to Java and Sumatra. It's distinguished by its large blue body and long beak. It really stands out in the forest. If you're aiming to catch one alive, use the tranquilizer gun.
Got it. So...
How does it taste?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You don't know.
The guide doesn't say. I guess there's no reason you couldn't eat them.
Oh, I see.
But it's nice and plump, so I'm sure it'd make a hearty meal.
That's a good point.
Nice and plump. We should also have some fruit here. No scope the fruit. Maybe we should get two to get the call.
That's so great.
I see you found a Yabloko Moloko.
Diablo, what now?
Yabloko Moloko. It's a Russian name that roughly translates as milk apple. It's a type of star apple. The juice is thick and sweet, like milk, hence the name. And if you cut one in half lengthwise, you'll see a star-shaped ring radiating out from the center.
Hence the star apple.
Right. The star-shaped part has a gelatinous texture and is said to be especially tasty.
I ate one. It didn't taste that great.
Are you sure? It's supposed to be delicious.
Nope. It tasted terrible.
That's strange.
Yeah. Looks like that guide of yours.
No, it's your sense of taste.
Yeah, it's probably better if you've already eaten one. This call is probably better. I actually really want to do a run where we interrogate everybody and we try all the food calls in both versions. That sounds like a fun idea for a run. Actually, I'll be doing that sometime soon, I guess, on my channel. So we really gotta get some more paramedic calls done here, and then after this area the boss actually disappears. So we gotta call her now. Reinforcements, yeah, you interrogate them, they just say stuff like, you know, they're just being like tough guys. Like, finish me, or I'm not talking. They don't have anything to say, but they do still have lines. They're just trying to be tough guys, I guess.
Snake, when you knock down a hornet's nest, a large swarm of hornets will come flying out. If used wisely, this can sow panic among the enemy, but if you're not careful, the hornets may end up attacking you.
If you're attacked by hornets, wiggle the left stick around and wave your survival knife to shoo them away. Smoke is another useful tool in keeping hornets
Oh
away.
my god, that
If you're
line.
attacked by
Re-record
hornets, I'd
line.
advise you to try using a smoke grenade. And if you use the insecticidal bug juice, the hornet should stay away as long as the effect lasts. Hornets are prone to becoming agitated and aggressive when they see the color black. Their attacks will be more vicious if you're wearing black clothes. If you're attacked by hornets, you should change into white clothes.
Snake, that region is inside the enemy's area of control.
I know. Time for the real deal.
The enemy is running regular patrols. You don't know when or where you might run into them. Use camouflage prudently and proceed with caution. Snake, camouflage uniforms alone are not enough. You'll...
Okay. So conveniently, this guy brings the hornets to everybody else as well. So that they all leave. So you can clear the whole area just by doing that. Yeah, I kind of mentioned that. Yeah, I was wondering if Snake is so dumb in this game because people were dumb in MGS2, you know? It's possible, but it's one of those things that you can only speculate about. You can never really confirm, but it would kind of fit in. Anyway, those guys who left, they actually do come back. After a while, we'll hear like a sigh of relief, and then they'll come back. So they're not gone forever. Look at him. Better get the guy in the back first so they don't notice. Shit. Alright, now we have a lot of volunteers. This time I want to put all of them on the bridge now. Usually I only do one or two, but fuck, it's gonna take a second to set it up, but it might be worth it. Yeah, well, it won't be for a while, but after we fight the end, well, if we fight the end, actually, because Snipe Early or Old Age are winning right now. Fight is actually getting no love. But if we get the end's camo, then it's around those areas where we fight the end anyway that it reaches 100%. Shit. Now I remember why Adam put all of them on the bridge. Oops. Poor guy. I forgot. That's what happens. I was gonna make them all stand up and then cut down the rope. If you cut the ropes, they have a little animation for them to slip off and die, but maybe if we don't shake it so much. Upgrade, can't you just order shit from, like, I don't know, don't they have an online store? Why do you need someone to maybe the physical stuff? I don't know. Okay, well, what if we put him exactly in the middle? And be very careful walking back. He's slightly off to the side, but okay. Gotta be very careful. Don't slip off. Oh god, oh god. I don't know. Oof. We need some counterbalance to the left a little bit. Oh fuck. It's gonna be a fucking mess when I wake him up anyway. Cause, oh god. Maybe we'll just do those two guys. Maybe. Yeah, fuck it. They're facing different way. Perfect. So now, if I shoot one of these ropes, they're going to... Oops. I was kind of hoping they would go opposite sides, but I guess it makes sense because I only shot the rope on that side. Oh. Let's get the M16 here. You can't destroy it completely, but if you cut all the ropes, it makes it a pain in the dick to cross the bridge because it's become super wobbly everywhere. Imagine aiming. Ah, fuck it. Holy shit. There we go. Somehow, it's repaired for the cutscene with Sokolov and the boss. Somebody is gonna repair it. Yeah, of course, Skullface. He repairs it. That's a good question. Can they cross the bridge when it's like this? It's a good thing we left one guy alive there. We can maybe test it out. But yeah, now if I want to get across, it's... Oof. Stay in the middle. Hey, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Okay. That looked easy. It's not. You have to stay exactly there. Let's see. This guy has a radio too, so he can call for backup, and then they can all come, respawn, and cross the bridge. I don't know, actually. I'm not sure. I'll just put him here. And oh boy. Then I have to run away on the bridge. Maybe it's just better to wait for him to wake up naturally. Or maybe we can wake him up by shooting him in the leg or something. Huh. I was about to say, I wasn't sure that works in MGS3. In 2, you can definitely wake them up by shooting them somewhere non-vital. It makes their sleeping timer go down, but I don't know, but maybe it was just naturally up.
HQ respond.
This is HQ.
Patrol here. We're under enemy fire. Enemy
Oh fuck.
is unknown. Going into alert formation.
Acknowledged. Sending reinforcements. Use extra caution.
Oh, his leg isn't. Maybe that's actually what's saving him right now, because he's going so slowly. Maybe. Look at him. Oh, let's see if these guys can do it. Holy shit, they definitely can. It would seem that the enemies don't give a fuck. Now that all the ropes are gone, I can't even shoot a rope to make him fall off. Look at him. So they just have perfect balance then? Look at this guy. Wow, he does have perfect balance. Oh, the rope's on only one side. It's also a good question.
What's wrong?
They really do have perfect balance. Oh, if the ropes were still in place, I'm pretty sure a grenade would just destroy a bunch of them. Oh. Oh. 3 for 1, I guess. Nice. He just tilt the whole bridge and... yeah. Okay, now we're gonna do a little something with checkpoint here. Because like I said, after we move past this area, the boss stops answering her radio. So we've got to call and get all her calls now, pretty much. But there's also something about all the item and weapon related calls with the boss. If you do them with the boss, then SIGINT won't talk about the same items. So if you want to get both of them, you can do the calls with the boss and then get a game over, continue, and not save the fact that you did the calls with the boss. That's the way that I like to do it, so we can get both. Because some of the calls are much better with SIGINT. Some of the boss calls are really boring about some items, but it's nice to get both of them. Okay. Also, we still have some paramedic stuff to do.
Snake, that area is inhabited by the giant anaconda. The giant anaconda is believed to be the largest snake in the world in terms of weight and diameter. It's not poisonous, but its large size makes it extremely powerful. They say it even eats crocodiles. Its only natural predator is man.
And snake.
And snake. The giant anaconda is a very large snake, but you should be able to capture it alive using the tranquilizer gun.
Got it. So how does it taste?
I knew you were going to ask me that.
Glad I didn't disappoint you. So?
Well, the guide says it tastes all right.
Good. I'll have to try some.
Ugh. Snake, that area should be inhabited by tree frogs. The tree frog is a green frog that's found throughout Asia. It's arboreal, spending most of its time in shrubs and bushes. Use the tranquilizer gun to catch one alive. I bet you could scare an enemy good if you tossed one at him. But the tree frogs that live in that jungle are a lot bigger than ordinary tree frogs.
They've got an appetite, huh?
You've got a one-track mind, don't you? But seriously, that is one theory. However, there are people who think it's a mutation caused by nuclear testing and waste from the research facility.
Do you think they're safe to eat?
Is that all you ever think about?
What else is there?
Lots.
Like what?
Like why a frog would get so big in the first place. Whether it's a temporary phenomenon created by a unique environment, or a permanent mark of evolution, or a product of the toxic waste coming out of the research facility. If it is the waste that's causing it, then it means humans are interfering with the ecosystem. It really makes you think about the changing relationship between...
This isn't interesting.
Oh, fine. Be that way.
So, how about it?
You mean, is it edible?
Yeah,
Well, I guess it's probably okay.
probably.
I don't know. The guide doesn't say anything.
Pretty useless guide, if you ask me.
Well, try one for dinner and you can help improve it.
Imagine just... Yeah, next time, I'm gonna buy that in a conversation. So when someone else is talking to you, this isn't interesting.
You should be able to find Siberian...
Good thing I got the checkpoint. I don't want to get that freaking mushroom call yet. But... I guess there's no way. It's really difficult to only get it after you meet Brandon. I guess we have to go through it though. To get to the fly call.
Snake. The gauge... Eat food. To eat. You'll find a fruit.
So, I hope it's not too late for it.
Paramedic.
What's up?
Are you a medic or a doctor?
I'm a well-respected physician. Or I was until I joined the CIA.
How is your reputation?
My what?
Your reputation.
Oh, that.
How was it?
Why? Don't you trust me?
That's not what I meant.
Fine then.
So?
So what?
Your reputation. How was it?
My, you're relentless.
Hey, I'm a snake. So?
My reputation was spotless. I'm highly skilled, patient, and good-looking to boot. Everybody wanted to see me. What else would you expect? No, seriously.
Incidentally, her nickname back then was Quack.
Major.
Is that true?
Is what true?
About your nickname.
No. Well, maybe a few people did call me that.
So you were a quack?
No. Well, yes and no. I mean, in a sense I was, but then again I wasn't.
Snake, her skills as a doctor are beyond reproach. You have my word on that.
Yes, that's exactly what I was trying to say, Snake.
Then why did they call her Quack?
It's because she...
Never mind that. It doesn't matter. We've got a job to do and we have to stay focused. Besides, my past doesn't have anything to do with the mission and...
Because she never shuts up.
Yes, that's it.
No, that's not it. Snake, tell him that's not true. Say something.
I'd better get back to the mission.
Yes, you do that.
Just a minute. Snake, don't you hang up on me.
Shit, I hope it's not too late to get the fly call. It will probably have to get a check or a continue here because I don't want to trigger the mushroom call yet. And yeah, I guess we can do all the boss calls now. Try to get the fly call as well. It's a bit of a headache trying to get all the calls in the right order. It's so easy to miss some of them. Once you know they're there, then you try to get them. Shit, no, I can't do the paramedic, the boss calls yet. Because I'm missing a stun and smoke grenade. Shit. I think everybody's dead though, so fuck it, it's not a big deal. Fuck it, let me just see if I can get that fly call.
When you should be able to, if you have any... Snake,
Damn, might be too late.
Snake. Snake. Snake.
Snake.
Say, Snake.
Oh, there it is.
About that helmet and oxygen mask you took off right after you parachuted in?
Oh, those? Those are the helmet assembly and oxygen system assembly I used to make the Halo jump. The helmet is fitted with a bayonet fastener that attaches to the oxygen mask. It's also got earphones and a boom mic.
I'm not interested in all that stuff.
So why did you bring it up?
It reminds me of something.
Reminds you of something.
Yeah.
The mask.
Yeah, but I can't remember what it is, and I can't stop thinking about it.
That's what you've been thinking about?
Yeah, every time I'm about to remember it, it slips away from me again. Don't you just hate that? I know I've seen it somewhere before.
It might also be a reference
Any
to
ideas?
Raiden's
How would I?
That's it!
mask.
What?
The fly!
The fly?
Yeah, it finally came to me. You look just like him. Ah, I feel better.
The fly?
From the movie, The Fly? You've never seen it?
No.
Jeez, where have you been? It's about this scientist who's conducting teleportation experiments when he gets mixed up with a fly and ends up with the fly's head attached to his body.
Never heard of it.
That's too bad. It's a good movie.
I think there's supposed to be a resemblance with Raiden's diving mask. The beginning of the Big Shell part, and MGS2 as well.
Paramedic. You said you like movies, right?
I love him.
About the Major's code name.
Major Tom?
Yeah. He sounded like he wasn't sure whether or not Tom was the name of the tunnel that worked in The Great Escape.
So I heard.
So was it?
Was it what?
Was Tom really the name of the tunnel that worked?
Right?
So it was Tom.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Why don't you know?
Why should I know?
You watch a lot of movies, don't you?
Yeah?
But you've never seen The Great Escape.
No.
Why not?
It didn't look interesting.
You don't watch movies that don't look interesting.
That's right.
And yet you've seen The Fly.
The Fly looked interesting, and it was. Something wrong.
Nothing. Tell me.
Oh, this is
what other
bugged.
kind of movies
The
do you
subtitles are gonna go crazy.
Let's see. There's the Quartermass experiment.
What the fuck, man?
And It Conquered the World, and Earth versus the Spider. Oh, and Mondo Kane. Did I say something weird?
It
Forget it.
turns into French, and then it fucking disappears, and then it comes back into... Like, I don't know what the fuck that was, but this is one of those calls where the subtitles are just bugged. And... Shit, I don't remember. There's at least one or two calls like this, and one of them is actually like that in the original as well. It's not Blue Point thing. But I don't remember which one. The Single Action Army call is another one that's bugged. But that one's fucking weird because the subtitles don't just disappear. They fucking change to French, and then they disappear, and then they come back. You know what? What if we do have... Oh, there's... No. That's right. I'm not playing the PS2 version. And I'm not playing the PAL version. So there is no fucking French or Spanish option. So... I wonder if the call is also bugged if you switch to French. Maybe the English subtitles are in the French version then. But yeah, it's just weird. Anyway, I kind of need to kill myself now because I don't want that mushroom call to have happened, so we can get the Granin version. It's basically impossible. I was thinking like all areas of the Virtuous mission have that fucking mushroom. So no matter where you are, she's gonna talk about it eventually. It's like the shittiest, most common default, lowest stamina recovery item you can find. And it's in every area of the Virtuous mission. This thing. So the thing is, since they talk about getting drunk when you do the call for this mushroom, if you do it after you meet Granin, then it will change. Snake will mention Granin because Granin is drunk when you meet him. So But I don't know how the fuck you're supposed to not trigger it until you meet Granon, because it's really difficult. It's in so many areas. So I'm just gonna off myself real quick here. Let's see. Guppy, thank you for the 15 months. And our Mister with the 14 months. Thank you guys. Hey, Space Cowboy with the sub. Thank you. Like enjoying the stream. My voice is much louder than the game. Sure, why not? We can make the game a little louder, I guess. It keeps changing though, because more Blue Point mastery at work there. It's some of the calls, some of the cutscenes, the audio mixing and balance is all over the place, unfortunately. On PS3, that kind of sucks. Wait, so it's basically impossible to get those later paramedic calls without triggering the mushroom call first. Fuck it, let's just do the boss calls now.
Snake.
What's up, boss?
Don't you what's up me.
Okay then, what is it?
I'm talking about your camouflage. Why aren't you using it?
Oh.
When you don't use any camouflage at all, you stick out like a sore thumb. Didn't you listen to a word I said?
Well, I was listening, but...
Then start using your camouflage. Is that clear?
Yeah.
That reminds me, there's also a call for getting caught all the time. If you have a lot of alerts, they talk shit about you, but I don't think it works in European Extreme, because if you get caught, it's an automatic game over and a continue, so... So it's probably not possible to get it on highest difficulty. That kind of sucks. There's a couple things I want to go back and do. There's specifically one call that you also can do on European Extreme, because it's about all the different sensors you have, the sonar, the AP sensor, the motion detector. Those you just don't have because of difficulty. So we can't get the call about them. So I was thinking maybe we can quickly load the lower difficulty thing and then get the calls. But the thing is, those calls, they have a follow-up call in the Snake Eater mission. You have to do the call in the Virtuous mission, and then something happens, we do the call in the Snake Eater mission later. So it's kind of a fucking headache trying to get all the calls in this game. But we could mess around with the developer save, I guess, and just jump back and forth in the game. Anyway, let me just get a few weapons out so the boss can talk about stuff. And I really should have done New Game Plus, because Single Action Army and the Tuxedo Call. Well,
visibility is poor in the jungle. You can only use CQC to grab.
Stop telling me controls, please.
I see you're wearing the olive drab uniform. Olive drab, or OD for short, is what you might call the pre-camouflage uniform. Plain-colored OD fatigues are still worn by infantry today, but they'll be replaced sooner or later by patterned camouflage. As you can see, it's got no colors or markings on it, so of course it won't make a very effective disguise. You should change into some other type of camouflage as soon as you can.
Okay, can we maybe move a little bit to avoid all these river and wind noises in the background? Maybe we'll be a little better here. Maybe.
Normally, you would ask a fellow soldier how well your camouflage is working. But this is a solo sneaking mission, so nobody out there is on your side. You have to determine how well your camouflage is working by yourself.
Yeah, I know.
Don't worry, that's what the camo index is for. The camo index tells you how well you've imitated the surroundings. The higher the index, the more well disguised you are. With a high enough camo index, you can even fool enemies inches away. If you are in an area where
you can crawl between their legs even. We got a $5 donation from Anonymous. It's an anonymous $5 donation with no message and no name. It's just $5. So I'm afraid I can't put that towards the donation war, but thank you, anonymous benefactor. Oh, people coming in from Peach's stream. Nice, thank you. Good to see you guys. Yeah. Well, money laundering.
In my day, I did my share of sneaking into enemy territory.
You mean since World War II?
Yeah, mostly snatch missions.
Snatch mission? That's where you abduct an enemy officer without killing him, right?
Right. That's where I got the original idea for CQC. In a snatch mission, taking out the target's escorts by shooting them is not an option. If the enemy hears the gunshot, they'll know there's an intruder and tighten security. And the target will sense danger and try to get away.
You needed a way to take out the guards and secure the target without making a sound.
That was the idea. The CQC style that you and I developed is based on the techniques I cultivated during those missions. So...
First time I've heard this.
Huh?
You've never told me any of this before.
I didn't?
No. Why? Why didn't you tell me this before? Why now?
I have my reasons.
I'm totally not about to betray you, Snake. Don't worry.
This is a solo sneaking mission. There's no one out there to support you. You'll need to be more than just a soldier. You'll have to be a medic, a pilot, and even a
No,
cook.
not a medic. No, please.
You don't need to remind me.
No medics.
I'm glad to hear that.
Glad to hear what?
That you haven't changed a bit. The truth is, you're nervous, aren't you?
I'm not nervous.
There's no need to be embarrassed. No one's ever attempted a mission like this before. In fact, you might say that getting nervous is the natural way to react. Relax. That's why you have the survival viewer. The survival viewer contains everything you'll need to stay alive in the field. Use camouflage to change your camouflage, backpack to select a weapon, food to eat, and cure to heal yourself. The map option lets you view the map, and the options function lets you change the settings to suit your individual style.
And the pachinko option lets you play pachinko. Samoda, thank you so much for the $10 donation to Fight the Ant. Let me add that right away. Imagine there was a pachinko option. Yellow Fury, thank you for the Prime sub. Glad you enjoyed the stream.
Choose battle fatigues that match. It takes more than just clothes to make a good disguise. To camouflage yourself effectively. Camouflage.
She goes on about camo and CQC.
Hunters have known about camouflage since ancient times. But it's only quite recently, since the 18th century, that it's been applied to military operations. The first camouflage introduced to the military was a solid-colored uniform designed to blend in with the battlefield. It was really more of a protective coloring than true camouflage. Camouflage in the modern sense of the word wasn't introduced until the First World War. During that war, weapons such as aircraft, cannon, and warships were painted in camouflage colors. But it was almost never used to disguise individual soldiers. The widespread use of camouflage began in World War II. The Germans and the Russians in particular made active use of it in battle. Nowadays, with the Cold War raging, the Eastern Bloc has been hard at work developing all sorts of camouflage patterns. In the West, the French implemented it in their paratrooper corps, and SAS during the Wars of Independence in Indochina.
I never saw it used in Korea, though.
America has lagged behind other countries in incorporating camouflage. They're only just beginning to consider introducing it into certain units.
Why is that?
Apparently, there are those in the U.S. military who consider camouflage too passive a technique.
Morons.
You're telling me. But now more and more people are beginning to appreciate how useful and important camouflage can be. I'm sure the brass will see the light soon enough.
The boss in Fortnite. There's your game.
To place a... The sooner you find the enemy, the better you'll be able to deal with the situation. So be sure to make use of sensors like the motion detector and
We don't
active
have
sonar.
those. Yeah, she probably invented Fortnite.
When you aim your handgun in Stalking is a movement technique. In the jungle, it's absolutely crucial to keep your position secret from the enemy. Sometimes even the smallest sound can be enough to give your position away and get you killed. You'll have to make sure your weapons and equipment don't make noise bumping around. Use tape to secure metal objects and other items that seem likely to produce noise. After you've secured your gear, jump up and down to see whether it makes a sound.
Don't worry. I remember the drill.
Select map. Keep in mind that your weapons and equipment each have their own weight. Storing a heavy item on your person. There is one weapon greater than any other in battle. Do you know what that is?
Yeah.
What?
Do we have to go through this again?
Yes.
Will. An unflinching will to survive, no matter what.
Exactly. The will to carry out your mission and return home alive will see you through even the most desperate of situations. It's the most potent weapon in your arsenal. Don't forget that, no matter what.
Well, it will be like a torture session. Like, press triangle repeatedly to give birth to Ocelot.
Treetops, bushes, hollow logs. There are plenty of places in nature you can use to hide yourself. Search each area carefully in first-person view. Use nature to its fullest extent. You'll thank me later. If you want to survive in the jungle, you're going to need to hone all of your senses. An unnatural movement in the undergrowth, a tiny shadow peeking out through the trees in the distance. Always keep an eye out for any signs of the enemy's presence. Your sense of hearing is equally important. Visibility is poor in the jungle, so you've got to learn to pick up the enemy's presence from the sounds you hear around you. Always be listening for that one snap of a twig among the chirping of the birds and the babbling of the brooks. Your sense of smell is also important. Body odor, sweat, gunpowder, food. These faint smells wafting in the wind will tell you where the enemy...
No.
No?
I can't smell.
You? What now?
I can't smell.
Not at all.
Nope.
Not even a little bit.
Not a thing.
Oh. Well then, you'll just have to trust in your instincts as a gamer.
There you go. Gamer call. Just like Miller's call. Master's call, and then just one, yeah. Trust your instincts as a soldier. As a gamer. Of course, we can hear the game, we can see the game, but we cannot smell the game. That's why Snake has no sense of smelling. When he's talking to the boss about it in this call, it doesn't mean that canonically Naked Snake as a person does not have any sense of smell. It means that we are the player and we cannot smell the game. We can only see it and we can hear it. At least, yeah, not yet, until Sony inevitably introduces a sniffing apparatus for the DS5. We cannot smell the game quite yet. Imagine loading little, I don't know, fart capsules into your controller to create smells. Gotta buy the smell cartridges for your controller, you know? But yeah, there's some people who might get confused by this and think, oh, Snake can't smell. canonically, but no, it's just talking about being the player. Trying to think, where is it that they kind of dropped this as a concept because oh yeah, in MGS4, for example, Snake can definitely smell Johnny's shit. So they kind of dropped that. Trying to think, is there any in... Oh boy, the other thing, I'm trying to think where the protagonists smell different things in the series now, and unfortunately Phantom Pain came to mind. Fuck that. And the thing with the parasites in the quarantine facility and smelling it through the mask. Then Old Snake and MGS4 can definitely smell Johnny's shit. Yeah, there's a couple dumpster related calls in MGS4. Yeah, Snake talks about the smell as well. Trying to think if there's any Peace Walker or Ground Zeroes. Shit. Trying to think. But anyway, fuck it, maybe we'll come to mind eventually. Let's see.
If you rapid fire the assault rifle, the recoil of the gun will cause your equipment. You said the enemy is equipped with AK-47s, didn't you? The AK-47 is the official assault rifle of the Soviet Army. It's employed not only by the Soviets, but throughout the entire Eastern Bloc. It uses 7.62 millimeter by 39 ammunitions, with a magazine capacity of 30 rounds. The AK is reliable, precise, powerful, and easy to handle. In short, one of the best assault rifles there is. Don't even think about getting into a one-man firefight against an enemy unit equipped with AKs. Avoid battle as much as possible. Are we clear? You mentioned the enemy was also carrying grenades, correct? Those grenades are RGD-5s, the standard blast fragmentation grenade of the Soviet Army. You can protect yourself from a large part of the blast and shrapnel from a grenade by lying flat on the ground. If someone throws a grenade at you and you sense that you can't get away in time, get into a crawl position. It should reduce the damage to a minimum. When you see an enemy, the first thing to do is conceal yourself and watch what he's doing. If you make any sudden moves, your camo index will decrease, and there's a good chance the enemy will catch sight of you. And don't start to panic just because an enemy is acting like he knows you're there. It doesn't necessarily mean he's figured out exactly where you are. As long as you hide someplace like the bushes and stay perfectly still, you'll usually come out all right. Stay calm, keep a grip on the situation, and use clear judgment. Got it?
Yeah, it really does decrease damage if you're crawling next to a grenade.
Your ultimate objective in this mission is to find Sokolov and get him to safety, not to slaughter the enemy.
So basically, I should avoid getting into battles, right? You don't have to tell me.
To avoid battles, it will be essential to scout out the enemy's numbers and positions. That's what your binoculars are for.
Man, I kind of wish that sometimes these games, like they always tell you to avoid battle, but it's much easier to just get rid of the enemy. You know? Partly because, well, the tranquilizer is fucking OP. If they made it so that dealing with an enemy is so much of a pain in the ass that's better to avoid them, then it'd be a little bit more interesting, I guess. I mean, MGS3 kind of lends itself well to self-imposed challenges like that, like don't use a tranquilizer, or use CQC only, or do a ghost run where you're just not interacting with anything, just hiding. But yeah, it's not worth it. You just put everybody to sleep or get rid of them and then leave. They really should have made it so that it's not worth the trouble of trying to engage the enemy instead. But whatever. I'm trying to think. I mean, you can certainly make it that way if you self-impose some challenges on yourself, like not using certain things.
Your objective in this mission isn't to get into fights. But if you're faced with a situation where you have no choice but to get rid of an enemy, attack him from behind.
No choice.
If you use stalking to sneak up behind an enemy and take him out in one strike, the other enemies probably won't even notice. If it doesn't look like you'll be able to sneak up from behind, wait for him to come toward you. Either figure out the enemy's patrol route and get there before he...
Enough with the backseating.
Tell me, what's the advantage of a solo sneaking mission?
It's easier to go in undetected than with a group.
Exactly. And therein lies the entire reasoning behind this virtuous mission. This mission into Soviet territory is a violation of international law. If this gets out to the public, we'll be faced with an international crisis even greater than the one 4 years ago.
4 years ago, the U-2 crash.
Failure is not an option.
Not a problem. I'll get Sokolov out without them ever knowing I was here.
Enemies pose a greater threat when they patrol in squads. The members of a squad are constantly watching out for each other, making it difficult to take them out without being noticed. If you absolutely have to attack a squad, use CQC or a gun equipped with a suppressor and start with the last one in line, then work your way up. A tactical reload is a change of magazines carried out before the bullets in the magazine are completely used up. It keeps you from running out of bullets near your enemies, so that you can keep up your level of firepower, and you will always have a bullet in your chamber. The trick is, don't lower your gun or your line of sight when reloading. Keep your line of sight up and concentrate on your surroundings while changing magazines. And don't forget to retrieve magazines that still have bullets remaining in them. The actual procedure involves unequipping your gun and then equipping it once again. That will load the gun with a new magazine. I recommend pressing the weapon window button quickly to carry out a quick reload.
See, some people think that we're cheating or it's a glitch or something when you do that to tactical reload, but no, the game actually just straight up tells you to do it like that. It's funny that she says, you know, first she kind of says a real life version of it, of not putting down your gun or your line of sight to reload, to maintain your awareness, but when you do it in the game by re-equipping the gun, it's literally putting it down for a second, but whatever. It's very useful, especially with the RPG and the tranquilizer. It lets you just, this is a rate of fire if you don't tactical reload. Why would you want to do that when you can do this? So, RPG and other bolt action, or the tranquilizer gun, or the Mazuna gun, or the shotgun pump action, it's much better to just do that. Let's see, I think... Oh, we actually didn't get her to talk about any guns yet. Can you tactical reload in real life? A tactical reload, well, the definition of it is different. You can't unequip and re-equip it. I think it just means reloading before slide lock, like before you run out. And there's the version where you just let the magazine drop for if you care about speed, or switch out the magazine slowly if you can retain it, if you can afford to do that, depending on what's going on. But pretty much it's reload before you're out, I guess.
If you rapid fire the assault rifle, the survival, the woodland face paint is.
I think she's just talking about random shit
The
now.
sooner you find the enemy.
Hey, mate, good night. Thanks for stopping by.
To place a weapon on your person, go to the survival viewer, then backpack. Choose battle fatigues that. The first person view attack.
Okay. Time to talk about guns. To next directional microphone.
Ah, you've got a directional microphone. The directional microphone is a high-performance listening device. When you equip it, you'll go into first-person view, where the microphone will pick up sounds in whichever direction it's facing. By pointing the microphone into the forest, you can sometimes hear the footsteps of enemy soldiers lurking beyond the trees. In jungle combat, success depends on how well you can sense the enemy's presence. Use it wisely.
In MGS4, it doesn't restore all the ammo in your magazine, but it does still help with the firing rate of stuff that's not semi-auto or full auto, you know, like the tranquilizer, the Mosin Nagant, the Mark II. It still helps fire a little faster. Maybe because the PS3 was able to store in the memory how much ammo you have left in each magazine of each gun. I don't know.
The gun you're using is a test model of a suppressor-equipped pistol currently in development by the Navy that's been modified by the CIA into a tranquilizer gun. The suppressor-equipped pistol it's derived from is itself being developed for use by special forces based on the M39.
The Mark 22.
That's what they're going to call it if they decide to adopt it for official use. It uses a slide lock mechanism that will keep the firing sound down to a minimum.
But I'll have to reload it by hand every time I fire, right?
Right. You won't be able to fire multiple shots at once, so make every shot count. Aim for the enemy's vital spots.
It is obscenely
There's talk of
OP.
designing the Mark 22
Yes.
to accommodate special subsonic rounds. But for this mission, you'll be using specifically designed tranquilizer rounds. In a way, these tranquilizer rounds are like miniature syringes. When one of them strikes a target, the impact causes a needle contained within to shoot out. At the same time, chemicals inside the round are mixed to create a gas, which pushes the plunger and injects the tranquilizer into the target. You can knock out an enemy immediately by shooting them in the head. But if you shoot them in the arm or leg, the tranquilizing agent will take some time to set in. Aim carefully.
Oh shit, you can actually see her scar.
Even while hanging, you can fire your handgun with one arm. And if you're attacked during a hanging maneuver, don't panic and claim the advantage.
Oh man, I forgot about that.
The Tiger Stripe pattern has been in use since 1959 among the South Vietnamese Marine Corps. But the pattern originated with the French. It's said that it developed out of the brushstroke pattern, also known as lizard camouflage.
This unknown.
It provides some cover in trees and grass, but it's especially effective in earth and mud environments. You should find it useful when you're concealing yourself by crawling on the ground.
So you can fire a gun while hanging. I forgot about that. How oddly specific. Damn, is he cycling that slide with his teeth? Holy shit. Wow. Holy fuck, man. I forgot about that. That's funny as fuck.
I see you've got the survival knife equipped. The survival knife is a necessity in the field. Press the weapon button to swing the knife. Press it repeatedly to perform a combo attack. The knife lets you kill an enemy silently, so you should find it useful when the situation calls for stealth. In addition to fighting the enemy, you can also use the knife to capture wild animals. That one knife can provide you with everything you need to survive in the field. Use it well.
Yeah, it's extremely situational. Can't even think. Made me feel like climbing trees a lot. There's a bunch of trees you can climb, but no, it's not really that useful.
I see you found yourself an RGD-5. RGD stands for Rachnaya Granata Degtyaryeva in Russian. It basically means hand grenade of the Degtyaryov design. It's the standard issue blast fragmentation grenade of the Soviet Army.
It's lighter than the M26.
And it carries fewer explosives as well. But I'd say it's more or less equal to an M26 in terms of performance. Be careful though, the safety pin ring is on the opposite side. You'll be fine as long as you keep the safety lever pressed down with your finger.
I'll keep that in mind.
Blast fragmentation grenades use a combination of blast and shrapnel to kill their targets. This makes them effective against standing targets, but significantly less effective against targets lying on the ground. Remember that.
Wait, can we also... Ah, no, okay. It's just handguns.
I see you've got your hands on an SVD. The SVD is the Soviet Union's most advanced automatic sniper rifle. It's said to be better designed and more durable than anything the West has.
It looks kind of like an AK-47.
The shape is similar, but the internal mechanism is one of a kind. It uses 7.62 by 54 millimeter rimmed cartridges, which are more powerful than the AK uses.
Hold on.
It can be a powerful weapon if you know how to use it. Sniper rifles aren't meant to be used on the move. When you equip one, they'll immediately go into first-person view. The more stable your stance, the less your hands will shake when you're aiming the rifle. Make sure you're lying down before attempting to make a long-distance shot. To use the scope, press the aim button. You can also use the action button to change the level of magnification. By taking out enemies from a distance with the sniper rifle, you can shift the odds in your favor. Use it well.
Well, I think I know what's going on with the volume. Let me switch back to this for a second. And... So... I'm not sure why, but today even the maximum volume on the capture card isn't cutting it. It's like something's changed. But maybe I can make it louder from here. Let me see. I'm not sure that's working properly. I don't know. Oh, okay, so that works. Okay. It's just kind of annoying. Okay, that's louder. Maybe too much. Sorry, I'm just fucking with it right now. I mean, it should be fine. I never had to manually change the volume percentage before, but okay. Okay. More weapons. Yes, this is a weapon.
What is that you have in your
Oh, that's way louder now, yeah.
Honestly, when did you start reading magazines like that? Didn't I teach you how to take care of business without having to rely on that sort of thing? Anyway, I'm sure some of the enemy grunts will find that sort of magazine as appealing as you seem to. Place it on the ground and you might be able to divert their attention.
So, what does that mean? Remember the basics of CQC. Yeah. So the boss taught Snake how to fap without porn, I guess. That must be it. Right? Oh, we can't put porn on the bridge. Damn it. There we go. With each new iteration, the porn gets more and more serious. And MGS2 was just regular with girl, and then in 3 it starts to get a little spicy, and MGS4 it's a full-fledged playboy. Just fapping in the middle of the jungle. That's what grenades are good for.
The weapon you're equipped with now is called the XM16E1. It's a new type of rifle currently being developed by the U.S. Army.
If it's still in development, then what's it doing here?
My guess is they captured it when it was being battle-tested in Southeast Asia. But the one you've got there is quite a bit different from the ones I've been hearing about. For one thing, it's camo-painted, and it's fitted with a 3-shot burst mechanism. It even looks like you could attach a suppressor. All of these modifications are geared towards jungle combat. This doesn't look like the work of the Soviets. My guess is they were added on site by an American gunsmith during Army field trials. Open the weapon window and press the Enter button to attach or remove the suppressor. Press the Action button to switch between semi-auto, full auto, and 3-shot burst modes. Make use of each of these functions as the situation warrants. The leaf pattern was developed to provide cover in forest environments.
Oh shit. We're missing the stun and smoke grenades, but that's not the end of the world. So now that we've done all these weapon calls with the boss, I am going to off myself so that the game doesn't save the fact that I've done these calls, so that we can get them with SIGINT as well. Oh, well, actually, there's a couple items also. I don't think she has Phantasm call, but same deal. Just the item calls and weapon calls with the boss, and then you can do them again with SIGINT, and they're different.
Those things you're wearing, those are...
Thermal goggles. Some kind of electronic gadget that shows the distribution of heat sources in image form.
I know they're based on the same principle behind the FLIR system on gunships, but to think they actually made it small enough to carry with you.
They're not just making good rockets, huh? Never underestimate the power of Soviet science.
Tell me about it. In any case, those thermal goggles should allow you to easily see through enemy camouflage and spot traps. Just don't leave them on for too long, or you'll drain the batteries. I see you're using binoculars. The ones you've got are a high-performance military model equipped with a zoom function.
Yeah, they give me a flat image across the entire viewing range.
They're completely waterproof and highly shock and flame resistant. You won't need to worry about them breaking. Scouting is key during a sneaking mission. If you can determine enemy positions and the lay of the land from a distance, it'll make your job that much easier. Use them wisely.
Yo, Hugmaster with the 5 gift subs. Thank you, guys. Enjoy these free subs from Hugmaster. Oh, I missed your resub earlier for 2 months. Also, thank you. else do we have? Oh, of course. We need to get some boss lore from the cigar. If they ever do make the boss prequel that everybody's talking about, oh god. Hopefully I remember
Are you
this.
smoking a cigar? I don't approve of you smoking during the mission.
Hey, you used to smoke them.
Never mind what I did. But that being said, cigars can be useful in a number of different ways, like getting rid of leeches.
Did you say leeches?
Yes. If a leech clamps onto you, try pressing the lit end of a cigar into it. The leech should cringe and detach itself from you. If you try to yank it off by yourself, you run the risk of it leaving its teeth inside you. With the cigar method, you won't have that problem.
Fascinating.
And unlike a cigarette, a cigar burns slowly, so you can use it in place of a torch in dark places.
I never knew a cigar had so many different uses.
Now you know, but quit smoking them during the mission.
Oh, nice.
Hear me?
One of the
Yes, ma'am.
One of the gifted subs went to Colonel Cathcart. Nice. He wasn't subbed already? Interesting. Oh, another one to Solemn Snake V. Thanks again, Hookmaster. How cringe. Supposedly, if you really do that in real life and you burn them, they kind of throw up inside your wound where they're attached to you. So it's still a bad idea. Also, thanks to Blue Point, look at the cigar. The light is fucking bugged. The light at the end, the lit end of the cigar, it just doubles up and goes everywhere. I don't know. No, it's not just your blood being puked back. It's your blood plus whatever nasty shit leeches saliva and mouth had in it. And stomach, if they even have a stomach. So it's the Phantom cigar. So it's not entirely a great idea to get your stuff get puked back from a leech into you. Apparently, the real way to do it is with salt. Salt is the way to do it. So I'm completely immune to leeches. Maybe the salt method also does that? I don't know.
When you aim your handgun in first-person view,
We already did this call. I don't think we have...
enemies pull...
Yeah, we already did the call to paramedic. Alright. I want to see him fall. He's shooting one-handed. Look at that slide in his teeth. What if we fall while we're reloading? Oh, shit, I should have left around. Oh well. Alright, now we can do those calls with Sigint again later, so I think we're good with calls. We can just do a couple more movie calls, but these carry over to
Do you want to save?
the Snake Eater mission. Yeah, you can shoot hanging. It's cool, but it's kind of useless.
Snake, do you know the creature from the Black Lagoon?
Nope, never heard of it.
These scientists are investigating a place deep in the Amazon called the Black Lagoon, and they get picked off one after the other by this fishman thing. And there was this scene when the heroine is going for a swim, and the creature sneaks up on her from underwater. Oh, I thought my heart was going to stop. I mean, of course, the 3D effects in It Came from Outer Space were a lot more intense, but...
It wouldn't be referring to you coming from outer space, would it?
How rude! Why do you say that?
Because no one on Earth could be as charming as you.
Fine. I'll just get to the point, Snake. Be careful of what's around you when you're in the water. Just imagining you swimming in those jungle rivers makes me think of you being attacked by a fish man.
I appreciate the concern.
Fishmen aren't the only things that'll attack you in the water. Really be careful out there.
Okay.
And don't be attacking any pretty girls going for a swim, either.
Are you calling me a fish man?
You started it.
Don't worry, paramedic. I have a solution for this. How about we simply remove water from the world? So that there is no swimming, no animals in the water to worry about. Oh shit. And we'll fall again. God damn it. Yeah, if we simply have, say, an open world game with no water in it, then everything will work out. Okay, so as soon as we cross this, the boss will not be available anymore. Except there's one more call to do in her frequency.
Major, I've reached the abandoned factory where Sokolov is supposedly being held. This place is a dump. I can't see Sokolov from here. The security is pretty tight. There are sentries posted around the perimeter. I wonder how many are inside.
Your objective, Sokolov, is inside the factory. They should be holding him in a room in the northeast section.
Northeast section. Got it.
Be careful. Your mission is to bring Sokolov back alive. He must not be exposed to any kind of danger. Do not approach Sokolov while in the alert phase.
Right.
Oh, and one more thing, Snake.
You mean there's more?
No, it's just that when you get to Sokolov, I want you to tell him something from me.
And that is?
Sorry for being so late.
Is that all?
Yes.
Understood. Beginning my approach to the target.
Okay. I'm going to clear this area as well, because I'm going to mess with Sokolov a little bit. But yeah, now if we try to call the boss, she should be... Oof. Gone.
Snake, Sokolov is imprisoned in the northeast area of the factory.
Got it. To the northeast.
Yes, and don't engage the enemy. The object of this mission is to bring Sokolov back safely and nothing more. Contact Sokolov without being spotted by the enemy and bring him out discreetly. If you must dispose of an enemy, do it with the tranquilizer gun. Snake, as I said before, this mission is only to bring Sokolov back safely. You must not put Sokolov in danger. You're not allowed to contact him during the alert phase.
How many times is he going to say that?
Major, you said the enemy was KGB, right?
Oh, that's right, there's this call too.
What unit are they from? The 6th Directorate?
No, the 9th Directorate.
The 9th?
Yes.
But I thought that was...
Exactly. It's the unit that protects the Kremlin and provides bodyguards for high-level VIPs.
But they're assigned to protect party and government figures. I thought that only meant high-ranking officials and their families. And now they're being sent out to stand watch over a field exercise?
That's the idea.
What's really going on?
I don't know. What I do know is that the director of the 9th Directorate is a well-known protege of Khrushchev. The Premier may have wanted to assign this mission to someone he knew he could trust.
So he can't trust any other units?
Ever since the withdrawal from Cuba, Khrushchev's position has been getting weaker day by day. This secret test is an act of desperation by a cornered man. If nothing else, the completion of Sokolov's new weapon in this test should help re-establish Khrushchev's authority in Moscow.
So what you're saying is, there's also a good chance that whoever doesn't want to see that happen is going to try and interfere.
Most likely, Khrushchev must have anticipated this and sent his most loyal unit, his trump card, to make sure that all goes well. If you crawl into the grass, you can advance undercover.
Who's that?
I forgot. I call only triggers when there's enemies around, so we got all of Zira's calls done before we even met the enemies. Let's see. Ah, fuck it. Ooh, in the eye. He didn't see nothing. And the guy there.
Who's that?
Shit. Potato aim.
What's going on?
Oh man.
There's something wrong. Support unit, confirm their status.
The support unit is gonna be a little busy.
What's wrong?
Ah, they all saw that guy I killed. Fuck it.
Intruder.
What's wrong?
Oh shit. I should really get some better camo, but whatever.
Should be around here somewhere.
Are they? Nope.
HQ, respond.
This is HQ.
Patrol here. We're under enemy fire. Enemy's position is unknown. Going into alert formation.
There's a guy in the back here. Also, that guy's about to wake up. Potato aim. Nah, don't hit the freaking thing. Jesus, okay, we need to eat. I think I got maybe 2 or 3 guys with that grenade. That guy woke up. Oh shit, did they respawn? This is why the tranquilizer is better. Oh no, it's just this guy. There's only the guy in the back, I think. Keep caution up. Oh, he woke up. That guy there too. Ooh.
Intruder. You should be around here somewhere.
You know what? Ah, I missed my chance to blow him up. Oh well. It's the only handgun you have is not lethal handgun in the Virtuous mission. So it gets kind of boring. Okay, that was a bit of a mess, but it was kind of fun too. These 2 guys here. Wrong answer. I think they're all dead now. We don't have to worry about them waking up. Oh, what the fuck is that? Is that the guy's blood? On what the fuck? That guy's blood made the whole thing red? That can't be right. Probably Blue Point shenanigans. That's weird. Okay, so now that it's clear, let's get a couple snakes. Maybe a bird or something. Let's see. Next slicing is open a can of Coke. It does kind of sound like it, yeah. Now we can get the checkpoint and birds, snakes, grenades. Too bad we can't throw Sokolov some porn through the window. Now there is fall damage, just not at that height. You break your legs when you fall from too high up. Or you can just walk it off. Like most injuries, you can just ignore it. It heals on its own. So if you fall from a certain height and break your leg, you just keep walking and just walk it off. Alright, so checkpoint. And now we'll go mess with Sokolov a little bit. So the default camera here would be like this. So we're not really able to see inside there with this camera that the game was originally made with, yeah. But with the new camera, we can see inside, and there actually isn't anybody in there. But Sokolov's in there. Sokolov, want to see my snake?
Get off me! Get off me!
So supposedly the snake is on Sokolov, but again, we can see there's nothing in there. The snake is just chilling on the floor. My immersion.
Get off me! Get off me!
A bird too. Wish we had smoke grenades to fuck with him some more. That's the bird flapping around. I wonder, hold on. Don't fight something, because we can actually go there or underneath. I mean, we can't climb up because of the bed blocking the hatch here for sure, but maybe I can. Yeah, okay, it's the same stuff. Still scare him from here. Okay, well, we got one more thing we can throw in there. But these are bad for you.
You've created a time paradox. Snake, you can't go changing the future like that.
Jeez, Campbell, you better relax or you won't even make it into the remake. Oh man, that was really loud. Now I see that the volume really didn't need to be boosted like that, but okay. Now, a couple more things in here. Of course, just like Zero, and most people, Sokolov does not like Raiden's face.
Snake, when you meet Sokolov, don't go in wearing that mask.
Why?
He won't like it.
Won't like it?
No.
Why not?
Just trust me, he won't.
Yeah.
You'll need Sokolov's full cooperation to complete this mission successfully. Don't do anything to make him lose confidence in you. When you go in to meet Sokolov, make sure you remove your disguise. Got it?
I mean, there is an easy answer to that question.
Go away.
It's because we're doing 5 days, so we're both doing it, taking turns, and we will alternate between the channels. Hopefully, each month, every other month, you know, we'll be here and then Outer Heaven and stuff.
I won't let you in here. Volkan said you didn't. Go away.
Yeah, does Sokolov play him just you as well?
I will never give it to you.
How does he know that I had the mask on? Okay. Well, one thing I'm gonna try is, because usually you can't get this close to the door. The cutscene would trigger right about here or something. But with the mask, it doesn't trigger. So if I take off the mask here, maybe it will trigger instantly. I'm gonna try that. But first, there's one more thing. This one's a pain in the ass to get, so bear with me. Usually when there's no response, it's useless to keep calling somebody, but with the boss, there's something going on. Man, I can't remember eating. I don't remember what the last time I ate was. Fuck! I can't believe I fucking skipped it. Well, let me just miss Sudoku. I thought it was gonna be nothing again for sure. It's okay, whatever. I didn't think it would be first try after closing or reopening the radio. Anyway, you don't really hear anything. You're supposed to be hearing, apparently, the sorrow in the background, but I can't hear shit. That's supposed to be just like some kind of sinister background noise, and maybe be able to hear the sorrow a little bit. But I can't hear it, no matter how many times I try to listen to it. Anyway. That worked earlier. Now it's going to be a pain in the ass. Of course. Come on. Bullshit. now it's gonna make me sweat for it. Oh, really, business? I didn't know about that. You can do it after the whole thing? Really?
Boss.
Oh, shit. I think I heard it this time. I think I heard it. He says sorrow. Oh, that's fucked up. Because his voice is like... Oh. Oh, I think I heard it this time. Sorrow. Sounded something like that. Oh, so you can also do this call while you're healing, and the sorrow's body is actually right next to you. You can do that call? Really? I never tried doing it that late, business. I didn't know you could do that. Yeah, you have to, I guess, listen to it a few times. But yeah. That's even worse, because by then, I mean, right now they don't know that the boss is about to betray them and stuff, right? But if you do it after, like when the boss is already on the helicopter with Volgin, damn. You know what? I'm going to kill myself again, and we're gonna try doing it there at the healing part. That's kind of cool because the sorrow is right there next to you. Oh yeah, let me try the thing with the mask again. They just keep calling. Oh yeah, it does trigger, okay. Just burning the porn.
You must be Sokolov.
Are you one of Volgin's men? You'll never get it from me.
No. I'm a CIA agent. I've come to escort you back to the other side of the Iron Curtain.
You're CIA?
Yeah. I was sent by Major Zero, the man who got you out 2 years ago.
Zero?
I have a message from him.
What is it?
He said to tell you sorry for being so late.
Did he now?
What does it mean?
It means He's a man of his word. But we've got no time for this. You have to get me out of here before they arrive.
Who's they?
Colonel Volgin of Gru. You in the West know him as Thunderbolt.
Thunderbolt? Never heard of him.
He's a member of the Army's extremist faction, a man who seeks to seize control of the motherland. Ever since the Cuban Missile Crisis 2 years ago, Khrushchev has been pursuing a policy of peaceful coexistence with the West. Despite resistance and criticism from hawks in the army and the provincial authorities, Khrushchev has managed to suppress the opposition so far. But the failure of his agricultural policies has put him in a precarious position. And on top of that, the tragedy last November.
President Kennedy's assassination.
Precisely. In a sense, Khrushchev has lost his biggest partner, and his power base is rapidly crumbling away. A certain group is plotting to use this opportunity to seize power by rallying the anti-government forces, overthrowing Khrushchev, and installing Brezhnev and Kosygin in his place. The mastermind behind this plot is Colonel Volgin of the GRU. He has control over another secret weapons research facility much like this one, OKB-812, known as the Granin Design Bureau, and is using it to further his plans. But that is not enough to satisfy him. Now he's plotting to seize the secret weapon I have been developing here and use it as leverage in his bid for power. The intelligence says that they are going to make their move during the test.
Then, the soldiers outside.
Exactly. They wouldn't need that many men just to keep me inside. Their orders were to prevent Colonel Volgin from capturing me. Even if it meant killing me in the process, or so it would seem. Volgin will come. I'm sure of it. You must get me out of here before then.
Leave it to me.
By the way, your Russian is superb. Where did you learn to speak it?
From my mentor.
Is that so? America is truly a frightening country.
Having second thoughts?
No. I have no love for this place. Let's go.
Major, this is Snake. Sokolov is safe with me. He's doing fine. No injuries.
Good work, Snake. Now hurry up and get Sokolov to the recovery point. We'll rendezvous with you there.
Roger.
What about the sentries?
I had to kill them. There was no other way. But no one will know we were involved.
I see.
What about the boss?
We lost contact with the boss some time ago.
What happened?
It's probably just a weak signal. Just hurry and get Sokolov out of there.
please.
So this is the legendary boss. Huh? We meet at last.
You're from the Ocelot unit of Spetsnaz. Huh. What's a GRU soldier doing here?
Soldier?
He's the Ocelot commander.
Ha! That's Major Ocelot to you. Don't you forget it.
Sokolov is ours. Now get out of here.
And Ocelot never lets his prey escape.
What?
I can't say it feels good to kill a comrade, even if it is for the GRU.
Sokolov, take cover.
Huh. You're not the boss, are you?
GRU operatives!
What is that stance? Huh. That gun. If you're not the boss, then die.
Major! Leave it! Shoot the other one! Whoa!
ejected the first bullet by hand, didn't you? I see what you were trying to do. But testing a technique you've only heard about in the middle of battle wasn't very smart. You were asking to have your gun jam on you. Besides, I don't think you're cut out for an automatic in the first place. You tend to twist your elbow to absorb the recoil. That's more of a revolver technique.
You filthy American dog!
But that was some fancy shooting. You're pretty good.
Pretty good.
And from that moment on, Ocelot's entire existence becomes about trying to impress Big Boss. Trying to be like, hey, I can be cool too. Look at me. Fuck.
Major, do you read me?
I read you. Snake, you alright?
I've run into a few snags. These guys were after Sokolov too. Apparently they were taking orders from a GRU colonel named Volgan.
A GRU colonel?
Part of an internal Soviet power struggle, according to Sokolov. Something between the KGB and GRU. Between Khrushchev's supporters and Volgan's.
Sokolov was being guarded by the KGB and hunted by GRU? Snake, it sounds like this could be even hotter than Cuba.
I don't like it. Something about the whole thing stinks.
I agree. You'd better hurry.
Sokolov ran off by himself, but I'll catch up to him.
We're counting on you.
Imagine reading. Hold on, guys. The capture card is gonna give a little quick derp. Alright, we're good. So the relationship between Ocelot and Naked Snake now becomes that... Oh, I said one quick derp capture card. So it's such that the entirety of Ocelot's existence now is about wanting to be recognized, to be noticed by Big Boss after he got his ass handed to him here. I don't know, personally I liked Ocelot a lot more, and I just wanted to when he was, you know, just secret, doing his own thing in secret, not knowing exactly what he was planning, maybe being involved with the Patriots and all that, and his entire existence wasn't about sucking Big Boss's dick as much as possible. I liked him more before that, but whatever. So throughout the game, it might seem like they're trying to kill each other, but really, Ocelot wants to just prove himself as a very Japanese sort of relationship that they have. You know? It's like, notice me. Notice me, I can be cool too. And yeah, we can kill him now. We'll get another Campbell time paradox. And so they're constantly, at least Ocelot is constantly throwing things.
Created a time paradox. Snake, you can't go changing the future like that.
That he knows Snake can take. So they're both kind of throwing things at each other that they know they can take, or at least Ocelot knows he can try his very best, and Snake can take it. You know. So the many times that it appears like Ocelot is really trying to kill Snake, that's not entirely the case. He knows he can take it, and he's probably curious to see how he can deal with it, you know? And this is also reflected in the boss fight with him, where if you don't take it seriously, he gets pissed because he wants to have like a fair, clean fight so he can be recognized. Anyway, let's get the shotgun here. Why not? The Colonel's here because it's a time paradox. The Colonel is in the future and he's watching from the future. So Ocelot is 20 in this. Ocelot was born on D-Day, so it's easy to remember his birthday. Okay, let's move him out of the way here. Does he mention Ocelot by name? Oh, I remember he says Eva is dead for the Eva one sometimes. Does he say Ocelot as well? I don't remember. Let's move these guys around. And by move, I mean this. Now it's starting to get dangerous. Yep. Shit. Fire. Oh well. Excuse me. Something is really satisfying about the whole thing. Get this guy in there too. Everybody get in the corner. A weapon to surpass Metal Gear. Look at all the blood. Why am I not getting these guys? Oh. All the legs coming down. Oh, there you go. Now they're all in the same spot. Well, no, kind of. Oh, they're all nice and neatly organized on top of each other now. Fuck. Out of ammo, but whatever. Why make a tank with 2 legs when you can have many legs? You know, if you search Ocelot, he has. Wait, what the? Oh, I already moved them around, didn't I? So I already have the mousetrap. Yeah, I didn't mention it. But if you search Ocelot, you find a mousetrap, which could be a reference to the fact that he's a little sneaky fuck, maybe, or the fact that, you know, ocelots are wildcats, maybe. So they, I don't know if they hunt mice, but they probably hunt bigger stuff than that. But Ocelot's a cat, and he has a mousetrap. Also, if we leave this mousetrap here, just anywhere on this map. Later, when we come back for a Snake Eater mission, in like a week, it will still be here, and we can pick it up. And, well, it will catch something by then, we can also pick it up and take it throughout the entire mission. So it's kind of neat that you can kind of import it from the Virtuous mission. Now, yeah, he actually does like rations. Later in the game, there's a call where he steals Snake's food. Ocelot steals Snake's food when Snake gets captured, and he tries eating it. And later during the Vulcan fight, he only reacts to rations, noodles, and calorie mates. So like the man-made food. If you throw him some, he will give you life medicine during the Vulcan fight. But not if you throw anything else at him, so maybe he did not like Snake's food after all. The trap already got something, but it's okay. It was a snake, okay. We'll probably find the same snake there later during the Snake Eater mission. Ocelot saying something about rations. I don't remember. But it's definitely agreed upon that the rations in this game taste like ass. Okay.
Snake, stay alert. The KGB and GRU both have their sights set on Sokolov. GRU is a military espionage outfit, the intelligence wing of the Soviet Defense Ministry's General Staff Office. It competes with the KGB, which is under the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and the two are always watching each other.
Never let the left hand know what the right hand is doing.
Exactly. Now, added to that rivalry, there's a vicious power struggle going on between the Khrushchev faction and the anti-Khrushchev faction.
So Khrushchev is using the KGB, and Volgin and the anti-Khrushchev forces are using the GRU?
That's the idea. The two factions are fighting over Sokolov. We're in an extremely dangerous situation here.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Get Sokolov out of there safely. He must not be turned over to the KGB or to the GRU. Sokolov took off in the direction of the rope bridge. Get after him. Hurry!
Major, have you been able to contact the boss?
No.
You really think it's bad reception?
We're looking into it.
Major.
Snake, you've got more important things to worry about than contacting the boss. Right now, Sokolov is out there wandering around the jungle alone. What are you going to do if he gets caught by the enemy? We're still looking into why we lost contact with the boss. I'll let you know as soon as we find anything out. In the meantime, it's your job to find Sokolov and get him to safety. Got it?
Major, do you know anything about this GRU colonel Sokolov was talking about?
Yes.
Who is he?
A most dangerous man indeed. His name is Yevgeny Borisovich Volgin. His code name in the West is Thunderbolt. He's gained a reputation as the most brutal and cold-blooded of the Soviet spy masters. During the war, Volgin was assigned to the domestic branch of the NKVD. He was stationed in the rear of the Soviet line to catch and punish any troops who tried to retreat or desert. He's also notorious for his accomplishments in anti-guerrilla operations in the Ukraine and the Baltic states. Apparently, he likes to boast that he disposed of over 100,000 anti-communists. We also know that he was instrumental in putting down the 1953 insurrection in East Germany and the 1956 uprising in Hungary. He is truly a fearsome man. There's no telling what he might be plotting. Be careful.
I will.
I read that thing about the bandages as well. As far as I can tell, it's bullshit. It's a myth. I've never seen it work. It could be. Maybe I need to test it again on PS2. I think I have, though. Supposedly, you can, like, slash Ocelot up a little bit here. And later when he shows up, he will have bandages. But as far as I can tell, that's bullshit. I've never once seen it happen. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. I don't know, but... let's see if he can take a hit from this. How many Metal Gear units actually have body count? You can only think of Rex. Rex is actually one of the lowest ones. Rex only has, what, Gray Fox? Ray kills a lot of Marines with Ocelot, killing a lot of Marines with Ray. The Shagohod kills a few of Volgin's men on the way to, where you fight it. But the Metal Gear with the highest body count, okay, you can take that, is definitely Metal Gear D. In Metal Gear 2, Big Boss fucking nukes half the world with that thing. So he destroys every nuclear site except the zone and probably kills a lot of people in the process. So Metal Gear D definitely has the highest body count. So maybe the TX-55 has a body count of 0 because it wasn't completed. It doesn't quite do anything. So, yeah, the very first one doesn't do much. What about Peace Walker? Peace Walker, Peace Walker. Not really. I mean, you're supposed to prevent the launch, that is. Philanthropus kills a few of Skullface's men, I guess. They get squished when Eli takes over. But yeah, wait, there's a couple more calls here. Good thing I didn't leave.
Snake, there are rats living.
Who gives a shit about the rats?
By the way, Snake,
What?
what was that little lecture back there?
Lecture?
You were instructing the GRU commander, weren't you? Something about the first round or his hand?
Yeah.
What was that supposed to mean?
Well, whenever he put a new clip in his gun, he'd always load the first round by hand, whether there was a round left in the chamber or not. It's a technique they teach in the Middle East. By making sure there's always a round in the chamber, you eliminate the risk of pulling the trigger with nothing to fire. He must have heard about it from someone or read it somewhere. In any case, he probably wanted to try it out for himself. And he was obviously motivated by vanity to show off his new technique. That's when you make mistakes. The battlefield is an unforgiving place. The only techniques you can rely on are the ones you've mastered through experience and practice.
Uh-huh. And what were you saying about him being more suited to revolvers?
When he fired, he was bending his elbow sharply to avoid the recoil. It looked like he wasn't aware he was doing it, but that habit can be either a fatal flaw or a gift.
What do you mean?
Automatic weapons use recoil to operate, so if you don't let the recoil hit you, it interferes with the operating cycle of the gun. Basically, he shouldn't be trying to avoid the impact like that. But with a revolver, there's no need to let the recoil hit you. Just the opposite. Avoiding the recoil lets you reduce the strain on your hand and arm. That kid might just be handy with a high-caliber revolver.
Handy? Are you listening to yourself?
What do you mean?
He's the enemy. Why are you giving him advice? Snake.
I don't know. For some reason, I couldn't help but point it out to him.
Snake, are you all right?
Yeah.
When you creep inside a small... Snake, did you notice that when you knock an enemy unconscious, stars appear over his head? If you take a close look at the stars above the enemy's head, you'll notice that they gradually disappear, one at a time. Once the stars are all gone...
It's kind of cute that there's a call about the stars. Okay, that's it. Well, we can get another save call done, I guess.
You want to save?
Netflix adaptation of Metal Gear. That'll go well. Because Netflix totally hasn't ruined every single franchise it touched.
Snake, have you heard of It Came from Outer Space?
Yeah, you told me already.
So this astronomer sees a meteor, but it's really an alien spaceship, right? And the aliens start replacing the townspeople with clones and forcing them to help repair the ship. The 3D effects were quite realistic.
I've got all the real I can handle here in the jungle.
No, you don't get it. Precisely because it's realistic, with the images jumping out of the screen at you, it makes for a nice escape from reality. I have to admit it made my eyes tired, but it was really intense. Unfortunately, they don't make very many of those movies anymore.
When did it come out?
I was still in college, so probably about 10 years ago.
Guess I'm out of luck then.
You know, they're coming out with household versions of video cassette recorders. One day you'll be able to see old movies anytime you want. It'll be like having a movie theater in your own home.
No.
Really?
It's like if you had a record with movie film etched onto it instead of music. It'll work the same way.
No way.
You're kidding.
No, really. And someday they might make movies where you control the characters yourself.
Sounds like magic.
It'll happen. Make sure you stay alive to see it.
Movies where you control the characters yourself. And one day, there'll be people watching you control those characters in those movies. That's crazy. That'll never happen.
okay?
Those men were from the Ocelot unit.
Spetsnaz?
Yes. The best crew has to offer. They're coming for me. I'm finished!
Calm down. I'll get you out of here, I promise. And we've got some of the best backup we could ask for.
Look.
That's what they were making you build?
Yes. The Shagohod. The treading behemoth. A tank capable of launching nuclear IRBMs.
It can launch nuclear missiles from that kind of terrain?
Oh, yes. And without support from friendly units.
A nuclear-equipped tank capable of operating solo. Is that thing finished?
No. This is only the end of Phase 1. It won't be truly finished until we complete Phase 2.
Phase 2?
The weapon's true form. If it is completed and the Colonel gets his hands on it, it will mean the end of the Cold War.
The end of the Cold War?
Yes. And then the Age of Fear will truly begin.
A world war?
I had no choice but to cooperate. I didn't want to die. I wanted to see my wife and child again in America. Please, take me to America, quickly. They cannot complete it without my help.
Got it. Let's go. Boss?
Good work, Jack.
What are you doing here?
Sokolov comes with me.
Hornets?
My friends, let us fight together again.
I have waited long for this day.
We will fight with you once more. Welcome back, boss.
Now that all 5 of us are together, it's time we go to the depths of hell itself. It's raining blood. Is he crying?
Kuwabara, Kuwabara. Ah, what a joyful scene.
Colonel Vogan.
Welcome to my country. And to my unit.
Boss, what is this?
I'm defecting to the Soviet Union. Sokolov is a little gift from my new hosts.
Recoilless nuclear warheads. These will make a fine gift for me.
This can't be happening.
Who is he? Another one of your disciples? Are we taking him with us?
No, this one is still just a child. Too pure for us Cobras. He has not yet found an emotion to carry into battle.
What are you talking about?
Think you can pull the trigger?
He's seen my face. We can't let him live. If Khrushchev finds out about this, we're finished. He must die.
Wait. He's my apprentice. I'll take care of him. Jack, you can't come with us.
The new blood has been rejected. Are we done here?
Now, onto Sokolov's research facility.
Shagohod is ours.
Drift away. My place is with them now.
Snake, can you hear me?
Yeah. Just barely.
Snake, listen to me. You need emergency medical treatment. Can you move? You've got to get those wounds treated. Hang in there. All right, let's get you fixed up. Paramedic?
Okay, Snake. Just relax and it'll all be over before you know it. Stay with me. I've seen people in worse shape before. Think you can handle it?
Major. The boss. She's defected.
We'll talk about that later. First, we've got to get you patched up.
Okay, here we go. First, open the survival viewer with the start button. If you select cure, you can start the treatment. Healing is divided into treatment using medicine with the item window button and surgical treatment using the weapon window button. Your injuries include a fractured left elbow and rib bone, and lacerations on your upper arms, right elbow, and abdomen. They need to be fixed using surgical treatment. Move the healing cursor with the left stick to the affected part of your body. Once you've selected the affected area, hold the weapon window button and use the left stick to select the medical item, and then press the enter button. With this method, you can use items to help your recovery process. To treat a bone fracture, first secure the affected area with a fastener and then wrap it in bandages. That should do it. For lacerations, you'll need disinfectant to clean the wound, sutures to stitch it up, styptic to slow the flow of blood, and bandages to wrap the wound. If you do everything I mentioned, the wound should heal completely. Understood?
Yeah.
Stay with me. Go into the survival viewer and treat those wounds.
Alright, so we can take a look at the Sorrow here. It's just right there. That's him. You can also see him with a default camera, actually. And apparently we can still get the call with Sorrow. It's right there. From here. I never triggered it here, but I guess. Let's see. Might be a bit of a pain. Try and get it. Come on. Maybe not. I've already done this call earlier, but then I gotta continue, so it should happen again. Let's give it a few more attempts. The boss's emotion is the joy. What if Rose picks up? Maybe it's just... Maybe not. Let's do some healing. Used a cigar on my broken arm. Look at it. Dog's emotion is suck my balls. The balls. The balls. Suck them. The balls. I don't know, man. It's not triggering. Fuck it. We already did it earlier anyway. So there's actually another couple calls I want to do in the Virtuous mission that carry over to the Snake Eater mission, but they're about all the sensors and the motion detector and stuff that we don't get on European Extreme, so I think I will do a quick run on a lower difficulty to get it, because it's
Good job, Snake.
actually quite nice.
We're coming to get you now. Just stay where you are. We'll drop a recovery balloon.
If you call
Can you set it
Zero
up?
about the sensors and then call Sigint about it, you get a little funny interaction between Zero and Sigint. There he is.
Shagohod.
Excellent. A great success. Thanks to the boss and her cobras, I have both Sokolov and the Shagohod.
What are we going to do with the girl?
Who is she?
Apparently she's Sokolov's woman.
She's a nice catch. I'll take her. Not so fast, my dear. A kiss of death? Are
You KGB.
We may be able to use her. She has spunk.
Shall we take her back to the base?
Perhaps we should. We have no further use for Sokolov's research facility. I think it's time I gave this marvelous new toy a try.
Colonel, even if they are our enemies, they're still our countrymen.
But it won't be me that pulled the trigger. It'll be our friend, the American defector.
You're going to nuke your fellow Russians?
Remember the Alamo.
Colonel!
Something happened that no one could have predicted. You know, if you gave the crazy Russian colonel a nuclear weapon, you know, nobody could have predicted that he would fire it. It's like one of the stupidest plot points, but okay. The way Eva describes it at the end, something happened that no one could have predicted. Let's mess with the screen a little bit. We can have all the different icons. Parachute, jets, those MiGs, bombers, vultures, hammersickle. And we can also change credits, text, and language. English, Japanese, Korean, and Russian. Full communist edition. And then it changes into snakes with bones. There's the peace signs as well.
Someday you go through the rain, and someday you'll feed on a tree frog. It's ordeal, the trial to survive. For the day we see new light, I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no
Currently flying over the Arctic Ocean, altitude 30,000 feet,
Kaz.
approaching Soviet airspace. Arriving at the designated drone launch point. Drone oil pressure and voltage are nominal. Payload oxygen supply is nominal. Power supply to payload antifreeze systems shows no problems. No gusts. All systems go for drone detachment.
Snake, we can't risk a halo jump this time around. Airspace security has gotten tighter since we were last here. We can't get as close to the ground as we did during the Virtuous mission. So instead, we'll be using one of our newest weapons. Snake, you're being given an honor on par with Alan Shepard. This is our last chance. Show your patriotism. If you fail, you'll be back in a hospital bed again, waiting for the firing squad. So how does it feel to be a patient in one of the most advanced ICUs in the world?
Would you do me a favor and tell the suits about visiting hours? I'll never get better with them assaulting me day and night with their questions.
Must be part of the top brass's inquiry.
More like an interrogation. According to them, I'm a traitor and an accomplice to the boss's defection.
They're just looking for a scapegoat.
Does that mean they're after you too?
Let's just say neither one of us is going to be made a national hero out of this.
Does this mean Fox is going to die?
No. This fox is still one step ahead of the hounds. The reason I came to see you today, Jack, it's time for Fox to clear its name.
What are you talking about?
The situation has changed. We've still got a chance to come out of this one alive.
Yeah, what kind of chance?
Don't get too excited. Here, have a cigar. It's Cuban. This morning, I had a meeting with the CIA.
They decided when they're going to execute us?
No. Something even bigger. Yesterday, the White House received an unexpected call.
President Johnson?
Yes, I hear you, Mr. Chairman.
It was a hotline call from Khrushchev to President Johnson.
From the head of the Soviet Union?
That's right.
A few days ago, one of our country's main design bureaus, OKB 754, was destroyed in a nuclear explosion. At about the same time, our anti-aircraft radar picked up a signature that appeared to come from one of your military aircraft. Does any of this sound familiar to you? In retaliation, I have placed our armed forces on secondary alert. Depending on your response, I may be left with no choice but to order the military to maximum alert and unleash Armageddon. With the help of your predecessor, I was able to survive the Cuban incident. But my power is not as great as it once was. If I am to survive this crisis, I must have your full cooperation.
I should have contacted you myself. Did you know that one of our soldiers defected to your country a week ago?
No.
So you haven't heard then. The man who arranged the defection was a GRU colonel by the name of Yevgeny Borosovich Volgin.
Volgin? Of the Brezhnev faction. Go on. Who is the soldier?
Her name is the Boss. She's a living legend. During World War II, she was the one who led us to victory in that war. In Russia, you know her as Voyevoda.
You mean the Boss? The mother of your special forces?
Yes, that's the one. And she took 2 miniature nuclear shells along with her.
The Boss took 2 miniature nuclear shells?
I'm afraid so. I believe they were a gift for her new hosts. The Davy Crockett Atomic Battle Group delivery system was completed 2 years ago. Serious problems were found with the launcher's range and precision. Although they were mass-produced, they've never been deployed in battle.
But Sokolov's research facility was completely wiped out. The whole area is polluted.
I can only offer you my deepest condolences over this terrible tragedy.
So, the boss, with Colonel Volgin's help, stole 2 experimental nuclear shells and took them with her as gift when she defected. Then, shortly thereafter, Sokolov's design lab, a top-secret military research facility, was destroyed by one of these weapons. Am I right so far?
Yes, that's correct.
And the American government denies any involvement in the affair. Is that right as well?
That's correct. We were not involved in any way.
Then what was a U.S. military aircraft doing on our radar screen? It was clearly in violation of our airspace. And yet you say it was not acting under your orders.
That's correct.
You expect me to believe that this was all the work of a single soldier?
I don't know what else to tell you.
The army insists that this is all a ploy on your part.
I've said it once and I'll say it again. Our government had nothing to do with it.
And I would like dearly to believe you. However, I'm afraid my power over the military has weakened since the Cuban incident. I will need some kind of proof that this was not the action of the American government. You have 1 week. You must catch the boss yourselves and recover the remaining nuclear device. Then, you must find some way to prove your innocence.
Prove our innocence?
Yes, preferably something painful. Prove to me that this is not merely another one of your tricks.
The boss should be close to Colonel Volgin. How about a little coaction?
I would not expect too much if I were you. The political situation here is unstable. And Colonel Volgin is a member of the Brezhnev faction, which seeks to topple my government. 1 week. You have only 1 week, and if it is not too much to ask, do something about Volgin as well.
What is that supposed to mean?
Nothing. It means nothing. Call it a modest gentleman's agreement to ensure our continued relationship.
What if we can't prove our innocence?
Then I will be unable to restrain the military. I will be ousted, and they will seek their revenge.
A nuclear attack on the United States?
I leave the disposal of this situation entirely to your discretion, Mr. President.
Disposal?
If you fail, it will mean the beginning of a new world war.
To put it simply, in order to avoid a full-scale nuclear conflict, we have to prove that America was not involved in that explosion.
And eliminating the boss ourselves will prove America's innocence?
Right. The higher-ups have decided that you're the only one capable of pulling this off. You were her last apprentice. Screw this one up, and we'll both be 6 feet under. There's no choice.
Are the Russians going to be helping us?
The KGB has promised to lend us one of their communications satellites so that you and I can talk to each other.
That's it?
They've also put us in touch with a couple of insiders.
Insiders?
There was a defection in September 1960. Do you remember it?
You mean the 2 NSA codebreakers who went over to the Soviet Union?
Precisely. Since then, they've apparently been training with the KGB for exactly this kind of situation. Their code names are Adam and Eva. I've been told that Adam has infiltrated Volgin's ranks. I've also arranged for him to provide you with an escape route. You'll need to rendezvous with him when you get there.
Control. Unidentified aircraft detected. Altitude 30,000 feet. It's fast. Estimated airspeed exceeding Mach 3. Bearing south. I'm about to lose it.
This is Snake. Do you read me?
Loud and clear. Glad to see you landed safely.
I got blown pretty far off target.
Snake, let's go over your mission objectives one more time. Rescue Sokolov. Find out what's happened to the Shagohod, then destroy it. And finally, eliminate the boss.
Eliminate the boss.
This mission will be codenamed Operation Snake Eater.
Because I'll be taking on the boss in our Cobra unit, right?
Don't forget about Colonel Volgin.
I'm not a hired killer.
I know, but that was the Kremlin's demand.
Demand? You mean it wasn't just a request? What's it to us if the Khrushchev regime is threatened by the Colonel and his faction?
If supporting the current regime helps us avoid a nuclear exchange, then that's what we'll do.
And what are the CIA's demands?
Our priorities are the rescue of Sokolov and the destruction of the Shagohod.
Roger that, Major Tom.
Hold on, Snake.
What now?
I'm changing my codename. It turns out Tom wasn't the most auspicious choice.
What do you mean?
Well, the truth is, when I chose my codename, I picked the wrong one.
The wrong one?
Did you ever see the movie The Great Escape? It came out last year.
I must have missed that one.
Anyway, it's based on a true story about prisoners who escaped from a POW camp in Nazi Germany. The prisoners dig 3 tunnels as part of their plan, but the Nazis find 2 of the tunnels before they're finished. The prisoners succeed in escaping by using the last remaining tunnel. The names of those 3 tunnels were Dick, Harry, and Tom.
I get it. You used the name of the tunnel they escaped in as your code name because you thought it would bring you good luck.
Yes, that's exactly right. At least, that was the plan.
But
I got the name wrong. The one they escaped in was Harry. Tom was one of the unlucky tunnels. It was discovered by the Nazis before it was finished. I watched the movie again just to make sure. In fact, I even ordered the actual film from the movie company.
yeah, it doesn't sound like the greatest name to use. So what should I call you?
You know, let's just use Zero, like we've been doing all along.
All right, then. Major Zero it is. We'll start over from square one.
From square zero. My frequency is 140.85. Oh, I almost forgot. Paramedic is with us again on this mission.
Is this her last chance, too?
If we fail, she'll have her medical license revoked. It's more or less the same kind of fate. Her frequency is the same as during the Virtuous mission, 145.73. She'll be recording your mission data as well, just like the last time. That frequency is also the same, 140.96. And there's one more person on your support team. His name is Mr. Sigint. He's an expert on the latest in weapons and equipment technology. You'll be going up against some of the world's most advanced weaponry when you infiltrate the research facility. If you have any questions, just ask him. His frequency is 148.41.
Mr. Sigint. Got it.
Adam, your KGB contact, is waiting for you at the abandoned factory up ahead.
The same factory Sokolov was being held in last week.
Yes, meet up with Adam first. He's cleared the way for you to rescue Sokolov.
How'll I know this Adam guy when I see him?
You'll know once you reach the factory. The whole area's been polluted by the fallout from that nuclear blast. No one else would dare come close. The password is, "Who are the Patriots?" and Lali Lule Lo.
Lali Lule Lo. Gotcha.
You've been equipped with a 45 for this mission. Be careful, it's noisy.
I thought standard Fox procedure was procure on-site weapons acquisition.
The circumstances are different this time. You're now on an official mission for the United States government. It would be necessary to make your presence known to a certain extent. To the Khrushchev regime, at the very least. But remember, this is still a sneaking mission. Snake, if you fail this mission, it will mean an all-out nuclear war. Keep that in mind and proceed with extreme caution.
Understood. Commencing Operation Snake Eater.
All right, I'm actually going to save right away so we can get that other call I was talking about.
Paramedic.
Snake, it's so good to hear from you again.
Same here. It's been a week, hasn't it?
4 days, actually.
Huh?
I visited you in the hospital. You were still unconscious, though.
Then you must have seen me naked.
Yeah, but you were all wrapped up in bandages and tubes, so I couldn't do anything but look.
Better luck next time.
Let's hope so. But seriously, don't forget that you were like that until just yesterday. In fact, you really shouldn't even be on this mission. Keep an eye on your stamina gauge. If you start to run low, don't push yourself. Eat something to replenish your stamina. And try not to get yourself hurt. If you're wounded or get bitten by a venomous animal, go into the survival viewer immediately and treat yourself using Cure.
Yeah. I can see you still know how to nag.
You're welcome. And I can see you still don't know when to keep your mouth shut.
Maybe so. By the way, I heard you're going to lose your medical license if this mission fails.
Yes, there was talk of that, but the mission won't fail, will it?
Of course not.
Good. I believe in you. But you know what? I really don't care about my medical license.
Didn't they use that to force you to participate in this operation?
No, I volunteered.
Why?
So that I could watch over you.
Huh.
Snake, you're the best agent I've ever seen. But you push yourself too hard. You're reckless. Someone has to stop you from getting into trouble, to make sure you and the boss don't kill each other. So that's why I volunteered. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better guardian angel than me, right?
Thanks.
Stop right there.
Huh?
You can thank me when you get back.
All right.
Okay, good luck, Snake.
Thanks.
Alright, we're gonna quit for a second and do some Hackerman's developer save stuff to get the call. Pine Paradox. Instantly fail the mission. Alright, so to do this, we gotta do the virtuous mission with the sensors. Get the call about the sensors, and then call Sigint about them after calling Zir on the virtuous mission. So, let's see. No, I selected the wrong thing. Now it's gonna freeze my PS3. It's gonna have to restart. God damn it. Even if I quit, it's gonna... Okay, just give it a second. There goes the PS3. It'll be back in a second. Okay. Just a little derp. It's 2 hours. If you let the PS3 do that, whatever it is, hard disk vibe check thing, yeah. Never start that. Okay. think we can just select it right away. Just somewhere in the Virtues mission. Because it's pretty quick anyway. Let's see. Sure. So now we have, well, it's here. Okay. All the sensors. It's gonna take a few calls before he starts talking about them.
Snake, do you see any?
But
Sokolov. Snake. Snake.
Snake.
Snake.
Snake.
Snake. Snake. Your action. Snake.
Major.
Snake, in order to carry out, you can use an equipped. Snake, making it harder for.
Major.
Snake, be careful.
come on.
Listen up, Snake. Snake. When you're in the jungle, determining the position
There
of
we
your
go.
enemies is important. That's why you've been supplied with sensors. Use them well. The motion detector senses activity in your immediate vicinity. However, in the jungle, a lot of things other than your enemies are moving. Animals moving around will show up on the sensor just like anything else. Also, the motion detector is only so sensitive. Don't forget that certain enemies and animals that make only slight movements will not be detected. Press the left stick to initiate the active sonar and emit a special sonic wave. The reflected sound from the sonic wave reveals the positions of targeted objects. In contrast to the motion detector, the active sonar reveals still objects as well. However, there's a risk that the sound of the sonic wave will reveal your position to enemies and animals, so be careful when using the active sonar. The anti-personnel sensor vibrates when it detects human life forms. Unlike other sensors, the anti-personnel sensor has been adjusted to react to humans only, eliminating noise from animal detection. It can detect hidden, unmoving enemies, and the use of it doesn't betray your own position. But on the other hand, its accuracy lacks a bit as it has trouble revealing the exact position of detected bodies. Keep that in mind. When you use it during first-person view, it'll work only in the direction you're facing.
Okay, so these aren't terribly interesting, but now that we've done these calls, if, oh my god, fucking hacker man's here, if we do, fuck it, if we do the same calls with Sigint, now it's gonna have a little funny interaction between Zero and Sigint, so I'm just gonna quickly get to the end here. Takes like 2 seconds. There's like, it's incredible how quickly we can do the Virtuous mission if you don't bother with the calls. Rebel Jester, thank you so much for the sub. PS4 controllers work on PS3, but they don't work for MGS2 and 3 because, you guessed it, pressure sensitivity. So it will work in the XMB, it will work for Peace Walker, it will work for MGS4 except the grenade throwing is off. It will work with, I guess, other games that don't have pressure sensitivity, but it doesn't work with MGS2 and 3. It's just not meant for it. Just don't. If you sniff around on eBay, you can find PS3 controllers. Also, I don't know how the motion motion controls thing works with MGS4. I skip a bunch of stuff. But yeah, once we get to Snake Eater mission again, we'll call Sigint about the sensors. Who is hello.
Who's that?
I accidentally the whole thing. Ow, man. Time for to actually play this game. Just walk up to everybody and see if you see them. You are a fucking bullet tank anyway. Excuse me. I always forget about that guy there. You come here. You come here. You come here too. That's crazy you can do this shit during alerts. Yeah, it just sucks now. Okay, where was I? Have this evasion go away quickly. Damn it, it's not so quick. Oh, you motherfucker. I really should not have missed that much. Bah! What a fucking mess. Not the evasion again. We should just fucking murder everybody. Whoa, holy shit. So all this A's, your donation message is so long that it messed with the alert. Thank you for the $10. Hey, thank you for the kind words as well. Did you want to put that? I'm trying to see if in your message there's something for the donation war.
Is that?
Nope. Let me know in the chat if you want to put it towards the donation war. That was a lot of shit to read. That was a nice message. Thank you. Okay. So. I'm not reading all that shit. What's the meme? I'm not reading all that. Sorry that happened though. Or happy for you. I'm happy for you, or sorry that happened. I'm not reading all that shit. Yeah, the pressure sensitivity thing is actually quite annoying, because it means no matter how many times they re-release the games, if the freaking consoles don't have the controller and hardware support for it, it's always gonna suck for people who are used to playing the games that way, like me, you know? So those PS5 re-releases, they're worthless to me. But, oh well. I still recognize that it might help bring more people into the series, at least. I'm playing the games wrong. Technically, everybody else is playing the games wrong. Soon I'll be the last person playing these games with pressure sensitivity as intended. Hey, you want to put it towards fight? Nice. Thank you. Alright, now that we're here and we've done those calls in the Virtuous mission, let's do these calls with with Sigint now.
Yo!
We have to go through the story calls here in a second. We'll do these on the other
Using the
save.
anti-personnel sensor, I see. The sensor vibrates when it detects organic reactions from human targets. It's been adjusted to respond only to humans, so unlike other sensors, it'll let you ignore animals and focus only on the enemy. It'll even detect enemies that aren't moving, and you won't have to worry about it giving away your position. But on the flip side, it won't tell you the exact location of the target. Keep that in mind when you're using it. Also, remember that when you use it in first-person view, it'll only scan in the direction you're facing. Something wrong?
The Major told me the exact same thing.
You mean during the Virtuous mission?
Yeah.
He must have been reading those notes I gave him word for word. That guy doesn't know tech.
Wait a minute. That guy doesn't know tech. What's the most common? Probably fight. I usually end up fighting him.
The motion detector will display any moving objects in your vicinity. But the enemy isn't the only thing that's moving around in the jungle. If there are animals moving nearby, the sensor will pick up those animals too. And remember that there's a limit to how sensitive it is. Enemies and animals that don't move around very much won't get picked up. Did he tell you that too?
Yeah. Did you give him notes for it?
Yep.
Wait a second. That guy doesn't know tech.
Active sonar sends out a special type of sound wave whenever you press the left stick. It uses the echo from those waves to calculate and display the position of nearby objects. Unlike the motion detector, it'll show you objects that aren't moving. But because you're blasting out sound waves, there's a risk that the noise will alert enemies and animals to your presence. Be careful about when and where you use it.
Yeah, I've heard that one too.
Did he use the exact same words?
Yeah.
Man, that guy still lives in the Stone Age. Just the other day, he bought this brand new washing machine and...
Sigint?
Talk to you later, Snake.
He doesn't know how to use a washing machine. Sigint has to fix Zero's washing machine for him. Alright, that was it. That's too good not to do it, so... Alright, let's continue on the actual save. Yeah, it's a pretty obscure little interaction between Sigint and Zero. Especially since we don't usually even have those sensors. It's kind of a pain to get. Okay. Alright, let's do the rest of the calls now. Yo.
Yo! You're Snake, aren't you?
And you're Sigint?
None other.
I heard that you're an expert on weapons, equipment, and cutting-edge technology.
Close.
Huh?
I am the expert on weapons, equipment, and cutting-edge technology.
Ah.
I'm the guy that designed your trank gun, active sonar, and motion detector. If you want to know anything about weapons or equipment you find in the field, just send me a message and ask. Later.
There's some sort of failsafe for Screaming Mantis on PS3. If you don't have a controller with motion controls, you can use like the right stick or something, or left stick. But the game has to recognize that you don't have the motion controls somehow. There's some sort of failsafe system in place for it. I only heard about it. I never had that problem. I always use original PS3 controllers, but Supposedly, it's there.
Snake, your first task is to meet up with Adam, the contact provided by the KGB. The rendezvous point is the abandoned factory to the north of your current position. Head north.
The abandoned factory. That's where I met Sokolov during the Virtuous mission.
Correct, but we can't afford to have the same thing happen this time.
I know.
Like the Virtuous mission, Operation Snake Eater is a solo sneaking mission. There are no units in the field to back you up. Avoid engaging the enemy whenever possible. Your first priority is to remain unseen. Use the camouflage option in the survival viewer and choose your camouflage wisely. Proceed with caution.
Alright, time to crawl everywhere and change the camo every time the terrain changes.
Unlike the Virtuous mission, this is a night operation. You'll get lost more easily in the dark, but it'll also make your camouflage more effective and make it
Hey,
harder for the
Daniel,
enemy
thank
to see.
you.
On the other hand, it will also be more difficult for you to see them. You'll also find that different animals are active. Some of these nocturnal animals are poisonous, so stay alert. Paramedic is with us again to provide information on the local plants and animals. Give her a call if there's anything you need to know.
Daniel with the $20 to give the old bastard a proper fight. He deserves it. Thank you. Oh, were there really PS3 controllers without the motion controls, like 6-axis original ones? I know that the early ones didn't have vibration, but those were still 6-axis. 6-axis. That would explain everything. Oh wow. Well, I didn't get a PS3 until MGS4 came out, clearly, so that was a couple years after. A couple years into the PS3's lifetime. Yeah, that's what I thought. They always had the motion controls, as though the vibration that came after. Let's look for the little bastard here. Where is he? There he is. I captured the squirrel. And by captured, I mean I fucking killed it. Look at him. Look at the little fuck. Look at that. That's it. That's the stance. See how he has his little hands in front of him there? Now look at Snake. It's the same when you have a gun equipped. What did Kojima mean by this? I think the vibration missing from early PS3 controllers was patent thing. Like they didn't renew the patent for it until later. That's why I think those controllers, if you don't care about vibration, actually they're not bad, because especially for long sessions, because they're much lighter. They don't have the vibration motors in though. They're not as much of a brick to hold.
Sounds like the Cobra unit's members' names came from the specific emotions they each carry into battle.
Emotions?
Yeah. For unbearable torment, the pain. For true oblivion, the end. For infinite rage, the fury. For absolute terror, the fear. And for unsurpassed bliss, the joy.
The joy?
It's another name for the boss, because of the joy she feels in battle, I suppose.
Ah.
During the war, she had a partner named the Sorrow. Sorrow and joy. They say there couldn't have been a more perfect pair.
Nah, we don't need to do a comparison. I already know this game like the back of my hand, so when the remake comes out, we can dismantle it instantly and check all the details and things are probably going to be missing or otherwise fucked up in some way. But yeah, no, definitely, we're going to dissect the fuck out of it when it comes out. Wait, I was gonna call paramedic though.
Snake, unlike the Virtuous mission, this is a night operation. You'll be encountering nocturnal animals that you didn't encounter your last mission. Some of them are venomous, like the king cobra, so be careful. If you get bitten by a venomous animal, the poison will spread through your body and rapidly drain your life gauge. If that's the case, go into the cure screen and survival viewer immediately and inject yourself with serum. Got it? I see you caught yourself a Japanese flying squirrel. Japanese flying squirrels are non-venomous, and they shouldn't attack you. The head, front legs, hind legs, and tail of the Japanese flying squirrel are connected by a membrane of skin, which allows the squirrel to glide from tree to tree. It says here that if it catches a good wind, it can fly more than 100 yards.
Yeah, I had a hard time catching one.
So, aren't you going to ask me?
You know it. How does it taste?
Not sure.
Not sure.
The guy doesn't say anything about it.
Why not?
Gee, maybe it's because no one would ever think of eating a flying squirrel.
Then I must be the first one.
Maybe you are.
Eat it. There's venomous squirrels? I don't know about squirrels, but there's highly poisonous Zanzibar hamsters.
What is this?
This one doesn't really look that great either.
Snake, unlike the virtue... I see you found some Russian oyster mushrooms. The Russian oyster mushroom is an edible variety that belongs to the Shimeji family. It's known to be particularly rich in vitamin B1 and niacin. Apparently, it's usually found growing on tree stumps and hollow logs, so look there if you want to eat some.
Hey, Raymond Harp with the raid. Thank you. Good to see you. Welcome in, guys. This is not... There's a mushroom that paramedic tells you is safe, but is actually poisonous when you eat it. No, this is not it, though.
Disgusting.
But it is disgusting. We wouldn't need this ammo. Giant and shaven. You can hear the horse. With the microphone. Peter, what the fuck was that?
You just heard a horse?
Yeah.
You sure it wasn't something else?
I know a horse when I hear one.
Paramedic, are there any wild horses in Selinoyarsk?
Do you really expect me to say yes?
No.
So what should I do?
There's only one way through that area. All you can do is move forward. Head towards the sound of that horse. It came from the north. Be careful.
Actually, before we do that, let's get a couple more calls, because I usually get confused. And, well, I guess we can't see the drone from here. But the call about it is actually before the cutscene. Which is weird, because after the cutscene, you're even closer right in front of it, but whatever. There's definitely a call here.
Operation Snake Eater is different from the Virtuous mission in that you won't be able to complete it in just a few hours. The time limit set by Khrushchev is 1 week. Within that time, you'll have to rescue Sokolov, defeat Volgin, destroy the Shagohod, and...
I know.
Good. In any event, you'll not be allowed to return until you've accomplished your objectives. Survival in the field will be critical in this mission, and the most important survival technique of all is, of course, finding food. You can get food in the same way you did during the Virtuous mission, by capturing it. The enemy presence in that area is still light. You should try and get as much food as possible while you can. Head towards the sound of that horse. It came from the north. Be careful. Thanks to last week's nuclear incident, the Soviet Union is now on secondary alert. We're one step away from a nuclear war.
DEFCON 2, huh?
In American parlance, yes. From what Western intelligence has been able to gather, the radical elements in the Soviet command are showing signs of impatience. They say we're on the brink of World War III here. And with Khrushchev's position getting weaker every day, I worry whether he'll be able to hold them back.
1 week.
Yes. America must eliminate the boss by its own hand to prove its innocence. There is no other way to resolve the crisis. Everything rests on your shoulders, Snake. Failure is not an option.
I know. Major, what should I do with this wreck of a drone?
Just leave it there.
Are you sure?
Yes.
But isn't this thing top secret?
Yes, it is. After the U-2 spy plane incident 4 years ago, plans were laid out for future spy missions in Soviet airspace to be carried out by an unmanned craft. That craft was the D-21 spy drone, the basis of the one you came in on. The D-21 is launched from a craft called the M-21. The M-21 itself is a derivative of the A-12, a supersonic long-range spy plane currently being developed as the successor to the U-2. However, for this mission, we used a modified YF-12A, a long-range interceptor version of the A-12. After being released from the mothership, the drone can achieve speeds upwards of Mach 3 at high altitude using its ramjet engine. It can't be shot down by ground-to-air missiles, and it's nearly undetectable by radar. With Selinoyarsk in such a high state of alert after our last escapade, this was the only reliable way to get you in.
This is all top-secret military technology. Are you telling me I'm supposed to just leave it here?
That's right.
Why?
The purpose of Operation Snake Eater is to send an American agent into the field in order to eliminate a defector and traitor, namely the boss. Part of that mission involves making sure the Soviets find out what we're doing.
So we have to leave behind some kind of evidence that the U.S. was involved.
Don't worry. The technologically sensitive components of the craft were rigged to self-destruct when it landed. The only thing the Soviets are going to find is a pile of American-made scrap metal.
Got it. Just one thing, though.
What is it?
I think they'd better redesign the landing impact buffer. People are going to get hurt landing that thing.
I'll let them know.
Pretty satisfying sound, punching a snake in the face.
I see you caught yourself a green tree python.
Yeah, I caught it.
The green tree python isn't venomous, so no need to worry. It's fairly docile too, so I don't think it's likely to attack you. The green tree python originally comes from Australia and New Zealand. It's a really pretty green color, and it lives... Oh my god.
What's wrong?
Snake, what did I just say?
They come from Australia and New Zealand.
No, after that.
They're a really pretty green color.
I thought so. What was I thinking? Seeing a snake and calling it pretty?
What's wrong with that?
Everything. When a normal woman sees a snake, she's supposed to scream or get sick or something like that.
And you think you're normal?
What was that?
Nothing.
Oh, it's all your fault.
Jeez, I'm sorry. But enough of that.
What do you mean, enough of that? This is serious.
No, I just wanted you to tell me how it tastes.
How should I know?
Ugh.
It was awfully pretty, though.
Looks like death wasn't ready for you yet.
Boss!
That arm still hurt?
What are you doing here?
Go home. Go home. Gru and my sons are waiting up ahead. You don't have a prayer of finishing your mission. You're not even armed.
Boss!
I'm not your boss anymore. There's nothing for you here. Go home. Go back to your boss. There's no need to prove that you are virtuous here. This isn't America. That should stir things up a bit. You'd better hurry. The border is 60 miles south of here. You ought to be able to run that far.
Why'd you defect?
I didn't. I'm loyal to the end, to my purpose. What about you, Jack? What's it going to be? Loyalty to your country or loyalty to me? Your country or your old mentor? The mission or your beliefs? Your duty to your unit or your personal feelings? You don't know the truth yet. But sooner or later, you'll have to choose. I don't expect you to forgive me. But you can't defeat me either. You know me too well. Just look at that bandana. If you can't put the past behind you, you won't survive long. If we meet again, I'll kill you. Now, go home.
I think you have some sort of fracture to cure after this, but okay. And then Snake is really calm in the call after this.
This is Snake. Major Zero.
I read you, Snake.
I was ambushed by the boss.
You were what?
The drone's been shot to hell. It's up in flames.
That's not good. Enemy scouts are going to come looking for you.
Yeah, I know. But what was the boss doing here in the first place? There's got to be a leak somewhere.
No, that's impossible. The man the boss is working with, Volgin, isn't exactly on speaking terms with Khrushchev.
I lost my gun. The boss destroyed it.
Snake, I know how you're feeling. It's hard for me to believe, too, that a legendary hero like the boss would go over to the Russians. That she'd double-cross us like this. But that's how it is, and if you don't accept it, you'll never be able to beat her.
That's not the problem. In terms of sheer technique, I'll never be able to beat her. I know that all too well.
You've got to do it, Snake. She's your enemy and your objective.
Enemy? We were together for 10 years, and now you tell me she's my enemy?
Enough. Hurry to the factory where Adam is waiting. Scouts have probably already been sent out to investigate the explosion. You've lost your weapon, right? That means you've got no chance of winning in a battle situation. Whatever you do, don't let them see you.
Alright, let's sneak through this. Oh, it's so neat, which is the few camos you're supposed to have.
What the hell is this?
HQ? HQ.
This is HQ.
Patrol here. We have evidence of an enemy intruder. Commence alert formation.
Acknowledged. Sending reinforcements. Use extra caution.
She's got so super ultra hyper abilities from badass aliens. What? What? I mean, the boss invented sliced bread and spaceflight, so maybe, why not? Nap time. Not only that, she got shot in the head, survived, and her brain got functional compensation. And for this black camo. No, this is not New Game Plus, so I don't have the tuxedo. I really should start doing a New Game Plus. But I really want to show the... I like MGS2 Raiden Mask intro and call that goes with it. For this guy to look away and slide down, which somehow he does not hear. Hump him a little bit. Now we gotta wait for this dude on the bridge. The boss told Kojima to make it serious.
Snake, when you knock down a Hornet's...
Yes, okay.
Major. Snake, the boss is
Let
your
her go.
enemy. You've got to accept that reality. Adam is waiting for you at the abandoned factory to the north of your current position. Head north. The enemy must... Snake, when you knock... Remember that you've lost your gun. You don't stand a chance in a fight against an enemy unit. Use your camouflage and don't let the enemy see you.
Matter the Art, what's Prime Sub? Thank you. Glad you enjoyed the stream. Welcome aboard.
Major, why was the boss there? Did they detect my infiltration?
That's impossible. The drone shouldn't have been picked up by their radar at all.
Then how did she know? Couldn't have been a...
That's also out of the question. We've taken all measures to ensure this mission stays secret.
Then what's going on?
I don't know. It won't do you any good to dwell on it, Snake. Hurry to your rendezvous with Adam. Head for the abandoned factory to the north. Watch out for enemy patrols. Stay alert at all times, okay?
But why did she deflect, Major?
Snake, when you...
Just like 10 calls about it.
Snake, you don't have a tranquilizer gun right now. That means you'll just have to capture animals with your bare hands or with your survival knife. You should be able to harvest mushrooms and other low-lying plants with no problem by punching them or using your knife. It'll be tougher to catch small animals, but you might have a chance if you use stalking from behind. Snake.
Come on.
Snake.
He's talking about that because we're right next to Hornet's Nest. Should be in the collar too.
Snake. Snake, let's go over the control.
No, let's not.
Snake.
Harvest a mushroom by punching it. Got a bunch of useful stuff here. Life medicine, uniform, smoke grenades. And also, this should put me behind this guy's back. There we go. Oop. I almost messed up. The slopes are not very CQC friendly. Johnny Pratt got an anonymous gift sub. Thank you, whoever did that. Picking up enemy weapons just isn't a thing. Don't worry about it. And here is Ocelot's mousetrap that we left behind a week ago. The snake has been stuck on it for a week. Oh, it's this one.
That's tasty.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's pretty much because you couldn't pick weapons up from enemies, and I'm just 1 and 2 that you can't do it in 3. There's sort of being a thing with 4, I guess. There's actually the AK right here, but the cutscene doesn't seem to acknowledge that you have an AK. You still just have the knife out. More importantly, more deadly than the AK, it's the box. I'm just gonna get naked and inside the box. Perfect.
The Davy Crockett's that the boss took with her when she defected are mortars that fire nuclear warheads. They're named after Davy Crockett, the hero who died defending the Alamo in the Texan War of Independence.
Remember the Alamo?
That's right. The warheads are equivalent to between 10 and 20 tons of TNT. Every building within 150 yards of the hypocenter is completely obliterated. But the warheads the boss had with her were some kind of experimental super bomb. So they're actually even more powerful than that. I don't even want to think about what would happen if she used it again. Snake, you know what you have to do.
Yeah, I know.
Snake, what are you doing?
I'm in a box.
A cardboard box? Why are you...
I don't know, I was just looking at it, and suddenly I got this irresistible urge to get inside. No, not just an urge. More than that. It was my destiny to be here. In the box.
Destiny?
Yeah, and then when I put it on, I suddenly got this feeling of inner peace. I can't put it into words. I feel safe. Like this is where I was meant to be. Like I'd found the key to true happiness.
Uh-huh.
Does any of that make sense?
Not even a little.
You should come inside the box. Then you'll know what I mean.
Man, I don't want to know what you mean. Between you and Paramedic, is everyone but me that is hooked up with a Major Strange? Yeah, well, anyway, I suppose even that dumbass box might make a decent disguise if you wear it inside a building.
Kara's, thank you for the 9 years. You should come inside the box.
Snake, what's up? Why are you naked? I know there's a naked option under uniform that lets you take off the upper part of your uniform, but without a shirt on, your camouflage sucks, and your stamina goes down faster. You don't get any advantages whatsoever.
Sure there are.
Like what?
It feels good.
Man, you do whatever you want.
I will, thanks. Just one question, though.
What?
Is there a way to take off my pants?
Say what?
My pants, can I?
Oh, hell no! This Fox unit is a nut fest.
It will take Snake 10 years to figure out how to take off his pants. Until Peace Walker. Is there a way to take off my pants? Yeah, let's move on for now.
Sorry I'm late.
Cut the engine. They'll hear us.
Are you the agent they sent?
Are you Adam? I thought you were supposed to be a man.
Adam couldn't make it.
All right, say the password. Who are the Patriots? Who are the Patriots? Answer me! Trapped.
Get down! There is your answer. The name's Eva.
This wasn't part of the plan. What happened to Adam?
What's your code name?
It's Snake.
Snake, huh? Well, I'm Eva. Are you here to tempt me?
What happened to Adam?
Colonel Volgin is a very suspicious man. He decided Adam wasn't the right person for this mission.
And you were.
Yes,
Why?
because I can do things he can't.
I heard you used to be a codebreaker for the NSA.
I was. 4 years ago, I defected to the Soviet Union with Adam.
Mauser military. The broom handle.
Password is boobies.
It packs quite a punch. Nice to have when you're on a bike.
You held it sideways and used the muzzle jump to create a horizontal sweep. That was impressive.
Bet you've never seen that technique in the West.
It's imitation, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a Chinese Type 17 pistol. Around here, even that's hard to come by. Don't worry, though. The one I've got for you is American-made.
.45, huh? Incredible.
Do you like it?
The feeding ramp is polished to a mirror sheen. The slide's been reinforced, and the interlock with the frame is tightened for added precision. The sight system is original too. The thumb safety is extended to make it easier on the finger. A long type trigger with non-slip grooves. A ring hammer. The base of the trigger guard's been filed down for a higher grip. And not only that, nearly every part of this gun has been expertly crafted and customized. Where'd you get something like this?
I grabbed it from a Western munitions armory. It probably used to belong to one of your officers, and there are more where that came from. You had this with you, didn't you? Better take this too.
What's that?
A disguise to make you look like a scientist.
A disguise?
Yes. You're here to rescue Sokolov, right?
Sokolov's still safe then?
Yes. He's being forced to continue his work on the Shagohod.
Where?
At the lab. They've got a whole army of scientists there developing new weapons. Security is tight, but if you disguise yourself as a scientist, you might be able to sneak in.
Can we get Sokolov out of there?
We'll see, won't we?
Tell me how to get to the lab.
The safest way in is from the rear. First, you'll need to head north through the jungle. You'll come to a heliport used for shipping materials. Pass the heliport and continue north, and there will be a large crevice. Descend into that area, and you'll reach a cave. Move through the cave, and you will arrive at a mangrove swamp. After the swamp, there'll be a warehouse. Make your way through the warehouse, and you'll come out just south of the lab.
Got it.
And just what are you doing there?
In close-range combat, a knife can sometimes be more useful than a gun. By doing this, I'll be able to hold a knife at the same time and still keep the gun steady. That way, I can instantly switch between a gun battle and a knife fight. Right, let's get going.
Wait a minute.
What now?
You must be tired. Why don't you take a little rest?
I'll be fine.
You'll never make it in your condition. It's a jungle out there. There's still an hour before dawn. It's dangerous to be out in the jungle at night without a guide.
What about you?
I have to get back. I can't be gone for too long. They'll start to suspect something. Don't worry. I'll keep you updated over the radio.
That's it?
My orders are to provide you with information, nothing more. You look disappointed. All right, then. I'll do something special for you. I'll stand watch until dawn. Now be a good boy and lie down. What's the matter?
I don't know you well enough to trust you.
How well do you have to know me to trust me?
I don't know if I can trust anybody.
Gonna get that?
She's right, Snake. You should get some sleep. Although in your condition, you really ought to be back in the ICU. Whenever you save the game and quit, you'll go to sleep. Sleeping allows you to gain back stamina naturally. Depending on how long you sleep, you may also recover naturally from sickness and injury. When you're tired or hurt, the best thing to do is just get some sleep. So do yourself a favor and take a nap. Doctor's orders, okay?
Yeah, okay.
What's the matter?
We're surrounded. I see 4 of them.
We've got company. It's the Ocelot unit. Let's get out of here. Hurry. Don't forget your gear. Here, give me a hand. We can use this to get to the basement. Damn it! Ocelot. I'll get past them on my bike. I'll call you later.
Okay, I'll keep them busy. Huh?
Don't go dying on me now.
R1 camera will be DLC. Hey, we got a new Prime sub from Jared0208. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Glad you're enjoying the stream. So one thing that's actually in danger of not making it into the remake for real is Campbell telling you about the time paradox when you kill an important character. Because, well, Campbell voice actor said that he wasn't called back yet, and maybe they're reusing lines, so maybe there's that. But also, if they really didn't want to number it, you know, not to scare people away, they went with the Delta thing instead of 3 remake or whatever. What if they also remove the time paradox thing altogether so that people don't get confused? Because if it is to appeal to a wider audience, you know, that might make sense. I don't know. Fuck new people. God, does Konami really need to make this a cash cow with all the fucking mobile games and gyms and pachinkos they have? Come on. That's like, they don't need to make money from Metal Gear with all the shit they have. So if they're gonna do it, maybe it would actually be a passion project. Yeah, right. Yeah, fucking right. I don't know, man. Kinda weird. Ah, shit, I only got 2. bad grenade throw, huh? Okay. From MG, another new Prime sub. Thank you.
Where's he at?
Shit, that guy's still up there. That fucked it up. Come on, get down here. Ah. That was weird. Those guys were still up there. Oh, I probably made noise in the wrong spot. Because I do want to make noise, but it's to lure those 4 guys down there so I can stun grenade them. But, okay. Let's just put a tranquilizer in this guy through the grate here. That also makes noise. And it should lure these 4 guys down here. Here we go. Then with a well-placed stun grenade, we can actually get all of them. So that might go down to 5, 6. I fucked something up. Bad throw. But it's okay. Or, wait a second.
Where's he at?
Yeah, let's just put tranquilizer in this guy's leg and leave. Bye. I don't know why I can't get those 4 guys to be in the right spot this time, but okay. Just marathon things that happen when you're sleep deprived. This guy. Ooh, what are you doing? Where the fuck do you think you're going? Get this sniper guy. Maybe the remake will get cancelled. I'm gonna laugh so hard if it gets cancelled. Can't aim for shit. Come on. Yeah, that barrel explosion, that wasn't a kill. Indirect kill. It wasn't me. Dropping a bunch of frames right now. My internet's had enough, it would seem. Get this guy's suppressor.
I've been waiting for this moment. That's it! That's the stance! I don't think so. What? A female spy? This bitch is wearing perfume. Stay where you are. I've had enough of your judo.
I see you've got yourself a single-action army.
That's right. There'll be no accidents this time.
You call that an accident? Well, it wouldn't have happened if you hadn't been showing off.
What did you say?
It's a nice gun, I'll give you that. But the engraving gives you no tactical advantage whatsoever. Unless you were planning to auction it off as a collector's item. And you're forgetting one more very basic thing. You don't have what it takes to kill me.
We'll see.
6 shots. That thing only carries 6 shots. The Makarov carries 8. You have to get a feel for how many you have left. This is a high-class weapon. It's not meant for shooting people.
Damn! This isn't over yet.
Don't.
Why?
He's still young.
You'll regret stopping me. Damn it! I've got to get back before he does.
Somebody was asking if this camera in the original. If by the original you mean Snake Eater on PS2, then no. But there's really no reason to get Snake Eater instead of Subsistence, which is the re-release with the enhanced camera and other stuff. And that's still technically, original PS2 version. The HD edition is based on Subsistence, so it has the camera. And it's missing a bunch of other shit, but yeah, I really don't see any good reason to only play the original and not Subsistence instead. Let's see.
It looks like you've got rid of all the ocelots.
Yeah.
Now proceed with the rescue of Sokolov. According to Eva, you should start by going to the crevice to the north and...
Can we trust her?
What's that?
Eva is with the KGB, isn't she? Can I really believe what she says? How do I know she won't double-cross me?
There are no guarantees in espionage, Snake, only calculated guesses. At this point in time, the KGB stands nothing to gain by stabbing us in the back.
So you're saying I can trust her?
I'm saying the chance that she'll betray you is low.
Ah.
Of course, we checked the route she gave you against our own data. It looks like a pretty solid infiltration route. It makes good use of weak spots in the enemy's defenses. You shouldn't have any problems. Follow the route Eva showed you and proceed with the mission.
Roger.
First, enter the cave through the crevice. Eva said it was to the north, so head that way.
But which way? Where do I go? So when Snake was doing that modification to the 1911 script, and Eva was explaining where to go, he wasn't paying attention at all. He has no idea what Eva said. And there's a call about it. Zero just treats Snake like a kid, just patronizing him. So, Herb Derb, where do I go? MGS3 was never 60 FPS on PS2. MGS2 was. MGS3 was 30 plus drops,
First, enter the cave through the crevice.
But where?
Snake, your number one priority in this mission is rescuing Sokolov. Eva said he is in the lab, so head over there.
Right.
Do you remember how to get to the lab?
You mean what Eva told me?
Yes.
Of course I do.
All right, repeat it for me.
Major, do you think I'd forget something like that?
Let's hear it then.
First I head north.
And
then I'll come to a crevice.
Let's hear it then.
And then...
All right, let's go over this one more time. First, head north through the jungle. Enter the cave through the crevice to the north. Follow the cave to the end and you'll come out in an aqueduct surrounded by a mangrove. Follow the aqueduct to the north and you should arrive at a warehouse. Climb out of the water and enter the warehouse. After you've infiltrated the warehouse, pass through it to the north. Then you'll emerge in the woods again. The lab will be directly to the north. Are we clear now?
Yeah.
Snake.
I got it. Basically, I just head north, right?
He still doesn't get it after all that. And Zero just fucking gives up. This guy. I don't want to talk about that. Let's talk about guns.
Hey, Snake, remember back at the abandoned factory when you whittled the grip of that 45 down?
Yeah,
I've never heard of a customization like that before. Why the grip?
to fit it with a knife.
A knife?
Equip both at the same time. That way I can switch back and forth in an instant.
Badass. So that's that.
CQC.
Now he's all cool now. Again, with Sigint. But with Zero, he's like a kid.
Snake, you said Eva said her Mauser was a Type 17, right?
Yeah, what about it?
That model was produced in the 1920s in a weapons lab in the Shaanxi province in China. The cartridge part sticks out lower than the original to accommodate 45 caliber rounds. The barrel and chamber are a little bit thicker too. But most telling of all, it's got Chinese characters engraved on both sides of the frame like you saw. And that firing stance Eva was talking about where you hold the gun horizontally, that's a trademark of the Chinese. Just like you were saying, when you're firing in full auto mode, the muzzle jump effect gives you a horizontal strafing motion. They say it's especially deadly in indoor and close-range mop-up actions. The Japanese called it bandit shooting and used to dread it. Makes you wonder where she learned to shoot like that.
She has a Chinese gun, shooting using a Chinese technique. Wonder where she's from. But she also has a German motorcycle, so maybe.
You know that army motorcycle that Eva was riding? That's a replica of a German model.
A replica?
Yeah. After World War II, the Soviets confiscated an entire assembly line from a German motorcycle factory, machines and all.
And then they took it back with them and started producing replicas?
Exactly. Originally, that motorcycle was designed to be used with a sidecar attached. That means it's got enough power to drag a 200-plus pound sidecar around.
So that's how she could pull off all those crazy stunts.
Uh-huh. Of course, it takes a lot of skill to be able to control that much power. That Eva chick is something else. Hey, you've got an M1911A1.
Yeah, a 45. 50 years since the Army adopted the first model, and they're still using them. It's a real gem of an automatic pistol.
But aren't you gonna need more than just one little handgun?
Not at all. When you're in a tight spot or fighting in close quarters, sometimes a handgun works better than a rifle. And if I equip a knife at the same time, I can instantaneously switch over to hand-to-hand combat.
I see. That 45 you've got there is a lot different from the original, though. Looks like someone did some serious work on it.
It's more than a little. First of all, the feeding ramp is polished to a mirror sheen. It's not going to have any feeding problems. The slide's been replaced with a reinforced version, and it meshes perfectly with the frame. The frame itself has been iron welded and scraped down multiple times for maximum precision. The front strap part of the frame has been checkered to make it dig into the hand. That prevents any slipping. The sight system's original too. It's a 3-dot type. It's got an enlarged front sight, giving it superior target sighting capability. The regular hammer's been replaced with a ring hammer. That enhances the cocking control and increases the hammer down speed. They also reworked the grip safety to accommodate the ring hammer. Looks like they eliminated it altogether. This is a tool for pros. The thumb safety and the slide stop are extended to allow for more precise handling. The base of the trigger guard is whittled down so you can use a high grip. And the trigger itself is a long type for easy finger access. The trigger pull is about 3.5 pounds. That's about 1.5 pounds lighter than normal. The magazine well has been widened to make it easier to put in a new magazine. The magazine catch button has been cut down low to make it harder to hit it by mistake. The mainspring housing has been changed to a flat type to increase grip, and it's even been fitted with stepping so it doesn't slip from the recoil when firing. On top of that, they added cocking serrations to the front part of the slide. That lets you load and eject cartridges faster in an emergency. Whoever did this is a professional. No question,
This thing could shoot a one-hole at 25 yards in a machine rest.
Well, I'll be damned. That's some gun.
Yeah, I've never used a weapon this fine in my life.
Mo 45. Unfortunately, this becomes a lot less cool when remember that haters anti-gun. Oh well.
The weapon you've got equipped now is a prototype model of the Mark 22, a suppressor-equipped pistol currently in development by the Navy. It's been modified to act as a tranquilizer gun. The Mark 22 is a heavily modified special ops version of the M39 pistol used as a sidearm by the SEALs. Probably the biggest change from the M39 is that it's got a longer barrel, which allows it to be equipped with a suppressor. And it uses a slide lock mechanism. That makes it a lot quieter, but it also means you have to load a new round into the chamber by hand every time you fire. It's also fitted with tall, adjustable sights, so you can use the front and rear sights to line up your shot, even with a suppressor attached.
It looks like they got rid of the magazine safety, too.
Good eye. That feature wasn't too popular with guys like you who know their guns. The shear release lever's been taken off as well, meaning the hammer won't fall even with the safety on.
So I can just cock and lock.
That, and you get the added bonus of not having any mechanical noise from decocking, even with the safety on. The perfect pistol for a sneaking mission, huh? Got yourself an AK-47, huh? The AK-47 is the official assault rifle of the Soviet Army. The first model was completed in 1946, and in 49, it beat out all its competitors to become the standard assault rifle of the Soviet military. It uses 7.62 millimeter by 39 rounds developed in 1943, and a 30-round box magazine originally designed for a different assault rifle. You can aim it from the shoulder by equipping it in first-person view and holding down the aim button. It's sturdy and extremely reliable with high power and precision. There's no better assault rifle in the world.
There are a lot of calls. Stun grenade call is time paradox. It's weird because Snake starts the mission with stun grenades, but they don't know where they came from. And Sagan talks about it possibly being in development to Groznygrad when we don't even know about Groznygrad in this point in the story. But
I've never seen a grenade like that one before.
You gave it to me.
There are two basic types of grenades. Fragmentation grenades, which use shrapnel to kill or maim the target, and explosive grenades, which use the blast from the explosion as the offensive means. But the grenade you've got there isn't either of those. My best guess is that it's meant to knock the enemy out without hurting them. Most likely, it's an entirely new kind of weapon developed exclusively at Groznygrad. I've heard that the SAS is working on a low-impact grenade for training purposes, but I never thought they'd be used in an actual battle. The flash of light that occurs when the grenade explodes is probably produced by magnesium. It's the same stuff that's used in camera flashes. I'm thinking they cut down on killing power by reducing the amount of explosives and made up for it by making the flash and bang so strong that it overwhelms the enemy's senses. I guess you could call it a stun grenade.
If I'm going to be stunned, I'd rather it be by a woman.
Snap out of it. Anyone around when that thing goes off will be laid out. It ought to come in handy when you're trying to storm a room or when you don't want to kill the enemy. Thinking of using a smoke grenade, huh? As you might expect, smoke grenades can be used to create a smoke screen. The combustion agent is a mixture of zinc oxide, ammonium chloride, aluminum, and some other stuff. When it explodes, it releases a thick cloud of grayish-white smoke that resists dispersion. That should provide some nice cover. The smoke will confuse the enemy by blocking their field of vision. That'll help you out when you're trying to make a quick getaway. It also works the other way around. You can use it as cover to sneak up on an enemy position. The smoke screen should work just as well when you're being chased by dogs, too.
Dogs. Some other stuff. Let's see what else we have. The knife call is pretty nice. The magazine call makes me want to rip my hair out. Magazine is what's left behind when you empty the clip of a gun. What?
You say you're using a magazine? A magazine is what's left when you empty the clip of a gun. But what do you plan to do with it?
I'm going to throw it.
Throw it?
Yeah. The sound it makes when it hits the ground will distract the enemy's attention.
Ah, a diversion. Guess state-of-the-art weapons aren't the only things that determine victory or defeat.
A magazine is a clip of a gun. I mean, I don't know.
Ah, you're using the survival knife.
Yeah. This thing provides me with all the bare essentials I need to survive in the field.
Hey, wait. What'd you do with the knife I made you? That was a work of art. It had matches and fish hooks and thread and stuff in the grip.
Sorry to have to tell you this, but that thing is useless in a fight.
No way. Really?
Yeah. When the grip is hollowed out like that, there's not as much space to stabilize the blade. So the joint between the blade and the grip is weaker. That makes it easier to break.
I get it. You're right. With your knife, you don't have to worry about it breaking no matter how much you swing it around. So the important thing is durability. Man, I gotta write this stuff down. Next time, I'll make it so the matches and fish hooks go in the sheath instead.
I think it's more of a rainbow knife, like Rambo's knife that looks huge and badass, but also had that stuff in the grip, so it wasn't really that great after all. Probably a Rambo reference. Let's see. Oh yeah. All of the stuff here that paramedic likes to interrupt about. The zombie face paint. And then next area we'll get the Gakko camo. And then we have life medicine. Do those 3 calls together. We got quite a bit of back and forth to do here. Ah, shit, did I pick up the bug juice? Nope. Now we gotta deal with the leeches. Oh well. Do the leech call. There's that. That sound effect was a leech getting on probably my ass. Close. Is it? Close. Almost. I mean, kind of.
Snake, look at your body.
Yep. Looking good.
Not there.
Then where?
See the leeches?
Leeches?
Yeah, you've got leeches all over you. Leeches will sometimes attach themselves to you if you spend a long time in the water or the swamp. When you've got leeches on you, they'll suck your blood, causing you to lose stamina. You should get rid of them as soon as possible. To get rid of leeches, go into Cure in the survival viewer and press your cigar into them. Or, if you use the insecticidal bug juice ahead of time, the leeches won't bother you as long as the bug juice is in effect.
Okay, and I'm here for the camo. Apply cigar to ass, yes. We might as well make Eva show up here.
Snake, are you there?
Eva,
Did you miss me?
did you make it without any trouble?
No one saw me.
So you're back with Vulcan.
In a matter of speaking.
What about the boss?
Yeah, she's here too.
Better be careful.
Thanks, I will. The boss and I get along pretty well, though. I guess we traitors have a lot in common.
Why would anyone want to defect? Betraying your country like that, I just don't get it.
Are you talking about the boss?
Why do you do it? Weren't you born and raised in America?
Yes, in a small rural town. I never even knew there were other countries, other cultures, other ways of thinking, until I went to work for the NSA. And one day, I found I'd lost faith in the things I'd been taking for granted.
What did you see? What was it that made you want to change sides?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
Try me.
I saw the universe.
The universe?
Not the actual universe. The universe as the intelligence community sees it. I realized that the gravity in this universe was holding me back. That's all. People and countries are both changed by their environment and by the times.
That sounds like what the boss was saying.
There's a world of difference between this country and America. But it's only a difference of position, a difference of perspective. Coming here made me realize something. Half of what I'd been told was a complete and utter lie. The other half was a conveniently constructed lie.
Where's the truth, then?
It's hidden in the lies.
Are you lying, too?
Who knows? I've been trained to make even the most severe falsehood sound like the honest truth. Weren't you?
No. I believe because I have to, even if it is a lie. That's part of my mission.
I'll have to remember that. If you need me, give me a call on the radio. My frequency is 142.52. See ya.
Okay, so now that she showed up, we can go back and get the calls about the previous areas. Because she always has a call about the area you're in and what the name means. Is that a new sub from... how do you go about pronouncing this? Sorchois? Thank you. Like you enjoying the stream. Welcome aboard. So this call where she tries to warn Snake about the traps is actually a lot better if you already triggered a trap. You don't need to get hit by it though. Like, there was traps there. I noticed.
Snake, be careful. I might not have told you this yet, but that swamp is rigged with traps.
Tell me about it.
So you know already.
Yeah.
Well, then you're all set. The traps in that area are set to go off when a rope stretched along the ground is disturbed. Keep a close eye on the ground and make sure you don't trip over a rope. I mean, far be it from me to call you an idiot who can't avoid even the simplest of traps, but you know... What's the matter?
Nothing. Never mind.
Smoking the pot with the sub. Thank you. Hey, we've got a little bit of a sub train going on. All new subs. Nice. So she kind of calls him an idiot. And Snake knows that he already triggered a trap. It's like, I guess I am an idiot. Okay, let's go back and we'll come back here, get the croc cap. Now we can put on zombie face paint, the Gecko camo. Just gonna make the keratin make noise here. It's supposed to just help you find the keratins. And then with these three things equipped, we can call SIGINT, but really we're getting paramedic.
Got some life medicine, huh? Life medicine is
a drug recently developed by the Soviet Union for use in battle. The components are still a mystery, but it seems to activate the body's regenerative processes and makes injuries heal faster.
Well,
open the window and press the enter button to instantly replenish your life. Useful, huh? Huh? What's wrong, SIGINT?
Never mind. Snake, what is that stuff you're wearing?
I don't know. It's called Gakko camo, whatever that means.
What?
Paramedic?
You've never heard of Gakko?
Nope.
Never.
You must live in a cave or something.
Well, excuse me. By the way, Snake, that outfit is really killing your camo index. Unless you want the enemy to see you, I suggest you change your clothes as...
Why?
Why? Because his camo index is...
Camo index, schmamo index.
Hold on now.
He's wearing the Gakko suit.
Why?
Because it looks cute.
Snake, talk some sense into her.
What's wrong with being cute?
Am I the only normal person around here? Snake, your face paint, it's...
I know. It's called zombie.
Zombie? What does that mean?
Beats me.
Are you serious?
Hello, paramedic.
You mean you've never heard of zombies?
Nope.
Never.
You guys don't know anything. A zombie is a dead body that's been cursed and brought back to life by a master of black magic. Supposedly, they revive the dead and use them as slaves. It's also seen as a kind of punishment. People who commit terrible crimes can be forced to labor even after they're dead.
Interesting. How do you know all this stuff?
I saw it in movies. Like White Zombie. Never seen it?
Nope.
Can't say I have.
How about Plan 9 from Outer Space?
No.
Missed it.
You can't just focus on the things you like all the time. You have to expand your horizons, try new things. You guys need to get out more.
Yeah, well, anyway, that face paint doesn't look all that useful. Go ahead and wear it if you want, but I think you should change to...
You don't need to change anything.
Why not?
It makes him look awesome. Doesn't it?
Look, arguing about it isn't going to get us anywhere. Snake, you do whatever you want.
It does make you look cool.
Zombies also what happens when you keep a series going for too long. Eventually turns into zombies, apparently. Okay, let's go back here. IR Gibbler with the Prime sub, thank you. That's crazy, we had like 5 or 6 new Prime subs in a row just now. I'm probably gonna get another leech. Yep, there it is. It's always in Snake's ass. Also, well, since we're here, we can also take a look at the snakes. We can do this call, but there's a little oversight by Bluepoint. Oops. Liquid 4789, thanks for the 2 mods. Shade 87, another new Prime sub. That's awesome. Thank you guys. TARDIS Mechanic, hey, what's up? Thanks for the sub. Good to see you. Well, let's see. Milk Snake and Coral Snake. What did Bluepoint miss? I don't know, you tell me. Not this call, but the next one.
Wow, you caught a coral snake. The coral snake is a venomous snake that originally hails from the Americas. Its venom is a very potent neurotoxin, so don't let it bite you. If you do get bitten, go into the survival viewer right away and use Cure to neutralize the poison with a serum injection. The colorful red and black patterns on the coral snake are a warning sign. Apparently, the bright flashy colors and pattern let other animals know that it carries a deadly poison that keeps them from attacking. There are many animals that mimic the colors of known poisonous animals as a defense. See, by mimicking other poisonous creatures, they increase their chances of survival. There is another non-poisonous snake called the milk snake that borrows its coloring from the coral snake.
Uh-huh.
You're not even listening, are you?
No.
Okay, we'll talk about something you're interested in then.
The taste?
Yes. It says here that coral snakes are pretty good in a snaky kind of way.
A snaky kind of way, huh?
So the whole point of the coral snake and the milk snake supposed to be that they look similar. So this call is particularly funny because Paramedic is going on about how it's kind of hard to tell them apart, and if only there was some way But, you know, this snake closely resembles the coral snake.
I see you've caught a coral snake.
Except
I mean,
it
a milk snake.
closely resembles a fucking
The milk
knife.
snake closely resembles the coral snake, but it's actually not venomous. Even so,
Oops.
you'll still take damage if it bites you, so don't get too close.
So is there a way to tell the difference between a milk snake and a coral snake?
It's pretty difficult. They really do look almost exactly alike. I guess if I had to pick something, I'd say it's that the milk snake is much less aggressive.
Okay.
Ah, I just thought of a better way. You're going to love this.
What?
Eat it.
Eat it?
It's...
Yeah, the guide says milk snakes don't taste very good.
Is that right? But if I've already caught and eaten it, what does it matter which kind of snake it was?
It doesn't, does it? Shoot, I thought I had a good idea.
They'll make both snakes look like knives to fix it. And this is definitely Blue Point magic because in the original it doesn't do that. So, yeah, that's funny as fuck. Oh, look at the leech on the leg sticking out. Wait a second. I have no leeches though. I already cured it. There's none in the cure menu. But there's clearly a leech on my leg. The fuck? What the hell? And also the one, oh, both legs, both leeches that I got are still there after I cure them. What the fuck? This might be more Blue Point magic. Actually, they'll probably disappear when I load the next area. Well, the previous area here, but still. Ah, that's weird. They get stuck in HD randomly. I never noticed that before. Let's see if they're still there. Oh yeah, they're gone now. Okay. Thanks, Blue Point. Let's add that to the list of Blue Point magic. Okay. Then we'll go back a couple more areas to get the call. Just stabbed them and left them there. Yes, please. Give me bug juice. The leeches are bugged. Leech and snake stick. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen it get stuck for the whole game. Yeah, I do PS2 runs every once in a while. And that's when I really go hard on the comparison, telling people, you know, look, this thing, Blue Point fucked up or missed this thing.
Freeze!
This guy is doing some weird neck stretches, neck exercises. I don't know, he looks weird. What is he doing? Call an exorcist. Ah, get out of here. Let me get this guy first. Or, oh, he's behind the tree now.
The enemy's here.
Imagine aiming. Haha, the splash.
Freeze!
Oops. There should be a call, if I remember correctly, with 0. As soon as you go back here, where he thinks the snake's abandoning the mission because we're going back.
First, enter the cave through the crevice. Eva said it was to the north, so head that way. First, enter the...
I don't remember how to get this call.
Eva was...
Come on.
Major, what's this temptation Eva was talking about?
In the Old Testament of the Bible, Eve was seduced by a snake into tasting the fruit of knowledge. By eating the forbidden fruit, Adam and Eve disobeyed God's command and were cast out from the Garden of Eden. Thus, it was the snake who led mankind into original sin.
Come to think of it, I did break a rib in the Virtuous mission. Maybe that's where Eva came from.
But the one who tempted Adam into eating the forbidden fruit was Eve. You may be working together, but she's still a KGB operative. Don't let your guard down.
I don't intend to.
Snake, I heard you got a scientist disguise from Eva.
Yeah.
Go to uniform on the camouflage screen and choose scientist to disguise yourself as a scientist.
Scientist, huh?
But it won't do you any good to go around the jungle wearing a scientist disguise.
No one would be that stupid.
You're right. No one would think of going around the jungle in a scientist disguise. If they did, they'd have to be a fool. No, more than a fool. A complete dumbass. Don't you think so, Snake?
Yeah. A complete dumbass, huh? Get this guy down. Controller aim. Let's go. You had to be a complete dumbass to put on scientist's disguise in the jungle, right? Look at me, I'm a scientist in the jungle.
First, head north. First, Snake?
What's wrong, Major?
I should be asking you the same question. Why are you wearing that outfit?
I wanted to try it on.
Did you listen to a word that I said? What are you thinking, dressing like a scientist in the middle of the jungle? Look at your camo index. You're a walking bullseye. Get back into your camouflage now.
Lighten up.
What was that?
Nothing.
There's jungle scientists, right? I can't seem to get that call I was talking about, where the 0 thinks you're trying to abandon the mission if you go backwards. I think it's... I thought it was here.
First, head north.
But,
First, enter the cave through the crevice.
Major.
Yes?
I was just wondering, why do they call you 0?
What do you mean?
We go back a long ways, but I just realized I never asked you why you're called 0.
You want to know where it comes from?
Yeah, if that's all right.
That's a bit nostalgic, really.
Nostalgic?
The first British intelligence outfit was established in 1909. The head of the Foreign Intelligence Division was a man named Mansfield George Smith Cumming. He was referred to simply as C after the first letter of his last name. Since then, out of respect for Cumming, the heads of the SIS have traditionally taken the name of C.
And James Bond's boss is called M.
That's right. I myself was once known as O.
And that's where 0 comes from?
Precisely. In another sense, though, it signifies a ghost, one whose true identity must remain a mystery, the primogenitor of the solo sneaking operation.
Is that so?
That forest is known as Dremuchi. It means the untouched forest in Russian. The name says it all. Dremuchi is a pristine jungle at the far edge of Selinoyarsk, untouched by human hands. The forest is so dense that large units can't penetrate it, making it a natural defense. That's why Sokolov's research facility and Groznygrad were built here. But more to the point, what are you doing all the way out there? You're not thinking of abandoning the mission, are you? Get back to the
Another call where they mentioned Groznygrad before we even know about it. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? What's that? Should I like maybe know something about this Groznygrad you're talking about? Technically, like, you don't learn about it until you meet Brandon. Brandon is the first person who talks about it. So it's weird. Stun Grenade call and Eva's call about this area both mention it. Yeah, I can try to go all the way back, I guess, but let's see what he has to say.
Speak. If right hand gets shot, the gun
Drops.
Answer me.
Advanced PS2 things.
Let me go. Speak. If right hand.
Well, now we gotta do it since you mentioned it.
Freeze. Don't shoot.
Oh wait, he already dropped his gun though. Never mind. What do we have here? Bug juice. Ooh, porno.
Freeze.
Last time I tried to do this too and it failed. I remember that call being a thing because he was like, what the hell are you doing? You're not thinking of abandoning the mission, are you? Something like that. This is on PS3, but yes, it is the HD remaster.
First, head north through the jungle. Enter the cave through the crevice to the north. Follow the cave to the end and you'll come out in an aqueduct surrounded by mangrove. Follow the aqueduct to the north and you should arrive at a warehouse. Climb out of the water and enter the warehouse. After you've infiltrated the warehouse, pass through it to the north. Then you'll emerge in the woods again. The lab will be directly to the north. First, enter... Snake, camouflage and face paint alone. Snake, this is a solo sneaking operation. There are no medics there to assist you. You'll have to
No
treat
medics,
your own
yay.
injuries. Are we clear?
I had a little bit of training, but I'm no doctor.
That's where I come in. To treat an injury, first press...
Okay.
Snake, the food you catch.
I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong, but I thought that call was there somewhere.
Thermal goggles.
He's just talking about random shit now.
First, head... First, enter the cave through the assault rifle.
Okay, then I'll have to confirm how to get that call some other time, because it's not working. See, the thing is, Xbox with backwards compatibility, if you play, what is it, a 360 version on Series X, I think, whatever the fuck is going on with Xbox these days, I don't even know what they're called anymore. then technically it runs better FPS-wise. However, the controls are absolutely fucked to an Xbox because there's no pressure sensitivity. So, I guess if you don't care about that, if you can get used to it, if you're not already used to how the game usually controls on PS2 or PS3, maybe. But to me, it's complete and absolute trash. So, yeah. This guy's back. The punch didn't reach him. I should have just CQC'd him, but it's fun to just punch him in the face. See, there's some detail to it as well, because if you don't have a gun equipped, or a handgun equipped, I guess, it takes 10 punches to put somebody down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But with the handgun equipped, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Only takes 7 because of the added mass of the gun. Your punches do more damage, I guess. It's a tiny little detail. I remember that call triggering like as soon as you load the area here, but okay.
First, head north.
If you use a rifle, the animation changes completely because Snake just swings it around.
Press the CQC button.
So there's no punches anymore, but I think it takes 2 swings. Oh, that guy's looking this way. Oh, perfect. I lured him this way. One and 2. Yep, it's 2. Ah, fuck it. I'll just give up on that call for now. I'll have to reconfirm how to get it. Is this guy awake? Oh, these guys are up. Okay.
That area is called Dolino Vodno. The name means Forest of the Canyon. It probably got that name from the chasm that divides the jungle in two. The rope bridge at the center was hastily constructed to enable them to patrol Dramuchi. Speaking of which, what are you doing all the way back there? Get back to the north now.
I wonder if maybe you're supposed to do this call first, and then...
You can't keep hanging.
Hold on. I wonder if it... Well, it's too late now. There's a weird neck stretching guy again. Okay. He's probably gonna see me. Well, if I wait for him to look the other way, maybe. Okay. I can't aim for shit.
The enemy! He's here!
Oh, we hungry now. That wasn't a kill. I didn't kill him. Gravity did. Here we go. Shitty, stretched, pixelated, wrong aspect ratio. Little videos. Another thing that Blue Point kind of fucked up.
Not too bad.
That wasn't too good. He takes off his bandana when he eats. Because I guess those are made with the Virtuous Mission character model. Okay, now we're gonna head for the Croc Cap. It's a lot of bug juice now. The cock crap, the croc cap, same thing. Oh yeah, since we're here, we might as well do this. Piss off a crocodile in the water, and it doesn't end well. If he notices, that is. Here we go. What is he doing? You should start going at turbo speed and get behind me. But he's being lazy right now. Here we go, here we go. Holy shit. Oh shit. It missed? Nope. Here we go. The death roll. Get a couple of these actually. Brass in the water. Not a tree frog, this is a poison dart frog. Eat it.
It's poisonous.
What did you expect? It's called fucking poison dart frog.
I see you've captured a poison dart frog. The poison dart frog is native to the tropical rainforests of Central and South America. They normally grow between 2 and 5 centimeters in length, but for some reason the ones in that area seem to be much bigger than that. Poison dart frogs are known to carry a potent neurotoxin called pamiliotoxin. Long ago, people used the poison to coat their arrows for hunting. Watch out, because if you eat one, you'll get food poisoning.
Yeah, I know.
How?
You really want to hear?
Never mind. I got
it. That's why you eat it first. Okay. Go this way for the croc cap. I don't think there's a call for the poison frog. No, if you eat it after the call, the only food item that has a call like that I can think of is the glowing mushrooms. But usually she only talks about food once, and the call is different depending on whether you already tried it or not. Something where she talks about the food and then you eat it and then she talks about it again. I think it's only the glow caps. Oh, and the spatula, that's right. I think that's it. Oh no, there's also the one for the mushroom I was talking about earlier. The one that she says is safe, but then you eat it and it's poisonous. So there's a follow-up call for that one. the gun poking out of the mouth. Might not blink, but should be a way to make the mouth move. I don't remember how. Like that, maybe. I don't think you can interrogate any of the bosses. You can barely even see some of them. You can see Volgin, you can see the boss. And I think that's it.
That swamp seems pretty deep. It's probably deep enough to dive underwater and swim around. Press the crawl button when you're swimming.
Okay.
Snake, you'll be helpless if a crocodile attacks you in the water. You can't see behind you when you're swimming, so if you're in a crocodile-infested swamp, keep an eye on your 6. Also, by using your sensors, you should be able to detect crocodiles before they get too close. Snake, what in God's name?
How does it look?
It looks cool.
Huh?
It looks cool on you.
It does?
Yeah.
I don't think cool is the right word.
Why? What's wrong with it?
What's wrong? Don't you think it looks silly? Doesn't it make you laugh? Aren't you going to ask me what the hell I was thinking?
No.
Oh.
I think it really does look good. It reminds me of the alligator people.
Oh, the... what?
The Alligator People. It's a science fiction movie. You've never heard of it?
No.
Oh, well, you should see it sometime. It's about this guy who gets hurt in a car accident and tries to heal his wounds by injecting himself with a crocodile serum, but then his head turns into a crocodile head. You look just like him with the mask on. That's awesome!
Right.
Huh?
Oh, never mind. I suppose you might be able to disguise yourself as a crocodile by wearing that cap and sticking your head out of the water.
A cap shaped like a crocodile head, you say?
Yeah. What do you think?
I think it's a great idea. You know, animal disguises are one of the oldest tricks in the book in the intelligence world. I don't know whether it's true or not, but I've heard that during World War II, the OSS used to use cow suits. Supposedly, they sent agents out to hide in herds of real cows so they could spy on enemy units as they passed by. Nowadays, I guess most people wouldn't even give a crocodile-shaped cap a second look. They think it was just a gag item. But if you use it the right way, it can be an effective weapon for spying. I gotta hand it to you, Snake. You're one sharp guy. You okay, Snake?
Now forget it.
Huh?
That area is known as Chorny Prud. The name means something like the Black Shore in Russian. It got its name from the deep swamp that covers the area. The crocodiles in that swamp are extremely vicious. Apparently, they've already chewed up a bunch of soldiers out on patrol. Now no one even dares to go near the swamp. They said that most of the soldiers who were killed were attacked from behind while they were in the water. You be careful out there.
Eva, what kind of unit are those ocelots I fought a little while ago?
The Ocelot unit is an elite group composed of soldiers handpicked from among the ranks of Spetsnaz, the Special Forces wing of GRU. They've undergone even more rigorous training than regular Spetsnaz. Their skill with weapons is the stuff of legends. You'll find they're much better shots than the rest of GRU. Watch yourself. The crevice that... The crocodile... The crocodile...
Come on, talk about the croc cap already.
The crocodiles in that swamp are extremely vicious.
Eva, where are you now?
I told you, didn't I? I'm right near the Colonel.
Pretty weak answer, if you ask me.
I suppose you're right.
Eva.
Snake, I'm under orders to cooperate with you, but that doesn't mean I have to tell you everything I know. I would assume the same applies to you, too.
You have fond memories of feeding unconscious soldiers to crocodiles at this? Those are some interesting memories, considering that you can't do that in this game. So, how does that work? Whatever there's crocodiles around, there's no enemies. You cannot feed enemies to the crocodiles.
The crevice that leads to the cave is
You can do
still
the
a ways to
opposite.
north.
Yeah, you can feed a crocodile to an enemy.
The crocodiles in that swamp are extreme. The crevice that leads...
Maybe.
The
Come on.
The croc... The croc...
The croc.
The croc...
Come on.
The
God damn it. Yeah, you can feed animals to the... You can basically feed the crocodiles things because they open their mouth in front of you. You can throw stuff in it.
Tell me something, Snake. Why did you let Ocelot get away?
I thought I told you already.
Because he's still a kid?
Yeah,
Pretty lame excuse if you ask me.
you think so?
Yeah, I do.
Maybe you're right.
I actually really like the Eva Croc cat call. She has like the most genuine sounding laugh.
The croc... Snake, have you heard about the massacre that happened in the forest near the village of Gnezdovo?
The Katyn Forest Massacre, right?
During World War II, the German army came upon the bodies of 4,000 dead Polish in the forest of Katyn.
Yeah, Germany blamed the Soviet Union, but the Soviet Union denied it, blaming Germany in return.
The truth is that Stalin ordered the NKVD to carry out the killings. And it's not just Katyn. In places like Western Ukraine and Belarus, there must have been at least 20,000 Poles in the prison camps.
Why are you telling me this?
Volgin was one of the people responsible. He was one of the vicious leaders behind it.
Volgin was?
He blamed it on a prisoner revolt to allay any fears, and requested they be put to death. I've heard that Volgin even removed the blindfolds from each prisoner before he beat them to death.
I knew he wasn't all there in the head, but this...
Not someone you could be friends with. The crocodile...
The fucking crocodiles.
The crevice... Snake?
Eva, what do you think?
What a dork. You must be kidding me. Are you willing to risk your life for that joke?
All right, finally I get a normal response.
What?
Everyone was giving me strange responses and acting like nothing was odd about it. I was starting to wonder myself, but now I feel better.
I'm not sure what you're talking about, but you look adorable in it. I'm sorry. I gotta go. This is too much.
All right.
I thought there was a way to make the mouth move. I don't remember though. He was just turning around. Ah, fuck it. Yeah, pretty much the only thing to look forward to is to what degree are they gonna fuck it up. They're gonna fuck it up, it's just a matter of how much. So that'll be interesting to see. There's some people speculating on who the voice actors might be, but nothing official or confirmed, if you ask me. This guy can go. Bye-bye. Thanks for the ammo. You can get the splitter camo here. MGS3 Kiefer Edition. Yes. No voice acting.
What's wrong?
Come on. Get the doggo here. And this guy has stun grenades, which are useful. And oops, the fence is electrified. Oh well. Okay. See, but the thing is, if they just copy and paste the original audio, the controls are going to be different. So, at least that, maybe they would have to record. I have no idea.
They sick the tag dogs on you?
Oh, here we go.
People have been using dogs in wars
The
since
Russians.
before recorded history. The Greek and Roman armies used to send out packs of dogs with spiked collars to charge at enemy ranks. Attack dogs were regularly employed in the First and Second World Wars as well. Traditionally, dogs have been used to keep watch, send messages, and assist in search operations. Then the Soviets came up with a new idea, using them to carry bombs.
Bomb dogs?
Yeah, they were trained to dive beneath tanks carrying a payload of bombs. Apparently it worked pretty well, but the Russians messed up, man. They used their own tanks for the training. Turns out the dogs kept going after Russian tanks and blowing them up. So the plan was scrapped before it got off the ground.
Unbelievable.
Well, I don't think you need to worry about those dogs exploding on you. They don't seem to be the bomb-carrying type. But they are highly trained in tracking and detection. Don't underestimate them. They're excellent trackers and
The best part is that that's a real story.
Attack dogs move fast and are deadly in proximity encounters. They'll pick up your scent and use it to track you, so it'll be hard to shake them off. In a way, they're more dangerous than any human opponent. Be prepared. The Soviet-made smoke grenades you might find around there also seem to act as a mild tear gas. It might not have that much of an effect on human targets wearing balaclavas, but it ought to wreak havoc to a dog's nose. If you're being chased by attack dogs, give them a taste of a smoke grenade.
I don't get this whole AI talk for the voices or whatever. Like, is it like accepted practice or common practice now that they just fucking make games using AI now? That's pretty fucking sad. But okay. Well, AI voice acting is probably better than Twin Snake's voice acting, so maybe we can fix it.
Good. You made it to Bolshaya Pust. The name Bolshaya Pust means something close to the Great Cavity. It probably got that name from the crevice to the north. There's a fortified area in the southern part of Bolshaya Pust that's strung with barbed wire. To the north of that is a relay station that serves as both a depot for material shipments and a communication facility. The crevice leading to the cave is located to the north of the relay station. Head north. Snake, the enemy's attack dogs are very highly trained, so be careful.
You can tell if a dog's been highly trained or not?
I can tell.
Oh,
I used to have a dog.
you had a dog.
Yeah. What's so funny about it?
Nothing, it's just hard to picture you with a puppy.
Who asked you? He was really cute, but I had a hard time housebreaking him. When he finally did learn, I was so happy. I still dream about it sometimes.
So later in the game, when we put Eva to sleep and she starts dreaming about her dog, she says, Fido, it feels so good. Yeah, right there. That's the explanation for one of her dreams. Yeah, it's just housebreaking the dog. Yeah, it's teaching the dog where to poop. That's why it feels good right there, I guess. Of course, they want you to think something else, but that's the explanation for it. There's also a call about the boss carrying Eva's bags. And when she dreams about the boss, same thing. Oh, boss, right there. It feels so good.
The crevice that...
We gotta move away a little bit so that they'll talk about something other than the dogs.
Snake, sorry if I forgot to tell you, but they've got attack dogs prowling that area. If they find you, you'll be in for a rough time. Attack dogs are trained for fighting, and you won't be able to shake them off so easily. If they bark at you, it'll alert nearby patrols to your presence. Be careful not to get spotted by those dogs.
So all these obstacles that we encounter, like the mines, the electrified fence, the crevice, the dogs, Eva forgot to tell us about. Every time you encounter something, she's like, oh, I forgot to tell you. And it's most likely is a reference to Metal Gear 1, where as Solid Snake, every time you encounter an obstacle, you get a call from Big Boss and he says, oh, sorry, I forgot to tell you about this gas chamber or whatever. You need a gas mask. And clearly, in Metal Gear 1, Big Boss is trying to stop Snake, so he doesn't tell him about the obstacles until it's too late, essentially. And it's always the same excuse. I forgot to tell you. So that's most likely a reference to that. And also the fact that, Eva is also hiding something. Eva's also going to betray Snake. Just like Big Boss betrays Snake in Metal Gear 1. So maybe it's kind of related. Although Eva probably genuinely forgot, maybe. Instead of trying to... she's not trying to set him up, but she still betrays him later, so... Thought it was cool. And also the fact that the bosses blow up when you kill them. You know, that's also another... It's a Metal Gear 2 reference, but yet another MSX games reference, probably.
Eva, that was some pretty nice driving.
Really?
Ballsy, yet overwhelmingly accurate. That kind of driving isn't something you can pick up in a couple of days.
I told you to trust me. I love motorcycles.
It is not easy to jackknife a bike like that.
So, you believe me now?
Think I'll pass on going tandem, though.
Oh, that's too bad. Snake, the barbed wire in that area has a high voltage electric current running through it.
A high voltage electric current?
Right. Though I might have forgotten to tell you.
I forgot to tell you.
You'll get electrocuted if you touch that barbed wire, so don't.
I see you have the bug juice equipped. It's useful for keeping the bugs away. If you open the item window and press the enter button, you'll be able to keep the nasty critters like hornets and leeches at bay for a brief period of time. Use it well. Ah, you're wearing the chocolate chip pattern.
Chocolate chip? You mean this camouflage?
Yeah.
I've never heard of a camo pattern called that before.
Yeah, I know. I just thought it up right now. The chocolate chip pattern is probably designed to provide cover in a desert environment. It should work best against a sandy or rocky background.
Makes sense, but why'd you call it chocolate chip?
'Cause that's what it reminds me of.
What?
Those little round cookies that Major's always snacking on?
They're not cookies, they're scones.
Major!
And it's not a snack, it's afternoon tea.
Snack? Tea? Same thing?
No, it's not. Look here, afternoon tea is a fine old English tradition.
Uh-oh, here we go again. Talk to you later, Snake.
The origins of afternoon tea go back to the Victorian era. Anna Maria, the 7th Duchess of Bedford, was...
Just hangs up in his face. It's too good.
You want to save? Hold on a sec.
Yeah, I'm not sure why, but my internet is being complete and absolute dog shit right now. So we're dropping a whole bunch of frames. Hopefully it stops doing that soon. I might need to restart it though. It's kind of a pain.
Hey, Snake, have you ever seen Forbidden Planet?
No, can't say I have.
It's about this expedition that goes to the planet Altair 4 in an ultra-fast spaceship. When they arrive, they meet the survivor of the last expedition, Dr. Morbius. Dr. Morbius was exploring the planet along with his daughter Altera and the versatile Robbie the robot. Ignoring the doctor's warnings, the expedition team is suddenly attacked by an invisible creature called the Monster from the Id. The special effects they used for the science stuff were really neat. I wish I had a robot like Robbie that could make anything I wanted it to.
I'm more interested in that invisible monster. If I were invisible, I wouldn't have to bother hiding or wearing camouflage.
Maybe someday you'll be able to turn invisible.
Yeah, that'll be the day.
Snake, it looks like they've got attack dogs in that area. Attack dogs generally receive extensive military training in tracking and combat techniques. They're formidable close-range fighters and difficult to elude. Their barking can alert enemy patrols to your presence as well. Take care not to let attack dogs catch sight of you. Attack dogs may be dangerous, but they can't climb trees. If you've been cornered by attack dogs, try climbing a tree. Smoke grenades should prove useful as well. First, enter the...
We'll just leave them alone for now. Time to take over the entire base. You're supposed to slowly sneak past it, but no. We're gonna take over the entire place. Why not?
Freeze. Freeze.
Put a little tranquilizer dart in this guy.
Just my imagination.
Because he's about to find that guy. But he should go down before he gets there.
Freeze.
Yeah, when you freeze them on the ground, they just stay down for good unless somebody finds them or you get an alert or something. So it's a way to take them out non-lethally, but also permanently. You don't have to worry about them getting up. And finally, we have the guy inside here. There he is.
Huh? What's that sound?
Huh? Freeze.
Alright, that's everybody. Let's take a look around here. God, I think I might really need to restart my internet. It's so fucking annoying when this shit happens. Hold on, let me tinker around with some settings. Maybe. Oh. It's probably fucked. Oh, for fuck's sake, why? This is really fucking annoying. It's just like the fucking connection to Twitch or something, because like, even with the upload speed, it just can't fucking keep a constant bit rate up. It's just fucking constantly in the red. I cannot even humanly explain how much I fucking hate that little red square on OBS. It drives me insane. Like borderline. Actually, like, I don't know, insanity. But okay. Okay. I've only been fighting it my whole fucking streaming career, you know? I hate when I see the fucking red on OBS. It just drives me actually mad, insane. Okay, what can we do? Doesn't matter what ISP I have. You don't even get me started on ISPs, man. We could just try to restart the stream and see if that fixes it. If not, I'll have to restart my whole internet. Well, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna try to do little, what's that emote called? Not like this. Disconnect and reconnect, so that I think the channel won't actually go offline. It will just be little panic, little picnic, but it should still be one continuous VOD. I'm not sure though. Well, let's give it a second. You guys should be getting some not like this for a couple seconds. Alright, here goes.